Hello, my friends, and welcome. I'm so glad you decided to join me tonight. Before we begin, I want you to take a moment to settle in, dim the lights, find your most comfortable chair, and leave the busyness of the world behind. While you're getting settled, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. Your engagement truly helps, and the more you interact, the more these chilling tales will find their way back to your feed. Tonight we are heading east out of Los Angeles, leaving the city frequency behind for the silent shifting sands of the high desert. We're visiting a place that was supposed to be a retreat, a modern sanctuary of white walls and quiet nights. But as the wind comes off the mountains and the motion lights begin their rhythmic dance, we'll discover that some doors are left open for a reason, and some secrets are best left buried in the gravel. So take a deep breath, get cozy, and let's explore the dark together. The quiet forest. The air smells of wet cedar and cold earth, thick enough to taste when you breathe. Sound does not travel far here, as if the trees absorb it before it can reach anything else. I did not come to Washington for the forest. That is what I told people when they asked. It was easier that way, easier than explaining the real reason, which even now feels too thin to hold the weight of what happened. I came because I could not sleep anymore. Not properly. Not the kind of sleep where you forget your own body. The kind where you wake up and for a few seconds you do not remember who you are. That kind had left me months before, and nothing I tried could bring it back. I would lie in bed and listen. To the refrigerator humming in the next room. To the pipes shifting inside the walls. To my own breath. Too loud, too present, as if it belonged to someone else lying beside me. It should have been her. That is the part I do not say out loud. I had gotten used to the space she left behind, at least in the practical sense. Her side of the closet empty, her coffee mug boxed away, the indentation in the mattress slowly fading back into a neutral shape. Life adjusts. It always does. But my body did not adjust. It kept expecting her. Every small sound in the apartment felt like a mistake correcting itself. A footstep that was not there. A door that had not opened. I would hold my breath without realizing it, waiting for something to confirm that I was wrong. Nothing ever did. So I stopped sleeping. It was a quiet decision. Not dramatic. Just a gradual acceptance that rest was no longer something my body understood how to do. I functioned. I worked. I answered emails. I nodded when people spoke to me. But I did not rest. After a while, that begins to feel like a kind of sickness. That is when someone at work mentioned the peninsula. He said it casually, like he was offering a restaurant recommendation, a place where the air feels different, where people go to reset. His exact word, reset. I remember thinking how mechanical that sounded, like something broken could be returned to its original state with the right environment, like grief was a system error instead of a condition. Still, I looked it up that night. Olympic Peninsula, endless forest. Small towns pressed between the trees and the water. Places where the light stays dim even in the middle of the day. It looked quiet. That was enough. I booked a small cabin just outside of Forks. Nothing fancy. The photos showed a narrow gravel road, a porch with 2 wooden chairs and trees so tall they seemed to close over the roof. I did not overthink it. That is not true. I thought about it constantly. But I framed it as logistics, travel time, weather, what to pack. It was easier to think about those things than to admit I was trying to outrun something that did not move. The drive took longer than I expected. The city fell away slowly, replaced by stretches of highway that seemed to narrow the further I went. Gas stations became less frequent. Houses more spaced apart. The sky shifted from open gray to something more contained. filtered through layers of cloud and tree cover. At one point, I realized I had not seen another car for several minutes. That should have felt peaceful. It did not. It felt like I had crossed into a place that did not need me to be there. I told myself that was just the isolation talking. The mind fills silence with meaning when it has nothing else to hold on to. That is normal. I repeated that a few times. The road turned to gravel without much warning. The sound of it under the tires was louder than it should have been. Sharp and uneven, echoing in a way that made the inside of the car feel smaller. I slowed down, partly because of the road and partly because something in me wanted to delay the arrival. The trees were different here. Closer together. Taller. The kind of height that makes you tilt your head back without realizing it. Their trunks were dark with moisture, and the ground beneath them looked soft, almost unstable, covered in layers of needles and moss. The air had changed too. Even through the closed windows I could smell it. Wet wood, cold soil, something faintly sweet underneath, like decay that had settled into itself. It reminded me of something. I could not place it. That bothered me more than it should have. I checked my phone out of habit. No signal. That made sense. I had expected it. Still, seeing the empty bars felt like a small confirmation that I had stepped outside of something structured. I told myself I would only stay a few days. Just enough to see if the quiet helped. The cabin appeared suddenly. One moment there was nothing but trees, and the next it was there, set slightly back from the road as if it had been placed carefully to avoid being noticed. The wood siding was dark, almost blending into the forest behind it. The porch was exactly as the photos showed. 2 chairs, a small table between them. A thin layer of moisture clung to everything, catching what little light filtered through the trees. I parked and sat in a car for a minute. The engine ticked softly as it cooled. That sound felt normal, familiar. I held on to it longer than I needed to. When I stepped out, the air closed in around me. Not physically, not in a way I could point to, but the space felt denser, like moving through something that had weight. My breath fogged slightly. It was colder than I expected. I walked up to the porch. The boards creaked under my weight, a dry sound that did not quite match the dampness of everything else. I noticed that immediately. I do not know why. Small details have a way of standing out when the rest of the world feels too large. The key was where the host said it would be. Under the mat. That small predictability felt like a relief. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The warmth hit me first. Not strong, not overwhelming, but present. Enough to make the contrast with the outside noticeable. The heater must have been left on low. The air smelled faintly of dust and something herbal, like dried leaves. There was a couch against one wall, a small kitchen to the right, a bed in the back, partially obscured by a thin curtain. It was simple. That helped. I set my bag down and stood there for a moment listening. The cabin made small sounds. Wood settling, the quiet hum of the heater. Nothing else. No footsteps above me. No voices. No distant traffic. Just the kind of silence that feels complete. I exhaled slowly. For the first time in weeks, my shoulders dropped without me telling them to. I made coffee. I did not need it. If anything, I needed the opposite. But the act itself felt grounding, measuring the grounds, pouring the water, waiting. The mug warmed my hands. That mattered more than the drink itself. I sat on the couch and looked toward the window. It faced the trees. There was no view beyond them, no break in the line, just layers of trunk and shadow, stretching back in a way that made depth difficult to judge. It felt like looking into something unfinished. I told myself that was good. That was the point. To be somewhere that did not remind me of anything. Somewhere that did not carry the shape of my old life in every corner. The coffee went cold before I finished it. I did not notice at first. My mind had drifted to something small and irrelevant. Whether I had locked my apartment door before leaving, whether the plant on the windowsill would survive a few days without water. It was a pointless thought. I let it sit there anyway. Sometimes the mind chooses those things for a reason. I stood and walked to the door again. I do not know why, maybe to confirm that it was still there, that I had not imagined the outside, that the cabin was not just a contained space without context. I opened it. The forest had not changed. Of course it did not. But something about it felt different now. The light had shifted slightly. Dimmer, or maybe just angled in a way that created deeper shadows between the trees. The smell was stronger, wet cedar, cold earth, and something else. Faint, almost not there. Sweet, but wrong. I inhaled again, trying to identify it. I could not. That feeling returned. Recognition without understanding. I stepped back inside and closed the door. The latch clicked softly. I told myself it was nothing. Just the forest. Just a new place. My senses adjusting to unfamiliar surroundings. That is what happens when you remove yourself from your usual environment. That is what I believed. At least, that is what I chose to believe. I turned the lock. The sound was small, but it settled something in me. A boundary. Inside and outside. Safe and not. I sat back down on the couch. The cabin felt warmer now. Quieter. Contained. For a moment, I thought I might actually sleep. That thought alone felt fragile. I did not want to disturb it, so I stayed still, listening to the heater, watching the window, letting the silence fill the spaces where my thoughts usually crowded in. And for the first time in a long while, the absence beside me felt less like a wound and more like a shape I could exist around. It did not last. It never does. But it was enough. Enough to make me close my eyes. Enough to let the forest outside fade into something distant and unimportant. Enough to almost forget the smell. Almost. Later that night, when the cabin had settled fully into its silence, I would hear something from the trees that did not belong to the wind, and by the time I understood what it was, I would already be too far inside the quiet to leave. The night had settled into a deeper stillness by the time I realized I was awake again. It was not the kind of waking that follows rest. It felt more like surfacing, as if I had been held just beneath something thin and fragile, and had drifted back up without choosing to. The room was darker now. Not fully dark. A faint gray light pressed against the edges of the curtain, just enough to outline the shapes inside the cabin without giving them any real definition. The bed, the small table, the narrow doorway leading to the main room. All of it felt distant, as if I were looking at it from somewhere slightly removed from my own body. I did not move at first. My breath felt loud. That was the first thing I noticed. Too loud for a space this quiet. Each inhale seemed to carry farther than it should, as if the air itself had more room to travel than the walls allowed. I held it for a moment, just to see what would happen. Nothing changed. So, I let it out slowly, and told myself it was fine, that this was what silence sounded like when you were not used to it anymore. That explanation sat there for a few seconds. Then it dissolved, because something else was present. Not a sound, not exactly, more like the absence of one. I had not noticed it when I first arrived, but now it was clear in a way that made it impossible to ignore. There were no small interruptions in the quiet, no distant hum of anything mechanical, no irregular tapping, no faint echo of something outside the walls. It was complete, too complete. I turned my head slightly toward the curtain. The fabric shifted a fraction, responding to a movement of air I could not feel. It was a small thing, barely there, but it drew my attention in a way that felt disproportionate to what I was actually seeing. I watched it for longer than I should have. Waiting. For what, I did not know. Eventually, I pushed the blanket aside and sat up. The floor was cold. That registered immediately. A clean, sharp sensation that anchored me back into my body in a way that felt almost relieving. I stood there for a second, letting that sensation settle, focusing on something simple and physical. It helped. I stepped into the main room. The heater had cycled off at some point. The air felt still, holding on to a trace of warmth that was already beginning to fade. I crossed to the kitchen and poured a glass of water. The tap ran longer than necessary. I kept it going, listening. The sound filled the space. It gave the room edges again, boundaries. For those few seconds, the silence was interrupted by something I could control. I drank half the glass in one go. It tasted normal. That mattered more than it should have. When I turned the tap off, the quiet returned immediately. It felt heavier now. I leaned against the counter and tried to think about something ordinary. Whether I had brought enough food for the next day. Whether the road would be worse if it rained overnight. Small things, manageable things. My mind drifted, as it tends to do under pressure. I wondered if my neighbor had remembered to take in the mail. I pictured the small stack of envelopes building up inside the box, each one a reminder of a life that was continuing without me. It was a pointless thought. I stayed with it anyway. Then, without intending to, I looked toward the door. It was closed. Locked. I knew that. I remembered turning the lock, hearing the quiet click as it settled into place. Still, I found myself walking toward it, as if the memory needed to be confirmed by something physical. My hand hovered near the latch. For a second, I did not touch it. I just stood there, looking at the wood, at the faint variations in its surface, the way the light caught on it unevenly. It felt like staring at something that was both familiar and slightly altered, though I could not have said how. Then I checked it. The lock held. Of course it did. I let my hand drop. That should have been the end of it. Instead, I stayed there a moment longer, listening again. That was when I heard it. Faint. So faint that I almost dismissed it immediately. A sound from outside, not continuous, not rhythmic. Just a brief disturbance in the stillness, like something shifting its position and then going still again. I held my breath without meaning to. The silence that followed felt different now. Not empty, expectant. I told myself it was an animal. That made sense. This was their space. I was the one out of place here, not whatever had made that sound. It could have been anything moving through the undergrowth, something small, something entirely unaware of me. That explanation was solid, reasonable. I repeated it quietly in my mind. Then the sound came again, closer this time, not louder, just nearer, as if the distance between it and the cabin had shortened in a way that I could not measure, but could somehow feel. I stepped back from the door. My body had already made the decision before my mind caught up. The muscles in my arms felt tight. My jaw ached slightly, though I had not noticed myself clenching it. These were small things, subtle, the kind of responses that could still be explained away if I tried hard enough. So I tried. I told myself it was nothing. I told myself I was tired. I told myself that this was what happens when you place yourself in a new environment and expect it to behave like the old one. Your mind searches for patterns, for confirmation that everything is as it should be, and when it cannot find them, it creates them instead. That was the explanation I chose. It did not hold, because the next sound was not subtle. It was not loud either, but it was clear. A soft contact against the outside of the cabin. Not a knock, not deliberate, more like something brushing against the structure, testing it without intent. I felt it more than I heard it. A small vibration, carried through the wood and into the space where I stood. It was brief, gone almost as soon as it registered. I did not move. My breath had gone shallow. I became aware of it in fragments, each inhale shorter than the last, as if my body were trying to reduce its presence without my consent. I told myself to breathe normally. I did not. Another pause, longer this time, the kind of stretch where your mind begins to fill the space with possibilities you do not want to consider. I thought about turning on a light. The idea came and stayed there, hovering just out of reach. Light would make it easier to see, easier to confirm that there was nothing there, that this was all a misinterpretation of sound and proximity and unfamiliar surroundings. But it would also make me visible. That thought arrived quietly. I did not know why it mattered. I only knew that it did. So I did not move toward the switch. I stayed where I was, halfway between the door and the kitchen, caught in a position that felt both exposed and immobile. The next sound came from a different direction. Not the door this time. The side of the cabin. A faint drag, like something moving along the exterior wall, following its length with a slow, deliberate motion. I turned my head toward it. The window. It was on that side, covered, but still a point of contact between inside and outside. I took a step back, then another. The distance between me and the wall increased, but the feeling did not lessen. If anything, it sharpened, as if space did not matter as much as I needed it to. The sound stopped, abruptly. No transition, no fading. Just gone. The silence that followed was worse, because now I was waiting for it, anticipating the next movement, the next indication that something outside had not simply passed by, but had chosen to remain. I realized then that my hands were shaking, not visibly at first, just a slight tremor, noticeable only when I tried to steady them against the counter. It made the contact feel uncertain, as if my own body were no longer entirely reliable. I pressed my palm flat against the surface. That helped. A fixed point, something solid. I focused on that, on the texture beneath my hand, on the coolness of it, on the way it did not respond to my presence in any way. It was an anchor, however small. The moment stretched. Then, slowly, something shifted again. Not outside, inside. A sound from deeper within the cabin. Subtle. A faint change in the air, like the movement of something that had been still for too long. I froze. The direction was wrong. The sounds had been outside, along the walls, at the door, moving around the structure in a way that made sense, however unsettling it felt. This did not fit. It came from behind the curtain, from the space where the bed was. I knew with absolute certainty that I had left that area empty. I had been there moments before. I had crossed it to reach the main room. There had been nothing unusual, nothing that could produce a sound like that. Still, I listened. The cabin held its silence. But something had changed. The air felt different, closer. I could not explain that. There was no visible shift. No movement I could point to, and yet the space between objects seemed reduced, as if the room itself had drawn in around me without changing shape. My mind searched for an explanation. It found one quickly. Settling, the wood adjusting to temperature, to the absence of movement. Old structures make sounds. They shift. They respond to their environment in ways that can feel unpredictable if you're not used to them. That was a known fact. I held on to it. Then I heard it again. From behind the curtain, this time it was unmistakable. A small, contained movement. As if something inside that space had changed position, just slightly, careful not to disturb more than necessary. I did not approach. I did not call out. I stood there, listening to the quiet that followed, aware of my own breath, the tension in my body, the narrowing of my focus until the rest of the room felt secondary to that single point. I told myself it was nothing. I told myself it was my imagination. I told myself that grief has a way of reshaping perception, of filling empty spaces with presence, because absence is harder to bear. That explanation felt close to the truth, closer than the others. It almost worked. Almost. Because as I stood there, holding on to that thought, trying to let it settle into something stable, I became aware of one final detail, something so small that it should not have mattered. The curtain. It was not still. Not fully. It moved, not with air, not with any draft I could feel. Just a slight shift, from the inside. By morning I would convince myself that I had imagined it. But something in that space had already begun to learn the shape of me. The gray light that found its way into the cabin in the morning felt thinner than it should have. It did not brighten the room so much as reveal it in layers, as if each surface had to decide how much of itself it was willing to show. I was already awake when it came. I do not remember falling asleep. That bothered me. There should have been a transition, a point where the night gave way to rest, even if it was shallow. Instead, it felt like I had been carried from one state of awareness to another without interruption. I was still in the main room. That realization came slowly. I had no memory of moving there, but I was standing near the counter, one hand still resting against it as if I had never left that position. My fingers felt stiff, slightly numb, like they had been held in place for too long. I flexed them once. The sensation returned in small, uneven pulses. I told myself I must have dozed off while standing. It sounded unlikely. Still, I accepted it. There are moments when the mind chooses the least complicated explanation. Not because it is correct, but because it allows you to continue. I turned toward the curtain. It hung exactly as it had the night before, still, neutral, giving nothing away. For a few seconds I watched it, waiting for something to repeat. Nothing did. The space behind it remained silent. I exhaled slowly. That should have brought relief. It did not, because the absence of movement did not erase what I had heard. It only made it harder to place. I crossed the room. Each step felt deliberate, as if I were moving through a space that required permission. The floor responded with the same dry creak as before, steady and predictable. That helped. Predictability matters. I reached the curtain and paused. My hand hovered just short of the fabric. For a moment I considered leaving it. There was no reason to check, no real evidence that anything was wrong. If I walked away now, I could maintain that uncertainty. I could keep the night contained as something unresolved, something that did not need to be confronted in the clarity of morning. That thought held. Then it slipped. I pulled the curtain aside. The bed was empty. The sheets were slightly disturbed, but not in a way that suggested anything more than my own movement. The pillow was where I had left it. The blanket partially folded back. Everything was as it should be. I stood there longer than necessary, taking in each detail, confirming. Then I let the curtain fall back into place. The fabric settled quietly. I stepped away. The cabin felt smaller in the daylight, not physically. The dimensions were the same. The placement of objects had not changed, but the sense of space I had felt when I first arrived was gone, replaced by something more contained, more defined, as if the room had decided what it was, and would not extend beyond that. I moved to the door and unlocked it. The sound carried more clearly than it had the night before. Sharp, precise. I opened it. The outside air felt different. Cooler, but not in a way that refreshed. It settled against the skin instead of moving through it. I stepped onto the porch and let the door close behind me. The forest stood where it had always been. Dense, layered, quiet, but the quiet was not the same. It had texture now, a faint, distant movement beneath it. Not enough to identify, but enough to suggest that the stillness was not complete, only held in place. I listened. Nothing distinct reached me. Still, I stayed there, waiting. A few minutes passed before I realized what I was doing. I was expecting it. The sound from the night before, the movement along the walls, the soft contact that had no clear source. I wanted to hear it again, not because I welcomed it, but because repetition would give it shape. Something you can hear twice can be understood. It can be measured, placed into a category. Once is nothing. Once is imagination. I stepped off the porch. The ground gave slightly under my weight. That sensation was new, softer than I expected. Not unstable, just yielding in a way that made each step feel less certain. I looked down briefly, then back up. The trees rose in front of me, close enough that the space between them felt narrow, though there was room to pass. I did not go far. A few steps from the cabin. That was enough. I stopped there and listened again. My breath slowed. The quiet pressed in from all sides, not oppressive, but present in a way that made it impossible to ignore. I thought about the night, about the sound behind the curtain, about the movement along the walls. I tried to arrange those memories into something coherent. An animal outside. That was reasonable. Something moving along the exterior, brushing against the structure without intention. That accounted for the sounds near the door, near the window. But inside, that did not fit, unless I had misunderstood the direction, unless the sound had traveled in a way that made it seem closer than it was. That happens. The mind misplaces things, especially when it is tired. I focused on that, on the idea that I had simply misinterpreted the source. It was a stable explanation. It almost worked. Then I noticed something I had not seen before. Near the side of the cabin, the ground there was disturbed, not dramatically, not in a way that would stand out from a distance, but, up close, it was clear that something had pressed into the surface, leaving shallow impressions that interrupted the otherwise smooth layer. I stepped closer. The marks were irregular, not patterned, not immediately recognizable as anything specific, just a series of slight depressions spaced unevenly, leading toward the wall. I crouched slightly to look at them. They were not deep. That made them harder to read. If they had been clearer, I might have been able to identify them. Animal tracks, something with a defined shape, but these were too faint, too incomplete to form a full picture. I reached out without thinking. My fingers hovered over one of the impressions. I did not touch it. There was no reason to. Still, I stayed there, studying it, trying to understand. It could have been anything. A small animal, a bird, something that had passed through during the night without stopping. That explanation made sense. It was the simplest one available. I accepted it. I stood and stepped back. The marks led to the wall. Then they stopped. There were no corresponding impressions leading away. I noticed that after a few seconds, it took longer than it should have. I looked around, scanning the area for any continuation of the pattern. There was none. The surface beyond the last mark was undisturbed, smooth, as if whatever had made the impressions had ceased to exist at that point. I straightened slowly. A thought formed. Quiet, unwelcome. I pushed it aside immediately. There was an explanation. There had to be. The ground was uneven, soft. It could shift in ways that obscured marks. A change in angle and pressure could make impressions disappear. That was reasonable. I repeated it once. Then again, it held, but only loosely. I stepped back toward the porch. Each movement felt more deliberate now, as if I were aware of the space in a way I had not been before. The cabin no longer felt like a neutral structure placed within the environment. It felt connected to it, part of it. That thought lingered longer than I wanted it to. I climbed the steps and turned to look once more at the ground. The marks were still there, unchanged. I went inside. The door closed behind me with a soft, controlled sound. I locked it again. The click felt louder this time. I stood there for a moment listening. The interior of the cabin held its quiet. No movement. No sound from behind the curtain. Nothing to suggest that anything had been there at all. I moved to the table and sat down. The chair felt solid, stable. I placed both hands flat against the surface and focused on the contact, on something real, something that did not shift when I looked at it. My mind drifted again to something small, whether I had paid the last electricity bill before leaving. I tried to remember the confirmation email, the brief moment of relief when a task is completed and then immediately forgotten. It felt distant, unimportant. I let it sit anyway. The mind does that. It reaches for ordinary things when it does not want to engage with what is in front of it. After a while, I stood and moved back toward the curtain, not because I wanted to, because I needed to confirm something. I stopped a few steps away, listened. Nothing. I pulled the curtain aside again. The bed remained unchanged, empty, still, exactly as before. I let the fabric fall. The motion felt slower this time, heavier, as if the air resisted it slightly. I stepped back. The cabin felt quiet, contained. But something in that quiet had shifted. It was no longer neutral. It felt occupied. Not in a way I could see, not in a way I could prove, but in the same way a room can feel different after someone has left it, even when nothing has been moved. I sat down again. My hands were steady now. That was something. I focused on that, on the absence of the tremor from before, on the idea that my body had returned to a baseline, that I was in control again. I held on to that thought. It felt necessary, because as I sat there, listening to the quiet settle around me, I realized something else. The marks outside. They had led to the wall, and stopped. I looked toward the curtain without meaning to. The fabric did not move. It did not need to. By the time I understood what those marks meant, I would no longer be able to convince myself that the cabin was empty, and the silence inside it would begin to feel less like an absence and more like something waiting to be heard. The morning light had thinned into something flatter by the time I decided I could not remain inside without understanding more. It did not feel like a decision, more like a slow pressure building behind the ribs until movement became the only way to release it. I stood near the door longer than necessary. My hand rested against the wood again, not touching the latch this time, just feeling the surface as if it might offer some confirmation of what was on the other side. It did not. I unlocked it anyway. The sound carried cleanly through the room, sharp enough to feel final. When I stepped outside, the air felt heavier than it had earlier. Not colder, not warmer, just denser, as if it resisted being moved through. I paused on the porch, letting that sensation settle, then stepped down and moved along the side of the cabin. The ground still held the same uneven impressions. They had not changed. That fact should not have mattered. Of course they had not changed. There had been no reason for them to. Still, seeing them again produced a kind of quiet confirmation I had not asked for. They were real. I followed them with my eyes to the point where they stopped, the place where the surface returned to its undisturbed state. I stood there looking at that boundary. Then I looked up. The wall of the cabin rose directly in front of me, plain and unmarked. No visible damage. No sign that anything had pressed against it with enough force to leave a trace. I reached out and placed my palm against the wood. It felt solid, cool, unresponsive. I left it there for a few seconds longer than necessary, waiting. For what? I did not know. Nothing happened. I stepped back. The space around me felt different now that I was focused on it in this way. Less like an environment, and more like something that had a structure I did not yet understand. I moved slowly along the side of the cabin, not following the marks anymore, looking instead at the edges of things. The points where surfaces met, where one material ended and another began. Those transitions felt important for reasons I could not fully explain. At the back of the cabin, the ground sloped slightly. I had not noticed that before. It was a gradual change, subtle enough that it did not draw attention unless you were looking for it. The soil there looked darker, more compacted, as if it held moisture longer than the surrounding area. I stepped onto it. The difference was immediate. The surface felt firmer beneath my weight, less give, more resistance. It was a small change, but it registered clearly through my feet, grounding me in a way that the softer ground had not. I took another step, then another. The cabin was now partially out of view behind me. I did not turn around. I kept moving forward. There was no clear path, no sign that anyone had walked here recently. The space between the trees felt narrower, though that might have been my perception adjusting rather than any actual change in distance. I slowed. The air held a faint sound, not distinct, not directional, more like a low, continuous presence that existed just beneath the threshold of hearing. It was easy to miss if you were not listening for it. Now that I was, it was impossible to ignore. I stopped. The sound did not stop with me. It remained, constant. I tilted my head slightly, trying to locate it. It did not shift. That made it harder to place. If it had come from a specific direction, I could have turned toward it, followed it, reduced it to something identifiable. But this felt different. It was everywhere, or nowhere. I told myself it was wind. That was the simplest explanation. Air moving through branches, through leaves, creating a low, sustained noise that blended into the background when you were not focused on it. That made sense. It almost fit, but the air around me felt still. I could not feel any movement against my skin. The sound continued, unchanged. I swallowed. My mouth felt dry. That had started again. A small physical detail, easy to dismiss on its own. But in this context, it felt connected to something larger, something I could not yet see. I took a step back, then stopped. My body resisted the movement, not physically. There was nothing preventing me from returning the way I had come. But the motion felt wrong, as if I were interrupting something by withdrawing. I stood there, caught between two directions. Forward, back. Neither felt correct. That was when I noticed it. Between the trees. A shape. Not moving. Not distinct. Just a difference in the pattern of vertical lines. A place where the arrangement of trunks did not align the way it should have. I focused on it. The longer I looked, the clearer it became. Not a person, not an animal. Something structural. I moved toward it slowly. Each step felt measured, deliberate, as if I were aware of the space in a heightened way. The ground remained firm beneath my feet, the darker soil extending further than I had expected. The shape resolved into something more defined, a narrow opening, not a path in the usual sense, more like a gap where the trees had grown apart just enough to create a passage that was not immediately visible from a distance. I stopped at its edge. The air within it felt cooler, not dramatically so, just enough to register. I hesitated. This was the point where I could turn back, return to the cabin, close the door, convince myself that none of this required further investigation, that the sounds, the marks, the movement I thought I had heard could all be contained within the boundaries of uncertainty. That option remained available. I knew that. I did not take it. I stepped into the opening. The sound changed immediately. Not louder, not quieter. Different. The low, continuous presence I had noticed before seemed to sharpen, gaining a texture that made it feel closer, more defined. It pressed against my awareness in a way that made it difficult to focus on anything else. I moved forward. The space narrowed slightly. The trees on either side felt closer now, their trunks forming a kind of corridor that guided my movement without offering any real sense of direction. I lost sight of the cabin completely. That happened quickly. One moment it was behind me, the next it was gone, replaced by layers of vertical lines that made it impossible to see more than a few yards in any direction. I stopped. The realization settled slowly. I had not gone far. I knew that. The distance from the cabin could not have been more than a short walk. Yet the space around me did not reflect that proximity. It felt deeper, more enclosed, as if I had moved further than I had. I turned slightly, trying to orient myself. The direction I had come from looked the same as every other direction. There was no clear reference point, no break in the pattern. I told myself to remain calm, that this was a simple matter of perspective, that if I retraced my steps carefully, I would find my way back without difficulty. That thought held for a moment. Then something else replaced it. A memory. Not from here. From before. The apartment. Standing in the hallway at night, trying to remember if I had turned off the stove. Walking back into the kitchen to check, knowing even as I did it that I had already done so. The repetition. The need to confirm something that should not have required confirmation. I felt that same impulse now. Stronger, more urgent. I needed to be certain. I turned fully, choosing a direction that felt correct rather than one I could justify. I took a step, then another. The ground remained firm. The sound continued, unchanged. After a few seconds, I saw it. Ahead. The cabin. Exactly as I had left it. The porch. The door. The same angle. The same distance. I stopped. My breath caught slightly. That was not possible. I had not moved that far. I had not turned around in a way that would bring me back so directly. The path I had taken did not align with this outcome. I knew that. Still, there it was. Unmistakable. I stood there, trying to reconcile what I was seeing with what I knew to be true. The simplest explanation presented itself quickly. I had misjudged the direction. The space had disoriented me more than I realized. The uniformity of the surroundings had made it difficult to track my movement accurately, leading me in a loop that returned me to my starting point. That happens in unfamiliar environments, especially when you are not paying close attention. I held on to that. It was reasonable. It allowed for error without introducing anything else. I walked toward the cabin. Each step felt heavier now, more deliberate. The distance closed quickly. Soon I was back on the porch, my hand on the door, the familiar texture of the wood grounding me again. I opened it and stepped inside. The air felt still, contained. The same as before. I closed the door behind me and locked it. The click sounded louder than it should have. I stood there for a moment, letting the quiet settle. Then I noticed something. The curtain, it was not in the same position. Not exactly. It had shifted slightly to one side, as if it had been moved and then allowed to fall back into place without being fully aligned. I stared at it, trying to remember. Had I left it that way? I could not be sure. That uncertainty lingered. It spread, because as I stood there, looking at that small, altered detail, I became aware of something else. The sound. The low, continuous presence I had heard outside. It was still there. Faint, but unmistakable. And it was coming from inside the cabin. By the time I understood where that sound was leading, I would no longer be able to leave the space it was shaping around me, and the distance between inside and outside would stop meaning anything at all. I did not move right away. The sound settled into the room as if it had always belonged there, low and continuous. pressing gently against the edges of awareness without ever becoming loud enough to confront directly. It did not resemble anything familiar. That was what made it difficult. If it had been mechanical, I could have traced it to a source. If it had been natural, I could have assigned it to something outside, something separate from me, but this existed in a space that resisted definition. I stood near the door, listening, my breathing adjusted to it, not intentionally. It happened on its own, each inhale and exhale aligning with that faint presence until I could no longer tell which came first. I noticed that after a few seconds, that I tried to break it. I took a deeper breath, held it, released it unevenly. The sound did not change. But something in me did, a small sense of imbalance, as if I had stepped out of rhythm with something I had not agreed to follow in the first place. I crossed the room slowly. The curtain drew my attention again, though I could not have explained why. It remained slightly misaligned, the edge of the fabric not quite covering the space behind it the way it had before. That difference felt deliberate, not large enough to be obvious, just enough to be noticed. I stopped a few feet away. The sound felt stronger here, not louder, more concentrated, as if proximity mattered, even if the volume did not. I reached out, my fingers closed around the edge of the fabric. It felt dry, still. I hesitated. The moment stretched. Then I pulled it aside. The bed was empty, exactly as before. No movement, no visible disturbance beyond what I had already seen. The sheets held their shape. The pillow remained where it had been. Nothing in that space suggested a source for what I was hearing. I let the curtain fall back. The fabric settled into place, though not perfectly. It never seemed to return to a fully neutral position anymore. I stepped back. The sound followed. Or perhaps I carried it with me. I could not tell. I turned toward the kitchen. The need to do something ordinary returned, stronger now. A reflex. A way to assert control over a situation that was becoming increasingly difficult to define. I filled the kettle, set it on the stove, waited. The act itself felt mechanical, repetitive, grounding in a way that required no thought. The flame caught immediately. A small, controlled movement. I watched it for longer than necessary. The sound remained. It threaded through everything. Under the faint hiss of gas. Under the subtle shift of heat. It did not compete. It did not override. It simply existed alongside. When the water began to warm, a second sound joined it. Familiar. Expected. The quiet build of pressure before a boil. That should have been enough to mask the other presence. It was not. They layered together. One understandable. One not. I turned the stove off before the water reached a full boil. The silence that followed felt abrupt. The low sound remained, unchanged. I poured the water into a cup anyway. The motion felt unnecessary now. Still, I completed it. I sat at the table and wrapped my hands around the cup. The heat spread slowly into my fingers. That helped. For a moment, I closed my eyes, not to rest, to listen. The sound did not fade when I removed visual distraction. If anything, it became clearer, more defined, not in tone, in presence. It felt closer, as if it existed not in the room but just beneath it. I opened my eyes. That thought stayed with me. Beneath, not around, not outside. Under. I looked at the floor. It appeared unchanged. Flat. Solid. No visible variation in the boards. No sign that anything existed beyond their surface. Still the idea held. I leaned forward slightly, placed the cup on the table. Then, without fully deciding to, I lowered myself until I was closer to the ground. One knee touched the floor, then the other. The wood felt cool through the fabric of my clothes. I placed my hand against it, palm flat, fingers spread. I listened. The sound did not change, but something in the contact shifted my perception of it. It felt more immediate, less distant, as if the barrier between where I was and where it originated had become thinner. I pressed my ear closer, not fully against the surface, just near enough to reduce the space between. The sound deepened, not in volume, in texture. There was variation within it, subtle, irregular, like something moving in a way that was too slow to be recognized as motion. I held that position, trying to understand, trying to isolate, trying to reduce it to something that could be named. I could not. It remained undefined. But it was no longer abstract. It had weight now. Direction. It came from below. That realization settled gradually. I sat back. The room felt different. Lower. Not physically. The ceiling had not changed. The walls remained where they were, but the sense of space had shifted, as if something had been introduced beneath it that altered how everything above it existed. I stood. My legs felt unsteady for a moment, then adjusted. The sound remained. I walked to the center of the room, paused, listened. It was strongest here, not by much, but enough to notice. I turned slowly, trying to map it, trying to determine if there was a point where it concentrated more clearly. There was not. It remained consistent, even, everywhere. I stopped moving. The realization formed without warning. It was not coming from a single place. It was distributed, spread beneath the entire space. That should not have made sense. It did not. Still, it felt true. I stepped back, toward the door. Distance should have lessened it. It did not. I moved toward the curtain again. The same result. No change. I pressed my hands against the sides of my head. Not hard. Just enough to create pressure, to interrupt the sensory input. The sound remained, unaffected. I exhaled slowly. My breath felt controlled again. Measured. That was something. I focused on that. On the rhythm I could still dictate, on the small elements that remained within my influence. It helped. For a moment. Then I heard something else. A variation. Small. Brief. Within the larger sound. I froze. It came again. Not separate, embedded. A shift in pattern. Like a word spoken too quietly to be understood, existing within a continuous tone that never fully broke. I listened. It did not repeat in the same way, but the sense of structure remained. Not random. Not entirely. I stepped back again. My body responded before my mind could fully process what I was hearing. A tightening in the chest, a slight increase in breath. Nothing extreme. Just enough to signal that something had crossed a threshold. I looked toward the curtain. The fabric remained still, unmoved. I approached it again, slower this time, more deliberate. The sound felt denser here, more layered. I reached out, stopped, listened. Nothing changed. I pulled the curtain aside. The bed was still empty, unchanged, but something else was different. The air behind the curtain felt colder, not dramatically. Just enough to register. I stepped closer. The sound shifted, not louder, more distinct, as if the space behind the curtain allowed it to exist with less interference. I leaned in slightly. The bed, the wall, the narrow gap between them. That was where it felt strongest. I crouched, lowered myself, brought my head closer to that space. The sound deepened again. The variation returned, more pronounced now. I held still, listening, waiting. It came again. That shift, that almost pattern, and for a brief moment it aligned. Just enough for recognition to begin, not of meaning, of structure. It resembled speech, not clear, not formed, but patterned in a way that suggested intention. I pulled back immediately. The motion was automatic, sharp. My hand hit the edge of the bed as I stood, the contact grounding me just enough to prevent the movement from becoming unsteady. I stepped away. The curtain fell back into place. The sound returned to its previous state, low, continuous, indistinct. But I knew now. That knowledge did not feel solid. It did not settle into certainty. It remained unstable, difficult to hold, but it was there. The sound was not random. It was not natural. It was not simply a feature of the environment. It was structured, deliberate. I moved to the far side of the room, put as much distance between myself and the curtain as possible. It did not change anything. The sound remained, everywhere. I stood there, focusing on my breathing again, on the steady rise and fall, on something I could control. My mind tried to return to simpler explanations, to reframe what I had experienced as misinterpretation, as a byproduct of exhaustion, of isolation, of grief. That last one held the longest. Grief changes perception. It reshapes how the mind processes absence. It fills space. It creates presence where there is none. That was true. I knew that. I held on to it. Then I realized something. The sound, it had not been present when I first arrived. I would have noticed it. I was certain of that. The silence had been complete, uninterrupted. Now it was not. That meant something had changed, not in me, in the space itself. I looked toward the floor again. The idea returned. Beneath, not outside, not around, under. I did not move. I did not approach the curtain again. I stayed where I was, holding on to what little stability remained, focusing on the parts of the room that still behaved as they should. The table, the chair, the door, things that did not shift when I looked at them, things that did not suggest anything beyond their own existence. I stayed there until the light changed, until the day began to move forward in a way that suggested time was still functioning normally. Even if everything else was not, by the time the sound formed into something I could understand, it would already be speaking to me in a way that left no room for doubt, and I would realize that it had not started when I heard it, but long before I ever arrived. Time did not move the way it should have after that. It advanced, technically. The light shifted, the shadows changed position, the day gave way to something dimmer, then darker. But none of it felt connected to the passage of hours in a way I could follow. Everything inside the cabin had become anchored to the sound. That was the only constant. I stopped trying to avoid it. That realization came quietly, without any clear moment of decision. At some point between standing at the far side of the room and finding myself seated again at the table, I understood that distance no longer mattered. It was everywhere. Avoidance required space. There was no space left that it did not reach. So I listened, not out of curiosity, not out of willingness, because there was nothing else to do. At first, it remained as it had been, low, continuous, structured in a way that suggested intention without allowing comprehension. I focused on my breathing again. That had become a habit, a small act of control in a situation that offered none. Inhale, exhale, measured, steady. The sound did not interfere. It did not rise to meet it. It existed beneath it. Then, gradually, something shifted. The pattern changed. Not abruptly, not enough to be noticed immediately. But over time, the variations within the sound began to align more frequently, holding their shape for longer intervals before dissolving back into the larger presence. I recognized it before I understood it. That was the unsettling part. The familiarity came first, the sense that I had heard this structure before, that my mind already knew how to process it, even if the meaning had not yet formed. I closed my eyes, not to block it out, to focus. The room disappeared. The boundaries of the cabin, the placement of objects, the sense of enclosure, all of it faded until there was only the sound and the awareness of my own body within it. It came again, clearer this time. A sequence, a pause, another sequence. I held still. My breathing slowed. The pattern repeated. Not exactly, but close enough to suggest consistency. My mind reached for it, tried to map it onto something known. Language. That was the closest fit. Not fully formed, not complete, but structured in a way that mirrored it. I opened my eyes. The room returned, unchanged. The curtain hung in its imperfect position. The table sat where it had been. The door remained closed. Everything appeared stable. But the sound had changed. It no longer felt like something beneath the space. It felt like something moving through it. Closer, more immediate. I stood slowly. My body felt lighter, not relaxed, less anchored, as if the connection between my movement and the ground beneath me had loosened slightly. I ignored that. I moved toward the center of the room again. Stopped. Listened. The pattern formed. Held. And then for the first time it resolved into something I could understand. Not fully. Not in a complete sentence. But enough. A word. Soft. Drawn out. Repeated. I did not react immediately. My mind rejected it. Instinctively. It searched for alternatives. For other explanations. But there were none that held. The word came again. Clearer. More defined. My name. I exhaled slowly. The sound did not change. It continued. Repeating. Not louder. Not more insistent. Just consistent. As if it had always been saying it, and I had only just reached a point where I could hear it. I shook my head once. A small movement. An attempt to disrupt the perception. It did nothing. The word remained. My name. Spoken in a tone that carried no emotion. No urgency. No variation. Just repetition. I stepped back. The motion felt delayed, as if my body responded a fraction of a second after the decision was made. The floor beneath me felt less stable now, not physically, but in the way it connected to my sense of balance. I placed a hand against the table. The contact steadied me. The sound continued. My name, again, again. Each repetition identical, perfectly consistent. I forced myself to speak. The effort felt disproportionate, like pushing against resistance that should not have been there. Stop. The word sounded small in the room, contained, separate from the sound that surrounded it. There was no response, no change. The repetition continued. I swallowed. My throat felt tight, dry. I tried again. Stop. The same result. Nothing altered. The sound did not acknowledge me. It did not adjust. It did not pause. It continued as if my attempt to interrupt it had never occurred. I stepped away from the table, toward the door. The idea of leaving returned, not as a plan, as a reflex. Movement away from a source that had become too close. I reached for the latch. My hand stopped just short of it. The sound shifted, not in pattern, in position. It fell closer, not beneath, not around, directly behind me. I froze, my breath caught. The repetition slowed, not in tempo, in spacing, each instance of my name now separated by a longer pause. That pause filled the space in a way that felt heavier than the sound itself. I did not turn around. I knew what was behind me. Not in detail, in certainty. The space that had been empty was no longer empty. The pause extended. Then the sound came again. My name. Closer. Not louder. More precise, as if it no longer needed to travel through anything to reach me. I closed my eyes. That felt like the only option. To remove the visual. To reduce the input. To focus on something internal, it did not help. The awareness remained. The presence behind me. Unseen. Unnecessary to see. The sound shifted again. The pattern changed. No longer a single word. Something longer. More complex. I listened. Against my own intention. The meaning formed slowly. Not all at once. Piece by piece. You came. The words were clear. Unmistakable. Spoken in the same tone as before. Flat. Without emphasis. I exhaled. The breath shook slightly. I could not control that. I did not respond. There was nothing to say. The silence that followed stretched. Then the voice continued, not from beneath, not from outside, from the space directly behind me. You listened. The words settled into the room, into me. I felt them more than heard them. A pressure. A recognition. I remained still, my hand still hovering near the door, not touching it, not moving. You stayed. The statement carried no judgment, no approval, no accusation, just acknowledgement. I understood then, not fully, but enough. The sound, the pattern, the gradual shift from presence to structure to language. It had not been random. It had been building, waiting, for me, for my attention, for my willingness to remain. I opened my eyes, slowly. The room appeared unchanged. The door in front of me, the table to the side, the curtain behind. Nothing visible had altered, but the space was no longer empty. That was certain. I lowered my hand from the latch. The motion felt deliberate, final. The voice spoke again. Closer now, so close that it no longer felt separate from my own thoughts. You remember. That word. It landed differently. It did not describe the present. It reached back into something I had avoided, something I had not allowed myself to fully process. Her. The absence. The space she had left. The silence that had followed. My chest tightened. My breathing shifted. For the first time since arriving, the grief surfaced fully, not as a background presence, not as something I could move around, as something immediate, overwhelming. I closed my eyes again. The image came without effort. Her face, not detailed, not complete, just enough to feel real. The voice spoke through it, not mimicking, not imitating, using. You called. I shook my head, a stronger movement this time, in attempt to reject the statement. I did not. The words left my mouth before I could stop them. The voice did not pause. You did. Calm, certain, without question. I tried to remember, not the past in general, something specific. A moment, a decision, a thought that had carried more weight than I realized at the time. Nights without sleep, lying still, listening to the empty space beside me, wanting, not consciously, not in words, but in feeling, for something to fill that space again, for absence to end. Even briefly, even falsely, the memory settled, uncomfortable, Incomplete, but enough. The voice continued. You made room. The words aligned with the realization. Not as explanation, as confirmation. The sound had not begun here. It had not started in the cabin. It had followed, or waited, for a space that matched it. A space shaped by absence, by listening, by staying. I opened my eyes. The room felt closer now, not smaller, more present, as if every surface held awareness. The voice did not speak again. The silence returned. But it was not empty. It held the shape of what had just been said. I stood there for a long time. I do not know how long. Time did not function in a way I could measure. Eventually I moved, not toward the door, away from it, toward the center of the room, the place where the sound had first felt strongest. I stopped there, listened. There was no repetition of my name, no clear words, but the presence remained, steady, complete. I understood then that leaving would not change anything. The space was not confined to the cabin. The boundary had already shifted. The connection had already formed. I could walk out, drive away, return to the apartment, to the city, to noise. But the absence would still be there. And now, so would this. I lowered myself into the chair, sat, placed my hands flat against the table. The same position as before. But not the same. Nothing was. I closed my eyes. The quiet settled around me. Within me, not empty, never empty, I listened. And this time, I did not try to separate my breath from it. I let them align. Let the rhythm merge. Let the boundary dissolve. The last thing I remember clearly is the feeling of that alignment. The moment where the difference between the sound and my own breathing became indistinguishable. After that, the memory becomes unclear, fragmented, difficult to place in sequence. I know I remained there. I know I continued to listen. What I do not know is when the listening stopped belonging only to me. It has been 6 months since then. I am back in the apartment, the same one, the same rooms, the same objects. Everything appears unchanged. People speak to me. I respond. I go through the motions of a life that continues. On the surface, nothing is different, but at night, when the world settles into its quiet, I still hear it. Not beneath the floor, not behind a wall. Inside the space where silence used to be. Low, continuous, structured, waiting. And sometimes, when I stop trying to separate my breath from it, when I allow the rhythm to return, I hear something else within it. Not clearly, not every time, but enough. A pattern, a shape, a voice that does not need to repeat my name anymore. Because it no longer has to call me to be heard. It only has to wait for me to listen again. The shed door open. When time stresses, stories heal, and this one still has not finished healing me. I am writing this down because 8 months is not long enough to stop thinking about it. And I have learned, from the kind of nights that follow that trip, that the only thing worse than telling the story is not telling it. We drove out on a Thursday afternoon in early October, heading east on the 10 out of Los Angeles. My girlfriend Mara had suggested the trip 3 weeks before, and I had agreed immediately, the way you agree to things when you are tired enough to agree to anything. We had both been working in a way that felt less like ambition and more like staying ahead of something unpleasant. And she had said the word Palm Springs and I had said yes before she finished the sentence. The drive took just under 2 hours. I have made it enough times to know that the landscape east of Benning always does something particular. The San Gorgonio Pass opens up around you and the wind turbines appear on both sides of the highway, hundreds of them, white and slow turning against the brown ridgeline, and the air coming through the slightly cracked window shifts from coastal gray to something drier and older and harder to name. Mara had her feet up on the dashboard, which I've always told her is dangerous, and she had her eyes closed and was not sleeping, just resting, and I did not wake her. I remember noticing the temperature gauge in the rental car. I noticed that the way you notice small things when your mind is quiet for the first time in weeks. The listing had described the property as a modern desert retreat, private, pool included, ideal for couples. The photos had shown white walls and polished concrete floors, and a backyard that opened directly onto the desert through a long glass sliding door. The neighborhood was technically still Palm Springs, but the 15-minute drive from the main strip had taken us off the main roads and into a grid of low houses that thinned out gradually until the lots between them were longer than they should have been, and the street lighting stopped entirely. Our headlights pulled the property number out of the mailbox at the road's edge, and I turned into the driveway. The house was smaller in person than it had looked in the photographs, which is almost always true. It was clean and modern and completely dark. The keypad on the front door accepted the code we had been sent, and the door opened into a room that smelled of cleaning products and dry air and something faintly mineral underneath. The smell of desert house that had been closed up in the heat for a few days before the guests arrive. Mara hit the lights and the living room came up in the warm yellow of recessed lighting, and I felt, genuinely, the specific relief of arriving somewhere that is exactly what it said it would be. She had walked straight through to the glass door at the back and pressed her hands against it, looking out at the pool, which sat dark and still in the backyard. The motion lights had not tripped yet. Everything past the glass was black. "I cannot see a single house from here," she said. I came and stood beside her. She was right. The yard was walled on 3 sides, and beyond the back wall there was nothing at all. No lights, no structures, just the suggestion of open desert, flat and enormous, pressing up to the cinder block wall like a tide that had never been told where to stop. I remember thinking that was exactly what we had come for. We brought the bags in, and I opened every room out of habit. A thing I have always done in unfamiliar places without consciously deciding to, and found nothing that was not exactly what a rented house should contain. 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a kitchen stocked with a drip coffee maker and paper filters, and 2 wine glasses still in their box. The backyard had a pool surrounded by 3 lounge chairs, a small outdoor table, and off to the right side near the back fence a storage shed, maybe 6 feet wide by 8 feet deep, with a flat metal door. I noticed the shed the way you notice things that are simply there. Pull equipment shed, I assumed, without bothering to confirm it. The padlock on the door was closed. We went out for dinner at a place downtown, sat outside under string lights with baskets of chips and cold drinks, and Mara laughed at something I said the way she rarely laughs anymore, and I felt that the trip had already worked. We drove back with the windows down and the desert air coming in cold and mineral, carrying a smell that I described to her as what sand smells like when the heat lets go of it. She said that was not a smell. I said it absolutely was. Back at the house, I unlocked the front door and turned on the lights, and Mara went to the bathroom, while I stood alone in the kitchen for a moment, looking through the glass at the dark backyard. The pool was faintly luminescent from the underwater light we had left on. The shed was a dark rectangle near the fence, door closed. I went to bed shortly after 11. Mara was already half asleep. I lay on my back in the unfamiliar dark and listened to the house, which was doing what all new houses do, pressing its specific sounds on a new set of ears. The air conditioning cycles on and off, a faint creak from somewhere in the ceiling, and then once, something small and dry shifting outside near the back wall. The sound of gravel under something, one single compression and release gone before I could properly locate it. I told myself it was the wind moving through the yard. In the desert, things dry out and shift at night as the temperature drops. and that sound had 100 explanations, and none of them required me to get up. I found the pool in my mind instead. I thought about sitting in it tomorrow morning with a coffee, which was not something I had done in months. I thought about how strange it was to be somewhere quiet. I was asleep before I finished the thought. Whatever the desert held in those first hours, it held it quietly. And in the morning, the yard was still, and the pool was still, and the shed door was exactly where it had been the night before, closed, and I made coffee and drank it in the sun and told myself we had chosen well. The particular quality of that second morning, the way the light came in flat and white through the blinds while Mara slept on beside me, her breathing slow and even, and the house held its silence like something it had been practicing, was the last moment I would spend in that place without a second layer of attention running underneath everything else. I had woken before her, which was not unusual. I lay still for a few minutes, tracking the sounds of the house in the way you do when a place is still new enough to require learning. The air conditioner had cycled off sometime in the night, and the house was warmer than it had been. Through the thin gap in the blinds, I could see the backyard sitting in early light. The pool surface gone from black to a flat pewter gray. The lounge chairs casting long shadows westward. The shed in its corner, near the fence, door still closed. The padlock catching a thin line of sun on its left side. I got up quietly and went to the kitchen. The coffee maker was one of those drip machines that requires a specific patience, and I stood beside it while it worked, leaning on the counter with both hands, looking out at the desert beyond the back wall. In the daylight, I could see what had been invisible the night before. The land beyond the fence stretched out flat and scrubbed. Pale sand and low creosote bushes spaced far apart in the way desert plants space themselves, like they have each calculated the exact minimum distance from the next one needed to survive. Nothing was moving out there. The coffee finished. I poured a cup and took it outside through the sliding door. The air was cooler than I expected, carrying a faint mineral edge from the night that had not yet burned off, and the concrete around the pool was cold under my feet. I sat in one of the lounge chairs and drank the coffee slowly and let my mind do nothing deliberate, which is harder than it sounds when you have spent 3 weeks at the pace we had been keeping. I had been thinking about a work situation that had no clean resolution. A project that was behind through no single person's fault, but in a way that would eventually require a single person to absorb the blame. And I had been carrying that thought the way you carry a small stone in your shoe, present with every step, never bad enough to stop and remove it. Sitting in that chair, I noticed the thought and noticed that for a moment it had no weight. I was grateful enough to catalog it. Mara came out 30 minutes later in the oversized gray shirt she sleeps in, squinting in the light, and I handed her my mug without being asked, because I had been expecting her. She took it without comment, sat in the chair beside mine, and we stayed like that for a while without talking, which is one of the specific abilities of a relationship that has lasted long enough. The option to be quiet together and have the quiet meaning something good. "I want to be in the pool before noon," she said eventually. I told her that was a reasonable ambition. We spent the morning doing the uncomplicated things that a rental house invites. Mara found a collection of hardcover novels on the shelf near the television and examined their spines one by one with the focused attention she gives to tasks other people treat as casual, while I walked the perimeter of the backyard out of the same habit that had taken me through the rooms the night before. I was not looking for anything. I was simply acquainting myself with the dimensions of the space, the way the yard was proportioned, the height of the back fence. The shed was closer to the fence than it had looked from inside the house. Standing beside it, I could see that the metal door had a small gap at the bottom. Not structural damage, just the slight bow that develops in a flat metal panel exposed to years of temperature change. The padlock was a standard combination lock, the kind you find on school lockers, and it was secured through the hasp on the door, but it was not entirely tight. When I gave it a small tug, out of idle curiosity, it held, but with a looseness that suggested the hasp bolt was not fully engaged. I did not open it. I was not interested in what was inside. Pool chemicals, probably. were the kind of broken outdoor furniture that property owners store in sheds because they cannot bring themselves to throw things away. I was not thinking about the shed at all, not really. I was thinking that I had forgotten to buy sunscreen at the grocery store the night before, and that the nearest drugstore was probably 20 minutes away, and whether the cloud cover would hold long enough that it would not matter. I went back inside and mentioned the sunscreen to Mara. She said she had packed some. I was relieved in a way that was out of proportion to the problem, which told me I was more tired than I had understood. We were in the pool by 11:30. The water was slightly warmer than comfortable, which in a different mood might have bothered me, but in that moment felt like deliberate kindness. Mara floated on her back with her eyes closed and her arms spread wide, moving almost imperceptibly, and I sat on the pool steps with the water at my waist and looked at the cloudless sky, which had gone from the pale early blue to a harder, brighter shade, and did very little thinking. It was sometime in the early afternoon while Mara was inside making lunch, and I was still sitting by the pool with a second coffee gone tepid beside me, that I heard it for the first time in daylight, a sound from the direction of the shed. Not dramatic, not a bang or a voice or anything that would have pulled me to my feet. It was closer to a shifting, the kind of sound a structure makes when its materials respond to temperature change, the tick and settle of metal expanding in heat. I have lived in enough different buildings to know that sound, and that is what I filed this one under. The shed had a flat metal roof, and a metal door, and a southern exposure, and it was not yet 2 in the afternoon, and the temperature at that hour in the desert is not gentle. I did not get up and check. I thought about whether I had emailed a reply to a message I had meant to reply to before we left, and I was not sure I had. And I spent a few minutes in mild, useless preoccupation with that before Mara called me in for lunch. We went out in the late afternoon and came back as the sun was going down and the house filled with the orange light that the desert produces at that hour. Specific, almost amber, the kind that comes through westward-facing glass at an angle that makes everything inside look slightly more significant than it is. Mara opened a bottle of wine from the kitchen cabinet, and we sat at the indoor table and talked properly for the first time in weeks. Not about work, but about other things, older things, the kind of conversation that requires stillness to access. She told me something about her grandmother that I had not heard before. I told her something about my father that I had not told anyone. We ate dinner, watched something on her laptop propped on the nightstand, and I fell asleep before it finished. I woke sometime after midnight. I could not tell you what woke me. My body simply surfaced from sleep the way a body does when it has been awake long enough without knowing why. Fully alert, with no memory of a dream, just the sudden, sourceless certainty of being conscious in a dark room. The house was quiet. Mara was warm beside me. I lay still for a moment and listened. The air conditioning had cycled on. Through the thin curtain at the window, I could see that the backyard was dark. The pool light had been on a timer and had shut off. Everything was settled. Then, very quietly, from somewhere outside, I heard a single sound. A compression in the gravel. 1 footstep's worth of pressure and release. The same sound I had heard the first night in A Sign to Wind. In the daylight it had been a tick of metal and heat. In the silence after midnight it was something a size that moved deliberately, taking 1 step and then being still. I waited. The sound did not repeat. My heart had accelerated in a way that my breathing was working to conceal, and I noted this the way you note a change in weather. Not with alarm yet, but with an attention that had shifted its quality entirely. I lay there for a full 2 minutes. Nothing. I had an almost irresistible impulse to think about the coffee maker. Whether I had set up the filter before bed, whether there was enough ground left in the bag. I noticed myself doing this and recognized it for what it was. The mind looking for something it could manage. The coffee maker was completely manageable. The sound in the gravel was not. I did not go to the window. I told myself that it was reasonable. I told myself that whatever had made that sound had done so once and moved on. A lizard, possibly, or one of the larger birds that patrol desert properties at night, and that the appropriate response was to lower my attention back to its resting state and let the darkness do its work. I was almost convinced by this. Almost. The yard was empty, the shed was dark, and the padlock was where I had seen it. But, somewhere behind the careful silence of that house, something was already deciding what the next 3 nights would look like. The third morning arrived the way desert mornings do when something has already shifted. Not loudly, not with any single announcement, but with a quality of light through the curtains that felt slightly more deliberate than the morning before, as though the day had been waiting outside the window for a specific amount of time before deciding to proceed. I had not slept well after the sound in the gravel. I had not told Mara. This is a thing I want to be honest about, because it is the part I have spent the most time examining in the months since. I did not tell her because I did not have anything concrete to report. One sound heard once, in the dark, in a desert yard where a dozen explanations existed, and none of them required alarm. But underneath that reasonable accounting was something less reasonable, a specific reluctance to be the person who hears a sound in a rental property backyard at midnight and wakes their girlfriend to report it. I had a version of myself I preferred to be, and that version did not do that. So, I had lain in the dark for an additional 40 minutes, listening to nothing further, and eventually my body had made the decision for me and dragged me back under. Mara was in a good mood at breakfast. She had slept through everything and looked rested in a way I did not quite feel. And she wanted to drive into town and find a specific kind of breakfast she had been describing for 2 days. Something involving a particular bakery she had read about, chilaquiles and strong coffee and outdoor seating. I agreed, and I was glad to agree, because the drive would put distance between me and the yard, and distance from the yard was what I needed to reset the previous night's accounting to something more manageable. Downtown Palm Springs in the October morning is a different place than it is in the summer. The brutal heat has stepped back enough that the outdoor tables fill up, and the particular demographic of the town at that hour is older couples and solo walkers, and 1 or 2 serious cyclists in full gear, and the light bounces off the white stucco buildings at an angle that makes everything feel slightly overexposed. We found the bakery on a side street 2 blocks off the main drag and sat outside, and the food was genuinely good. And Mara talked about an exhibit she wanted to see at a gallery downtown. And I listened and drank coffee that was stronger than I was used to, and felt, incrementally, like a person who had simply slept less than usual in an unfamiliar place. I did not think about the sound in the gravel during breakfast. I thought about it in the car on the way back, not anxiously, more the way you return to a small, unresolved question while your hands are occupied with something automatic. The drive back was 15 minutes of arterial road giving way to the thinner streets, and then the street lightning that stopped, and then the driveway. I pulled in and sat for a moment before cutting the engine, looking at the front of the house. It looked exactly as it should. Mara was already opening her door. We spent the afternoon at the gallery, and then walked the main street for an hour, and did the small, unhurried shopping that comes naturally when you are not trying to accomplish anything specific. Mara bought a small ceramic dish from a shop that smelled of cedar and old paper. I bought nothing. We were back at the house before 5, and the late afternoon light was doing its amber work through the westward glass again, and I unlocked the sliding door to the backyard and stepped outside. I did not know I was going to look at the shed until I was looking at it. It was exactly as I had left it. Flat metal door, horizontal seam at the top, the padlock through the hasp. The gap at the bottom was still there. I stood perhaps 8 feet away and looked at it with the full, deliberate attention I had been rationing the night before, and I noted that the bottom edge of the door had a faint, uneven mark along it. A scuff or a stain. The kind of thing a door accumulates over time from being opened and closed by people not paying attention to the bottom clearance. I told myself the mark had always been there, and I simply had not seen it at that angle in that light before. This was possible. This was probably true. The padlock, on closer inspection, was not through the hasp the way I had assumed. The loop of the lock passed through the haspring, but the body of the lock was resting against the door panel rather than hanging clear of it. When I crouched down and looked at the clearance, I could see that the shackle was not fully closed. The lock was in the hasp, but it was not locked. I stayed crouched for a moment looking at this. My jaw had tightened at some point in the previous 30 seconds without my noticing. I noticed it now, working the hinge slightly, the way you do when you realize you have been holding tension in a place you did not authorize it. The concrete was warm under my heel. The sky above the fence was the specific orange-pink of a desert evening doing what desert evenings do. Indifferent and enormous. The property manager had probably not checked a lock before we arrived. That was the most sensible explanation. A maintenance oversight. The kind that accumulates in rental properties managed from a distance. The host had never met us in person. We had received only a door code. It was entirely possible that the shed lock had been sitting in this condition for weeks. I did not open the door. I stood up, straightened, and went back inside. Mara was unpacking the ceramic dish from its wrapping tissue at the kitchen counter, deciding where to put it. I watched her for a moment from the doorway. She held the dish at 2 different angles, checking both, then set it on the windowsill above the sink where it caught the last of the fading light. She seemed satisfied with this. I told her it looked good there. "Are you hungry?" she asked. I said I was, which was almost true. We ate in that night. Pasta from the pantry items we had bought at the grocery store on the way into town on Thursday, and the meal had the specific comfort of food cooked in a kitchen that is not your own. The slight improvisation of unfamiliar cabinet organization, the particular satisfaction of making something work in a space that was not built for you. Mara put on music from her phone, low enough to be background rather than event. I washed the dishes after and she dried them, and we put them in the wrong cabinets because we could not remember which were the right ones, and she laughed about this. I went to bed feeling nearly normal. I was not asleep when the first motion light tripped. Mara had already drifted off. I could tell from the specific quality her breathing had taken on, slower and deeper and not interrupted by the small adjustments a person still awake makes without knowing it. I was on my back in the dark, running the padlock through my mind one more time in the way I could not stop doing, and I saw the light move across the top edge of the curtain like a slow blink. There, then off. I lay still. 20 seconds. 30. The curtain edge lit again. This one held for longer, the motion sensor's timer cycling through its full duration, and then it shut off. My body was ahead of my mind by the time the third light came on. I could feel my pulse at the base of my throat, which is a place where I am not normally aware of my pulse at all. I was aware that I was being extremely careful not to move, as though motion on my part might confirm something I did not want confirmed. The lights were moving in a sequence. Not random, not the way a single animal crossing a fixed sensor would produce one flash and then nothing. These were moving, each light further along the side of the house, each a few seconds behind the one before, as though something was walking the perimeter at a measured, deliberate pace. The cold settled over me without ceremony. I knew what I was registering. My body had already filed it correctly. My mind was 3 steps behind, still working through the remaining explanations, counting them down like a list it needed to finish before it could stop. "Shut them," Mara said from beside me, and I realized she had been awake and watching the curtain edge the whole time. I got up and went to the window and pressed the blinds completely flat against the glass. Mara sat up in bed. Her voice, when she spoke again, had shifted. The careful, complete sentences she usually preferred were already shortening at the edges. "Is someone out there?" It was not phrased as a question. I told her I did not know. I told her I was going to check. She reached out and took hold of my forearm with both hands, and told me that was not going to happen. She did not raise her voice. She held my arm with a steadiness that told me this was not a negotiable position. I told her I would just step out for a moment and look. The grip on my arm tightened slightly. "Do not," she said, and then quietly, please. The lights outside cycled off. The yard returned to full dark. Through the sealed blinds there was no way to see anything at all, and for 30 seconds neither of us breathed at a normal rate, and then the silence simply continued, and the house ticked and settled around us and gave nothing further back. Mara released my arm. I sat on the edge of the bed. My hands were resting on my knees, and I was looking at the curtain window with the specific attention of someone who cannot stop looking at the last place a sound came from. I had told myself for 2 nights that the sounds were the desert doing what deserts do. The desert shifts. The desert cools. Things cross desert yards at night that have no interest in the people sleeping inside. 2 nights of that story had just used themselves up. I did not go outside that night, and the yard stayed dark, and the shed stayed closed, and I sat on the edge of the bed until Mara finally pulled me back by the shoulder and said my name in a voice that was barely above a whisper. And even then, I did not entirely come back to myself. I want to be precise about the order in which things happened on the 3rd day, because the sequence matters more than I understood at the time. We did not talk about the lights over breakfast. This was a mutual decision that neither of us made out loud. Mara moved through the kitchen with a focused efficiency that I recognized as the way she occupies herself when she is processing something she is not ready to name, and I sat at the table with a cup of coffee and watched the backyard through the glass and said nothing that required her to respond. The yard was ordinary in the morning light. The shed was a rectangle near the fence. The pool reflected a pale October sky. Everything that had moved through the dark around the perimeter of that yard the previous night had left no visible record of itself. This was its own kind of information. An animal crossing a yard leaves something. A trail in the landscaping gravel. A disturbance in the loose sand near the fence line. A scattering of debris near whatever it had approached. I had been in enough outdoor spaces to know what the morning after an animal crossing looked like. I was looking at the backyard now with that specific question in mind, and the gravel near the back wall was undisturbed, and the sand visible at the base of the fence was smooth. Whatever had moved those lights had been careful about where it walked. I did not say this to Mara. She asked if I wanted to go out again that day. I said yes, and I meant it. Because leaving the house for the day had begun to feel less like recreation and more like a requirement. We drove north toward the Coachella Valley Preserve in the mid-morning, which had been on Mara's list since before we booked the trip. A stretch of native fan palm oasis in the desert floor, the kind of place that appears on no logical basis, palms rising from the sand in a dense green cluster as though the land had been keeping a secret. We walked the trails for 2 hours. The air out there carries a different quality than it does near the houses. Drier, older, with the particular smell of the California fan palm, which is dusty and faintly sweet, and completely unfamiliar if you have not encountered it before. Mara had her camera. She is not a photographer by training, but she approaches the camera the way she approaches most things, with a deliberate attention that produces results better than the casualness of the method would suggest. I walked beside her and let her set the pace, which was slow. My jaw ached from the previous night in a way I had not noticed until the trail put something genuinely peaceful around me, and the contrast made the residue legible. We stopped for a while at the largest of the palm clusters, where the trees were old enough that their trunks had the characteristic shag of accumulated dead fronds. The shade underneath was specific and complete. I sat on a flat rock at the edge of it, and felt the temperature drop by a noticeable margin, and thought, without deciding to, about the basement of my parents' house. The specific quality of cool air that lives permanently in a below-grade space. The way it always smelled of concrete and the cardboard boxes of things no one could bring themselves to throw away. I had spent a significant amount of time in that basement as a child, specifically because of that quality of cool. I had not thought about it in years. It arrived now without invitation, the way memories do when the body finds an unexpected match. I came back to the trail and the palms and Mara's back 10 feet ahead of me, and I noticed that my hands were loose at my sides, and I did not know when they had unclenched. We ate lunch at a roadside place on the way back, sitting at a counter that faced the parking lot through a large window. And Mara ordered iced tea and a sandwich, and ate with the concentration of someone who had exercised more than usual, and was attending to the hunger rather than the meal. I ordered the same, and watched the parking lot and said very little, and she did not require more from me than that, which was one of the things I understood then, that I had not been sufficiently conscious of before. We were back at the house by 3 in the afternoon. I went around the outside of the property before going in. I did not announce this. I simply took the path along the exterior rather than the front door, as though I had a reason for the route, and I walked the perimeter of the cinder block wall at a measured pace, looking at the ground, on the north side of the property, where the wall met the edge of the neighbor's lot. The nearest house was perhaps 150 yards away and appeared unoccupied, its blinds uniformly closed, its driveway empty. I found the first thing that the morning had not given me. A section of the wall had a mark on it at approximately shoulder height, not a handhold exactly. The wall was not rough enough for that, but a place where the stucco surface had been compressed and smeared in a way consistent with something being pressed against it, or with a person steadying themselves at that point. The mark was not fresh. It had the quality of something that had been made more than once over a period of time, worn into the surface rather than left in a single event. I stood in front of it for a moment and looked at it with the deliberate neutrality of a person trying not to arrive at a conclusion before the evidence was complete. The sand at the base of the wall at that point was disturbed. Not dramatically. Not the gouged, disordered sand of someone scrambling over in haste. Just the compressed, smooth surface that results in when a specific area of ground receives repeated pressure from the same general direction. The kind of surface a campsite develops, the kind of waiting place develops. My vision had narrowed slightly at the periphery. I noticed this as a physical fact rather than a feeling. I was standing in full afternoon sun and the light was hard and clear and there was nothing ambiguous about what I was looking at. I went inside. Mara was in the bedroom changing out of her trail clothes. I went to the kitchen and stood at the counter and put both hands flat on the surface the way I had the first morning. And I looked out at the backyard, and this time I looked at the shed specifically, and I stayed there long enough to be doing something more than looking. The gap at the bottom of the door was there. The padlock was in the hasp. From this angle and this distance, I could not determine whether the shackle was closed or open. I thought about the water pressure in the shower, which I had been meaning to adjust since the first morning. I was aware of doing this, cycling toward the manageable thing at the precise moment the unmanageable one had declared itself too clearly. My body was doing the thing it does when the threat assessment has been completed, but the options have not yet been decided on. It was filling the decision gap with plumbing. I turned on the burner under the kettle and made tea. I did not particularly want, and I stood at the counter and drank it. And I looked at the shed, and the shed gave nothing back. After dinner, which we made together, a simple thing, rice and vegetables, the kitchen warmed from the stove. I told Mara about the mark on the wall. I kept my voice level. I told her what I had seen the same way I would have described a weather observation. Matter of fact, sequential, without emphasis. I told her about the compressed sand at the base. I told her it was possible none of it was connected to the lights. I told her the marks could have been there when we arrived. She listened without interrupting. When I finished, she put her fork down and looked at the table for a moment. "How long has the mark been there?" she said. Again, not a question. I said I did not know. She said, "You went around the outside of the house today." I said yes. She said, "And you are telling me now?" I said yes. She looked at the sliding glass door. The blinds were already down. She had drawn them herself when we came back from the trail, before I had said anything about the exterior, which meant she had already arrived somewhere close to where I was without the mark on the wall to point her there. The backyard beyond the glass was completely dark. The pool light had been turned off at the breaker after the first night. By unspoken agreement. "I do not want to sleep here tonight," she said. Her voice was careful. the way it gets when she's being precise rather than dramatic. She had not raced it. She was stating a preference with the quiet authority of someone who had done the calculation and arrived at a number. I said that we would leave in the morning if she wanted to. I said we could find somewhere else. I said it the way I say things when I am trying to sound certain about something I am not certain about yet. She looked at me for a moment. Then she nodded once and picked her fork back up and finished her dinner. I did not sleep before 2 in the morning. I lay in the dark beside her, and I tracked every sound the house made, the specific vocabulary of that building, the complaints about its materials against the cold that was settling outside, the way the wind moved through the exterior when it came at all, which was rarely. I was building a catalog I could compare against. I was trying to find out the difference between the house and whatever was not the house. It was approaching 2 in the morning when I understood, with a clarity that arrived from the body rather than the mind, that someone had been using the outside of that wall as a regular point of access, not once, not recently. Over a period of time long enough to wear the mark into the stucco and compress the sand into the smooth, patient surface I had found that afternoon. We had been there for 3 nights. The mark was older than 3 nights. Whoever had made it had been there before us. The shed door was closed, and the padlock was in the hasp, and the yard was dark, and I lay in the dark beside Mara and felt the understanding settle into my chest like something finally set down, not lighter for being put down, but present now in a way it had not been before, taking up the space that the remaining explanations had occupied until there were no remaining explanations left. There is a specific kind of fear that does not announce itself. It does not arrive with a racing heart or a cold sweat or any of the physical theater that fear is supposed to produce. It arrives instead as a quiet reorganization, the way a room looks different after you move one piece of furniture, not dramatically altered but fundamentally reordered. Every sightline changed. I had been inside that reorganization since the previous afternoon, and by the morning of the 4th day I had stopped pretending I was going to move back out of it. Mara was already awake when I surfaced. She was sitting up against the headboard with her knees drawn to her chest and her phone face down in her lap, and she was looking at the curtained window with the particular stillness of someone who has been awake for long enough that stillness has become its own kind of effort. The room was gray with early light. Neither of us had slept past 5. I asked how long she had been awake. She said she was not sure. She said it in the way that meant it had been a while. We did not go through the motions of a normal morning. There was no coffee ritual, no standing at the counter looking out at the yard. Mara got up and went to the bathroom and came back and sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the floor between her feet, and I sat beside her, and for a few minutes we simply occupied the same space without performing composure at each other. Then she said quietly, "You heard something the first night." It was not a question. It was a conclusion she had reached independently, and was now presenting as a courtesy, not a challenge. I said yes. She said, "And the second?" I said yes. She breathed out through her nose, not angry, not even particularly surprised. The sound of someone confirming an answer they had already carried for a day and a half. She looked sideways at me, and her expression had a quality I recognized but could not name in the moment. Something between resignation and a particular kind of tenderness that surfaces only when the pretense has been stripped away, and what is underneath it turns out to be worth looking at anyway. "I knew," she said. "I could tell from the way you were lying there. You go completely still when you are listening to something. You have always done that." I had not known she had noticed this. She looked back at the floor. I kept telling myself it was the desert. Things settle. Things cool down. A pause. I wanted to believe that. I said I had wanted to believe it too. "I know," she said. "That is the part that scared me more than the sounds." I stayed with that for a moment. She was right, and the rightness of it had a specific discomfort. Not because she was accusing me of anything, but because she was describing something I had not been willing to look at directly. The wanting to believe it, The work I had put into sustaining that belief across 3 nights, maintaining the architecture of a reasonable explanation long after the material evidence had stopped supporting it. I had been so focused on whether I was brave enough to go outside and check, that I had not asked myself whether I had been honest enough to admit that checking was necessary. This is the thing the desert had been quietly holding up to me since the first night, and I had been too busy managing my own self-image to look at it clearly. We packed with the methodical speed of people who have a shared goal, and no disagreement about the direction. Mara folded things into her bag with the focused economy she brings to tasks that need to be finished rather than enjoyed. I moved through the rooms the same way, pulling items from counters and surfaces and checking the bathroom twice. The ceramic dish she had bought was still on the windowsill above the sink. She wrapped it back in the tissue it had come in, and placed it carefully in the top of her bag. I was in the bedroom gathering the last of my things when I stopped. The baseball cap was on the far side of the nightstand, pushed into the gap between the nightstand and the wall, visible only from the angle I happened to be standing at while reaching for my charger cable. It was a dark navy cap, worn at the brim, the kind of hat that accumulates its age through use rather than neglect. I looked at it for a moment with the specific attention that unfamiliar objects in familiar spaces demand. It was not my hat. I do not own a hat in that style. Mara does not wear hats at all. I crouched down and looked at it without touching it. The brim was curved and compressed in the specific way that develops when a hat is worn in the same position every day for a long time. The fabric at the crown had the faded, softened texture of something that had been through weather and sun repeatedly. It had been pushed back into that gap deliberately, not dropped, not kicked accidentally, but placed in a position where it was largely invisible from the doorway or from the bed. My hands had gone to the floor without my deciding to put them there. I was on one knee looking at the hat, and my body had grounded itself against the carpet the way it does when the conscious mind is slow, and the body has already assessed the situation and made its own recommendations. Someone had been inside the house. Not outside the wall, not in the shed, not walking the perimeter in the dark. Inside, in this room, close enough to the nightstand that the hat had ended up in the gap beside it. Either place there is a kind of cached belonging, the way you tuck something into a corner you plan to return to, or lost there in the dark during a transit through the room that had been made while we were sleeping. I called Mara's name. My voice came out at a register I did not recognize as my own, flat, controlled, and completely without any of the reassuring quality I had been applying to my voice for 4 days. She appeared in the doorway and looked at me on the floor and then at the hat, and I watched her face go through several things in the space of 2 seconds. She said, "That is not ours." I said I knew. She took a step back into the hallway, not dramatic, not panicked, just a single step back, the body making a spatial decision before the mind had finished its sentence. Then she said very quietly, "Call them." I picked up my phone and called 911, which I had not done in my adult life before that moment. The dispatcher's voice was even and practiced, 2 notes lower than conversational, the specific register of someone who has been trained to be the calmest voice in any room. She asked for the address, and I gave it. She asked what was happening, and I told her, a rental property. An object found inside that did not belong to us. Evidence over the past 3 nights of someone accessing the exterior of the property, a storage shed on the premises that the footprints from the previous night had led toward. She asked if we were currently inside the property. I said yes. She said, "Are all the doors locked?" I said I was not certain. My hand was already moving toward the hallway before she finished the sentence. I checked the front door, which was locked. The sliding glass door at the back was locked. I had thrown the interior bolt the night before without mentioning it to Mara. The dispatcher told me to stay inside and keep every point of entry secured. Her voice had gone 2 notes flatter at the word secured. She said units would be en route, and that response time to that address would be approximately 20 minutes due to the distance from the nearest station. 20 minutes. I relayed this to Mara in a low voice, my hand still on the phone. She had her back against the hallway wall and her arms crossed at her chest. Not in the way of someone composing themselves, but in the way of someone whose body was managing a temperature they had not chosen. She nodded once. We stood in the hallway. I kept my phone to my ear. The dispatcher stayed on the line and said very little, which was the correct instinct. Her presence on the line was the thing that mattered, not the words. Through the sealed blinds of the bedroom window, I could see nothing. Through the glass of the sliding door in the living room, I could see the dark pool and the dark yard, and the corner where the shed was, and from this angle and this light, I could not tell if the shed door was open or closed. My feet stopped at the boundary of the hallway and the living room. I stood at that line and I did not cross it toward the glass. I did not know, standing there, how long the hat had been in that gap beside the nightstand. I did not know if it had been there when we arrived. If we had slept 3 nights in a room that already contained evidence of what the shed contained. I did not know if the first sound in the gravel had been an arrival or a return. The not knowing was a specific physical weight. I could locate it precisely. It sat at the top of my sternum, just below the throat, and it did not move when I breathed. Mara said my name once quietly from behind me. I turned and looked at her. Her expression had settled into something I had not seen on her face before. Not fear exactly, but the thing that lives on the other side of fear when there is nowhere left to redirect it. She was looking at me the way she had looked at that ceramic dish on the windowsill, checking the angles, deciding where it could safely be put. I crossed back to her and stood close enough that she could feel the warmth of the contact without either of us having to make it deliberate. And we waited together in the hallway of a house that had already been decided, and outside the window the desert held its enormous, patient silence. The 20 minutes the dispatcher had promised became something else entirely in that hallway. Not time passing, but time thickening, each second pressing itself against the next with a weight that had nothing to do with the clock and everything to do with the hat on the floor in the room behind us, and what it meant about every night we had already spent inside that house. The police arrived in 2 vehicles. I heard them before I saw them. Tires on the gravel of the driveway. Then a door. Then the specific knock of official authority. 3 deliberate impacts on the front door with the knuckle rather than the palm, and a voice announcing itself before I had finished crossing the room. I unlocked the door and opened it, and 2 officers were standing on the front step, in the porch light. And I felt the loosening in my chest that comes when the thing you have been bracing for has finally been met by something capable of meeting it. The first officer was a woman in her mid-40s, compact and direct, with the economy of movement that comes from spending years making people feel managed without feeling managed. Her name tag reads Castillo. She looked at me for exactly the amount of time needed to take an accurate reading, and then she looked past me into the house with a professional sweep that covered the visible space without appearing. 2. The second officer was younger, quieter, and stationed himself slightly to the side with the particular attentiveness of someone whose job at this moment was to watch everything that Castillo was not watching directly. I stepped back and let them in, and Mara was behind me in the hallway, and Castillo looked at her once and gave her a nod that contained more information than most sentences do. I walked them through it in the order it had happened. Castillo listened with her arms at her sides and her eyes on my face, and she did not write anything down during my account, which I found both reassuring and slightly unnerving. The confidence of someone who records in sequence and commits the shape of a story to memory before deciding what the significant details are. I told her about the sounds on the first and second nights, the motion lights on the third night moving in sequence, the mark on the exterior wall, the unlocked padlock, the footprints in the sand leading to the shed, the voice from inside the shed, which I had not yet recounted in full to anyone, and which came out of me now in a different register than the rest of the account. Slower, more careful with each word, the way you handle something that still has an edge, she said. He asked you to open the door. I said yes. She repeated it back, not as confirmation, but as a clarification she was making for herself, in a normal voice. Calm. I said that was correct. She looked at the floor for a moment. Not troubled? not surprised. She had the expression of someone fitting a piece into a space they had already been measuring. Then she said, "And the hat." I showed her the hat without touching it. She crouched beside the nightstand and looked at it from 3 angles with a small flashlight, and then stood up and called something to the second officer in a shorthand I did not entirely catch. They went to the backyard. Mara and I stayed inside. I stood at the sliding glass door with the blinds cracked 2 inches and watched the flashlight beams move through the yard, one toward the back fence, one toward the shed. Castillo approached the shed door directly, without hesitation, and I watched her take up a position to the side of it before reaching for the handle, and the second officer positioned himself behind her and to the left. She said something I could not hear through the glass. Then she opened the door. For perhaps 4 seconds, neither officer moved. Then Castillo leaned in with the flashlight and came back out and said something to the second officer that produced a single nod from him. She came back toward the house. The second officer stayed near the shed. "Nobody inside," she said, stepping through the glass door. "But somebody was." She described it plainly, the way a person describes a room they have just walked through. Empty water bottles. She counted 4. Food packaging, the wax paper kind, from a sandwich shop, several pieces. A folded section of moving blanket on the floor of the shed, positioned near the left wall, worn enough at the edges that it had clearly been used more than once. A small battery-powered lantern switched off. She paused after the lantern. She let the inventory sit in the room for a moment. I asked how long she thought someone had been using the shed. She said she could not give me a precise answer. She said the inventory suggested a level of comfort that took time to develop. The blanket, the lantern, and the quantity of food wrappers. She said that in isolated rental properties in the desert, this was not without precedent. She said it the way she said everything. Plainly, without inflection designed to soften or alarm, just the facts arranged in their honest sequence. In more remote areas, she said, people find shelter in vacant structures between rental periods. Sometimes they are there and gone before anyone books the property. Sometimes, she stumped. Then, sometimes the timing does not work out that way. Mara said he was here when we arrived. Castillo looked at her. She did not confirm or deny it immediately. She said the evidence was consistent with an extended stay that predated our arrival, and that the exact timeline would require further investigation. The silence in the room after that had a particular texture. I asked about the hat. I asked how it had ended up in the room. Castillo said she could not tell me exactly when the access had occurred. She said the hat's position suggested it had not been dropped or left accidentally. The placement behind the nightstand, pushed back, was more consistent with a deliberate concealment. She said the front door lock was a standard keypad, and that the code sent to us by the host was a common format, and that she would want to speak to the host about the property's access history. She asked for the host's contact information. I gave her the name from the listing. She wrote it down. The first time she had written anything since arriving. I noticed this. "Have you been able to reach the host?" she asked. I said I had messaged him earlier and received no response. She looked at me for a moment. Then she looked at the floor again in that way she had. The considering look, the one that meant something had been filed. She told us she strongly recommended we not spend another night at the property. She said this without drama, as a professional opinion, the way a doctor recommends against a course of action, not because they are frightened, but because the arithmetic is clear and the conclusion is the same regardless of how you feel about it. She said they would complete their documentation of the shed and the exterior, and that we should take everything we needed with us. The second officer appeared in the doorway from the backyard. He held a sealed evidence bag. Inside it, visible through the plastic, was something small and pale. A folded piece of paper, or possibly a receipt. The kind of thing a wallet produces that accumulates over time. Castillo looked at it and then at me. "Does this belong to either of you?" she asked. We both said no. She nodded and said nothing further about it. While the officers finished their work outside, Mara and I completed the packing we had started an hour earlier. She moved through the rooms with a quietness that had a different quality now than it had before the officers arrived. Less braced, more simply tired. The particular exhaustion of a sustained alertness that has been handed off to someone else and left the body with nothing to do but feel the cost of it. She found the last of her things in the bathroom and brought them out wrapped in a hand towel because she had already packed her bag. I carried both bags to the front door and set them there. Then I went back through the house one more time, not to check for forgotten items, though I told myself that was the reason. I went through each room and stood in it for a moment with the specific attention I had been applying since the first morning. The bedroom, with the gap beside the nightstand, now visible and empty. The bathroom with its narrow window above the tub. The kitchen with the ceramic dish gone from the windowsill and the coffee maker sitting cold on the counter, and the knife block beside the stove, which I had not opened, but which I had been aware of since the third night in the particular way that available objects make themselves known to you in a house where the arithmetic is changed. I stood in the kitchen and looked at the sliding glass door. The yard outside was lit by the officers' flashlights moving near the shed, and for the first time since we had arrived I could see the space clearly at night. The pool dark and still without its light. The lounge chairs casting no shadows, the back wall and beyond it, the open desert, and the shed with its door standing open and the flashlight beam moving inside it, illuminating the interior of a space that had been someone else's shelter while it was supposed to be our storage. I thought about the first morning, sitting in the chair with the coffee, looking at the shed and thinking, pool equipment. Moving on. The morning after our first night, which was not the first night anyone had spent on this property. Castillo appeared at the glass door from outside, and I slid it open for her. She told me they were finishing up. She said the case would be documented, and that if either of us needed to make a formal statement we could do so at the station or by phone. She handed me a card with the case number already written on the back, in a neat, deliberate hand. Then she said, "The shed lock. You said it appeared unsecured when you checked it on the second day." I said that was correct. She said the lock is a combination style. The combination is written on a piece of tape on the inside of the hasp bracket. She said this the way she said everything. Plainly. I looked at the card in my hand. I thought about the padlock, the way it had sat loose in the hasp. The way I had stood in front of it on the second afternoon and filed it under maintenance oversight and gone back inside to drink tea I did not want. The combination was always there. Anyone who had spent time near that shed would have found it. "I see," I said. Castillo looked at me with the expression she had been using since she arrived. Accurate, direct, and without judgment of any kind. "You handled this correctly," she said, "calling when you did." She turned and went back outside to finish. Mara was already at the front door with both bags when I came back through the house. And she did not ask what Castillo had said, and I did not tell her yet, because some information needs a moving car, an open highway, and the distance of forward motion before it can be said out loud without taking up all the available air in the room. We left the property at 11:47 at night. I know the time precisely because I checked my phone as I pulled the front door shut behind me, and the number lodged itself in my memory the way specific details lodge themselves when the surrounding context has been stripped of everything ordinary. 11:47. The porch light was on a sensor and it came on as we crossed to the rental car, and then tracked off behind us as I backed out of the driveway. And in the rearview mirror, the house went dark again, in the way it had presumably gone dark every night before we arrived. Quietly, completely, without ceremony. I did not look at the shed. The road out was the same road we had come in on 3 days earlier, but driving it in reverse at midnight with no street lighting and the desert pressing in from both sides produced a different experience entirely. The headlights pulled the asphalt out of the dark 20 yards at a time, and the creosote on either shoulder sat at the edge of the beam and disappeared behind us. And the distance between the property and anything that qualified as populated felt longer going out than it had felt coming in. Mara had her hands in her lap and was looking straight ahead and not at the road. Neither of us spoke for the first several minutes. Then she said, "The first night." I said, "Yes." She said, "We were asleep." I said, "I know." She turned her head toward the passenger window. Outside, the desert was a flat, dark absence. No features, no light source, just the suggestion of enormous space pressing against the glass. She was not asking me to account for the first night. She was simply placing it, moving it from the category of suspected to the category of confirmed, with all the interior rearrangement that process requires. I kept my eyes on the road and let her do that work in her own time. We found a motel on the western edge of Palm Springs that had a vacancy light on and a parking lot that was 3/4 full, which felt, in a way I would not have anticipated caring about, deeply reassuring. The room was standard and slightly worn and smelled of the specific cleaning solution that budget motels have used for decades. Antiseptic and faintly floral, the smell of a space that has regularly returned to a neutral state. The bedspread was a pattern of muted geometric shapes in burgundy and tan. There was a heating unit under the window that hummed at a constant low frequency. I had never been more grateful for anything so aggressively unremarkable. Mara sat on the edge of the bed and took her shoes off one at a time and set them beside her feet with the careful alignment she gives to small tasks when her mind is elsewhere. Then she lay back on top of the covers without pulling them down and looked at the ceiling. I sat in the chair beside the window and looked at her. She said, "Tell me what the officer said," at the end. I told her about the combination on the tape inside the hasp bracket. I said it as plainly as Castillo had said it to me, because that was the only register available for that particular piece of information. Mara closed her eyes while I said it, and kept them closed for a moment after I finished. Then she said, "So he could come and go." I said yes, she said, "the whole time." I said yes. She said, "The whole time." I said yes. She opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling again. The heating unit hummed. A car moved through the parking lot outside and the headlights swept across the curtain and passed on. "I want to ask you something," she said, still looking at the ceiling. I said to go ahead. "When you went outside, on the third night, you took something from the kitchen." She had not been looking when I took the knife. She had been sitting up in bed telling me not to go. I said nothing for a moment. She said, "I heard you at the knife block." I said yes. I told her I had taken one of the larger knives from the block and held it in my side while I walked the pool area and followed the footprints to the shed. I told her I had not mentioned it because I did not want to add that specific image to what she was already managing. She was quiet for a long time. The heating unit cycled through a slightly different frequency and then settled back. Then she said, "Were you frightened?" I started to say something measured and found that I could not finish it. I reset and started again. I told her that when I had been standing in front of the shed door and heard that voice ask me to open it, calm, conversational, as though we were two people on the same side of a reasonable situation, I had felt something go through me that I did not have a clean word for. Not fear exactly, or not only fear, something more like recognition. The recognition that the distance between what I had been telling myself about those 3 nights and what those 3 nights had actually contained was not a small distance. It was the distance between a man who had been managing his own composure for 4 days and a man standing alone in a dark desert yard with a kitchen knife, 3 feet from a shed door with a living person behind it. I told her that was the moment I understood I had not been honest with myself about any of it. She turned her head from the ceiling and looked at me directly. "That is the first completely honest thing you have said since Thursday," she said. She said it without anger. She said it the way she had said everything that night. Carefully, precisely, with the specific gentleness of someone who is telling the truth and knows it costs something and is paying it anyway. I looked at her across the room. The worn bedspread, the geometric pattern, the shoes aligned beside her feet. The ceramic dish was inside her bag, wrapped in tissue, resting on the floor between us. I said, "I know." She said, "I have known for a while that you do that. Go somewhere by yourself with it." I always thought it was one of the things I loved about you, the way you carry things quietly." She paused. "I am not sure anymore that it is only that." I stayed with this. The heating unit hummed. Outside, the parking lot was still. She was describing something I'd been carrying long before the desert, a habit of self-containment that I had always understood as strength and was now being invited to examine as something more complicated. The shed had not created it. The shed had simply put it in a context where it became visible, where its costs became visible. I had stood outside a door behind which there was a man who had slept 30 feet from us for 4 nights, who had walked through our bedroom in the dark, who had asked me in a calm and reasonable voice to open the door, and I had felt, underneath the fear, a strange and disorienting kinship with the logic of it, the way a person becomes so accustomed to occupying a hidden space that they begin to mistake it for belonging there. I had not been able to name that kinship in the moment. I could name it now. I had been doing my own version of it for years, occupying the hidden space, calling it self-sufficiency. My hand had gone to the arm of the chair at some point in the previous minute, the fingers pressing into the upholstery with a deliberate pressure I had not authorized. I noticed this and released it. Mara sat up on the bed and looked at me with the expression she had been assembling since the hallway, the one that was not fear and not relief, but the thing on the other side of both of them. When the pretense has been removed and the actual person is visible in the room, she said, "Come here." I crossed the room and sat beside her on the edge of the bed, and she put her head against my shoulder, and I put my arm around her. And we stayed like that in the unremarkable room with the humming heater and the burgundy bedspread, and I did not try to say anything further because there was nothing further to say that was more honest than that specific silence, the weight at the top of my sternum, the one I had been able to locate precisely since the hallway. It did not lift entirely, but it shifted. It became something shared rather than something carried alone, which is a different thing and a better one. Outside, the desert held its dark and patient silence, indifferent to all of it. The motel room's digital clock read 1:14 in the morning. I looked at it from across the room without moving to see it more clearly. The numbers red and slightly blurred at the edges in the way that clocks in dark rooms always are. And I thought, we're in a lit room with a locked door and a full parking lot outside, and a heating unit that makes enough noise to cover the sound of ordinary silence. And for the first time in 4 days there is no backyard, no shed, no motion lights that move in a sequence that means something. I thought, this is enough. This specific collection of unremarkable things is enough. Mara's breathing had slowed against my shoulder, not asleep, just descended to a lower register of wakefulness, the place you reach when the body has finished its emergency work and is beginning the longer process of returning to its own baseline. I looked at the curtained window. The parking lot lights made a pale border around the edges of the fabric. I did not look for what was behind it. The night passed without sound, and in the morning the desert was just the desert again, bright and mineral and enormous and entirely uninterested in what any of us had brought to it or taken away. And that indifference, which had felt threatening 4 days earlier, felt, now, almost like a form of grace. We stayed 2 more nights in the motel. This was not the plan we had made in the parking lot at midnight. The plan had been to find somewhere to sleep and then decide in the morning whether to drive back to Los Angeles or find a different rental for the remaining days. But the morning produced a specific kind of inertia that neither of us had the energy to argue against. The room was paid for through checkout. The bed was adequate. The coffee from the machine in the lobby was bad in a way that required no opinion of it, and we drank it anyway, sitting at the small table by the window with the curtain open on the parking lot and the low San Jacinto Mountains beyond it catching the first horizontal light of the morning. Mara ordered breakfast from a place nearby, and we ate it at that table, and the food was unremarkable and the coffee was bad, and outside the window a man walked his dog through the parking lot, the dog stopping at each tire and turn with bureaucratic thoroughness. And we watched this without comment and without needing to comment, and I felt something that I will call For lack of a more precise word, gratitude. Not for anything particular, just for the specific ordinaries of that morning, which had been unavailable to us for the previous 4 days in a way I had not fully acknowledged until they were available again. I called Airbnb from the parking lot after breakfast. The conversation took 40 minutes and required me to tell the story 3 times to 3 different representatives, each of whom expressed concern in the specific corporate register of concern, genuine enough in tone, structured enough in language to suggest that the tone and the structure had been developed separately and assembled afterward. I gave them the case number Castillo had written on the back of her card. I gave them the name of the host, the 3rd representative, who had a quieter voice than the previous 2 and listened without interruption, told me they were initiating a review of the listing, and that we would receive a refund for the unused nights within 5 to 7 business days. I said that was fine. She asked if there was anything else she could do for us. I looked out at the parking lot. The man with the dog was gone. A family was loading a minivan 3 spaces down, the children orbiting the vehicle in a loose, purposeless way of children who have been told to stay nearby without being given a reason compelling enough to actually stay nearby. I said there was not. I did not hear from the host. I checked the messages twice that day, and once the following morning, and the red indicators remained where they had been. Sent, delivered, never answered. I had sent 4 messages in total. The last one had contained the case number and Castillo's name and a straightforward account of what the officers had found in the shed. The silence on the other end of those messages had a specific quality by the 2nd day. It was not the silence of someone who had not seen them. It was the silence of someone who had made a decision about whether to respond and had arrived at their answer. Mara spent the 2nd motel morning reading one of the novels she had taken from the rental house shelf. She had not asked whether she should have taken it. She had simply put it in her bag, and I had not mentioned it, and it seemed like a reasonable thing under the circumstances. A small, wordless accounting for what the house owed us. She read for 2 hours while I sat beside her doing something on my laptop that I cannot now recall specifically. And the room was quiet in the way the rooms are quiet when 2 people are comfortable enough in the same space to each be somewhere else without the other person's attention being required to make it acceptable. At some point in the early afternoon, she put the book down on her chest and looked at the ceiling. "I keep thinking about the blanket," she said. I asked what about it. She was quiet for a moment, choosing. "It was folded," she said. Castillo said it was folded, not just left there. Folded and placed near the wall. I said yes. She said, "That means he was tidy, in his way." Another pause. "It means he had a routine." I had been thinking about the same thing since the previous night, though I had not arrived at the word routine. I had been circling something adjacent to it, something I had not been ready to name. The lantern switched off, the water bottles not scattered but grouped, the blanket folded, the hat placed rather than dropped. These were the habits of someone who had been in that shed long enough to develop a relationship with the space, to feel, in some functional sense, that it was theirs to maintain. The shed was 8 feet deep and 6 feet wide. The moving blanket, folded near the left wall, left approximately 3 feet of width and 6 feet of length as usable floor space. The battery lantern would have given adequate light for the interior with the door closed. The food and water represented a minimum, enough to sustain a stay of several days without requiring a departure that might be noticed. I had been in that yard, standing 8 feet from the shed door, for 4 nights. He had been in the shed for longer than 4 nights. We had been 15 feet apart, separated by a flat metal door, and the specific willingness each of us had to not look directly at what was on the other side. I told Mara what I had been thinking. I said it in the careful, sequential way I had been learning, over those 2 days, to say things, not processed first into a version that would land more easily, but in the order the thoughts actually arrived, with the roughness that order produces. She listened without interrupting. When I finished, she said, "Do you feel sorry for him?" I stayed with the question. It deserved the staying. I said I did not know. I said that I kept finding myself at the edge of something that resembled understanding. The logic of a person who had found a space that was intermittently unoccupied and had built a life inside. That intermittence, careful and systematic and essentially invisible right up until the timing failed. I said that understanding the logic was not the same as excusing the hat beside our bed. I said those two things could exist without resolving each other, and that I was not sure I was obligated to resolve them. She said, "No, you are not." She picked the book back up and found her page. Outside, the afternoon light was shifting. The mountains to the southwest were taking on the specific quality they develop in the hour before the sun drops behind them. The near slopes brightening as the far ones fall into early shadow, the ridgeline becoming a sharp, clean edge against the sky. I watched this for a while without thinking about the shed, which was the first extended period since Thursday that I had spent not thinking about it. And I noticed this, and was careful not to draw attention to it in case the noticing collapsed the condition. We drove back to Los Angeles on the third morning. The drive west was different in quality from the drive east. Not in the landscape, which was identical in reverse, the turbines reappearing over the Banning Pass and then the coastal basin opening up beyond them. But in the interior register of the car, Mara had her feet on the dashboard again, which was the same. But her eyes were open this time, watching the road, and we talked on and off for the full 2 hours, in the way of people who have had a conversation that matters, and are now moving through the territory on the other side of it. She said somewhere around Beaumont, "I want us to talk more, in general, not about crises." I said I wanted that too. She looked at me sideways. "I know you want it. I am asking if you will do it." I said that was a fair distinction. She said, "Yes, it is." We stopped for gas east of Redlands, and I stood outside at the pump in the specific chill of the inland basin morning and watched the numbers turn and felt the full weight of the week settling into its permanent position, not fading, not resolving, but finding the place in the body where it would live from now on, the specific shelf it would occupy in the interior architecture that every significant experience eventually takes up residence in, the desert, the gravel, the lights moving in their sequence, the shed door, the voice behind it, calm and conversational and completely certain that the exchange was reasonable. The pump clicked off. I replaced the nozzle and got back in the car. Mara had found a coffee at the gas station, the kind in a paper cup with a plastic lid, the coffee bad enough to require no opinion. And she handed me one without asking, and I took it and held it in one hand while I drove. And the heat of it came through the cup into my palm, and we pulled back onto the highway, and the inland basin opened up ahead of us, and the coast was 2 hours west. I thought about the case number on the card in my wallet. I thought about whether I would call the station to follow up, and I found that I did not know the answer to that yet. The knowing would come when it came. I thought about the hat. I thought about it being placed in an evidence bag by Castile's careful hands, filed with the water bottles and the food wrappers and the folded blanket, and whatever had been on that piece of paper in the second sealed bag. The thing neither of us had been told the contents of, which I had decided in the motel to leave permanently unopened in my understanding. Some questions are not doors, they are weight-bearing walls, and removing them changes the structure of everything adjacent. That one I would leave in place. Mara was looking out her window at the passing basin, the low scrub in the warehouses and the long, flat geometry of the inland corridor, and her profile in the window light had the settled quality of someone who has completed an interior reckoning and is now simply occupying the result of it. I looked at her for the length of time that is safe to look at someone when you are driving, and then I looked back at the road. The coffee was bad. I drank it anyway. The highway curved west, and the sun moved behind us, and the city appeared on the horizon as it always does. Gradually, then all at once, we came home to an apartment that smelled of the specific stillness of a closed space, left alone for a week, and Mara opened every window before she did anything else, and the sound of the street came in with the air, and I stood in the center of the living room and let it. And it was, in its particular way, exactly enough. 8 months is long enough to know which parts have settled and which parts have not. The refund came through in 6 days, which was within the window the representative had promised. I noted this without satisfaction. The arithmetic of compensation has never mapped cleanly onto the arithmetic of what a thing actually costs, and I was aware enough of the gap between those two numbers to not mistake the one for the other. The money went into the account, and I moved it to savings the same afternoon and did not think about it again, which was its own kind of answer. The listing disappeared from the platform within 2 weeks of our return. I checked once, approximately 10 days after we got back, with the specific curiosity of someone who does not entirely want the information they're looking for, and found only a broken link where the property had been. No explanation. No transfer to a new listing. Just the particular digital blankness of a page that has been removed rather than allowed to expire. I did not check again after that. Officer Castillo called once, 3 weeks after the night we left. She said it in the same register she had used throughout. Plain, sequential, without inflection, designed to prepare me for anything. She said the investigation was ongoing and that she could not share details, but that she wanted to confirm our contact information was current in case a statement was required. I confirmed it. She said she appreciated my time. The call lasted 4 minutes. I sat with the phone in my hand for a while after she hung up, not thinking about anything specific, just sitting with the open channel of the call before I put it away. She did not call again. I have thought about that. What it means that she did not call again. I have arrived at 2 interpretations, and I cannot determine which one is correct. And I have decided, gradually, to stop trying. The case is either resolved in a way that does not require our testimony, or it is not resolved in a way that anyone is willing to call resolution. Both of those outcomes produce the same silence on my end, and the silence is what I have been given to work with. Life reassembled itself in the way it does after a disrupting event, not by returning to what it was before, which is never actually available, but by building something that occupies the same general shape while being made of slightly different material. I went back to work the week after we returned. The project that had been running behind was still running behind, and the question of who would absorb the blame had not resolved itself during my absence, and I sat in the meetings about it with the specific detachment of someone for whom the stakes of a professional situation had been recently and dramatically recalibrated. I participated. I contributed what I could. I did not carry it home with me the way I had before the trip. This was one of the small structural changes. There were others. I started leaving the bedroom door open at night, which was a reversal of a lifelong preference for the closed-door sleep of someone who liked the feeling of a defined space. The open door was not comfortable exactly. It took several weeks before I stopped being aware of it, but the awareness was different from the awareness I had been managing in the desert. This one was chosen. That distinction mattered more than I would have expected. I checked the locks before bed each night, not compulsively. Once, systematically, the front door and the sliding door to the balcony and the 2 windows in the bedroom. 30 seconds total. I did not try to stop doing this. It was a reasonable 30 seconds, and it cost nothing, and it gave the body a small, completable task at the end of the day, which seemed like a fair trade for what the body had been asked to manage that October. Mara and I talked more. This was not a traumatic transformation. It did not produce a version of us that was unrecognizable from the version before. It produced a version that was more honest in the specific small moments that accumulate over weeks into a different texture of a life. She told me things she had been carrying quietly, and I told her things I had been carrying quietly. And the telling was sometimes clumsy and sometimes imprecise and occasionally required a second attempt to get the shape of it right, and all of that was fine. The clumsiness was fine. It was the appropriate condition of 2 people learning a practice they had been deferring. I told her about the kinship I had felt, the word I had arrived at in the motel room, looking at the curtained window, the recognition of something in the logic of the shed. The person who had built a routine in a concealed space and called it, in some functional sense belonging. I told her I had been doing my own version of it. She listened without filling the pause. And when I finished, she said she had known something like this for a long time, and had been waiting for me to find the words, and that it was good to finally have them in the room. I am writing this in October. 8 months exactly. I did not plan the timing. I had been accumulating notes in a document on my laptop for approximately 6 weeks after we returned. Not in any organized way, just fragments placed in sequence as they surfaced. The order determined by what was ready to be said rather than what happened first. The full account did not want to be written in sequence. It wanted to be written in the order of understanding, which moved backward and sideways as much as it moved forward, and I let it do that. And at some point in the past 3 weeks the movement stopped, and what was on the page had a beginning and an end, and everything between them in the right arrangement. The title arrived last, which is how titles usually arrive when they are correct. I had been calling the document something temporary and functional for months. A file name that described the contents without naming them. And then one afternoon I was sitting at the desk, and the 4 words appeared, and I knew they were right, because they named the thing without explaining it, which is what a title is supposed to do. I have not returned to Palm Springs. I have no particular resistance to returning. The desert is not the problem. The desert was simply the container, and the container is not responsible for what was placed inside it. But I have not returned, and when Mara suggested in February that we find somewhere warm for a long weekend, I suggested the coast instead, and she agreed without pressing the alternative, and we went to a place with a view of the water and a door that locked with a key I could feel in my hand, and a neighborhood close enough to other neighborhoods that you could hear them at night without trying. I slept well there. I had been sleeping better in general, not perfectly, not in the way that sleep was available to me before the desert, when it arrived without requiring anything from me in return, but better. The open door helps. The 30 seconds of locks helps. The talking helps, in ways I would not have predicted and cannot entirely articulate. There is something in the regular practice of honest speech that appears to have a sedative quality, as though the body sleeps more willingly when it has not been asked to carry alone through the night what the mouth declined to say during the day. I did not look at the bedroom doorway before anything else. Not anymore. For approximately 6 weeks after our return, I did. A reflexive sweep of the doorframe each morning as I surfaced, the eyes moving there before they moved anywhere else. I noticed this at around week 3 and understood what it was and did not try to stop it, because the trying would have required more attention than the looking, and the looking was not harming anyone. It stopped of its own accord sometime in late November. I did not notice when exactly. I simply realized one morning that it had already been several days since I had done it. The ceramic dish is on the windowsill above our kitchen sink. It catches the afternoon light well. Mara chose its position with the same deliberate attention she gave it in the rental house, and it has been in that position since the week we returned. And it has become one of those objects that furnish a space so naturally that you stop seeing it as an object and begin seeing it simply as where the light goes in the afternoon. I see it now, writing this. I have been sitting at this desk for 3 hours, and the afternoon has moved across the room in the way afternoons move when you have been still long enough to track them. The light going from the desk to the far wall to the kitchen window, and the dish has been lit for the last 40 minutes in the specific amber that reaches the west-facing window at this hour. I am going to finish this account and close the document and put it somewhere it can be found if someone wants to find it. That is what this kind of writing is for, I think. Not to resolve the thing, because the thing does not resolve, but to give it a shape that can be set down and looked at from the outside. A shape that does not require the interior of the body to be its only container. The kitchen is warm. Mara is in the other room. The locks are where they always are, waiting for their 30 seconds at the end of the day. There is a sound the city makes at this hour, a low, layered, continuous sound, the cumulative frequency of several million people doing the ordinary things that several million people do in the early evening, and I have learned, over these 8 months, to hear it as the specific opposite of the desert silence, and to be, without apology or performance, grateful for it. There is a place on the eastern edge of the San Gorgonio Pass where the highway rises slightly before the descent into the Coachella Valley, and if you pull off at the wide gravel shoulder that sits just past the last of the wind turbines, you can stand at the edge of the asphalt and look southeast across the entire basin. The valley floor spread out below in its enormous patient geometry. The Salton Sea, a pale smear at the far edge of visibility. The mountains on the southern rim catching whatever light the afternoon is left to give. I went there alone on a Saturday in late October. Mara knew I was going. I had told her the previous evening, not as a request for permission, but as an honest statement of intention, which is a distinction I have been practicing, and which still requires a small deliberate effort each time. The difference between informing someone and including them, even when the act itself is solitary. She had looked at me across the dinner table and asked if I needed anything from her before I went, and I said no, and she said to drive carefully on the pass because the wind comes sideways off the mountains at that elevation, and the rental cars always handle it worse than you expect, and I said I would. I left before 7 in the morning and made the drive in just under 2 hours. The turbines were turning when I passed them, which they almost always are at that elevation. The pass is one of the most reliably windy corridors in the state, the mountains funneling the pressure differential between the coast and the desert into a sustained, channeled force that the blades catch and convert with the patient efficiency of structures designed for exactly that purpose. I had driven past them in both directions now enough times that they no longer registered as remarkable, which is what familiarity does to the extraordinary. Absorbs it gradually into the texture of the expected, until one day you look up and realize you have stopped seeing what is actually there. I pulled onto the gravel shoulder and cut the engine and sat for a moment with my hands on the wheel. The view from that elevation was as I had remembered it. The valley laid out below in the specific clarity of a Southern California October morning, the air dry enough that the distances were legible in a way they rarely are in summer. Every ridgeline sharp against the sky. The Salton Sea was visible, pale and still, approximately 60 miles southeast. The developed floor of the valley was a grid of roads and rooftops, and the thin lines of irrigation canals catching the sun, and beyond the grid the desert began again, and continued until it met the mountains on the far side. I got out of the car. The wind on that shoulder was immediate and direct, the kind that does not gust, but simply presses, a sustained lateral force that made the effort of standing still into a small continuous negotiation. I put my hands in my jacket pockets and walked to the edge of the gravel where the ground dropped away into the slope below, and I looked out at the basin for a while without trying to organize what I was looking at into anything more than what it was. Somewhere in that valley, 15 miles to the south and east, the house was standing. The white walls and the concrete floors and the backyard with its empty pool frame and the back wall beyond which the desert resumed without interruption. I did not know if the property had been relisted. I did not know if the shed had been secured or removed or left as it was. I had not looked, and I had decided, in writing the final pages of the account 3 days earlier, that I would not look, because some information is simply the wrong shape for what you are trying to put it into. What I knew was what I had seen and what I had found and what the finding had cost, and that knowledge was already in its permanent location, installed in the body with the permanence that only certain kinds of experience achieve, the ones that do not ask your permission before they begin the renovation. I thought about Castillo. Her card was still in my wallet, the case number in her neat, deliberate hand on the back. I had not thrown it away, and I had not entirely understood why, until that morning in the car, somewhere around Beaumont, when I had understood that keeping it was not about the case. It was about the specific kind of steadiness she had brought into that house at 11:47 on a Thursday night. The readiness of someone who had seen many configurations of this particular situation and had not been diminished by any of them. I had been carrying that steadiness around in my wallet for 8 months as a reminder that such a thing was achievable, that a person could look directly at what was in a room and remain standing in it. I had been practicing that. In smaller rooms, in ordinary situations, with varying degrees of success. The wind pressed against the left side of my face, and I turned slightly into it and let it. Below, in the valley, a hawk was working a thermal column above the desert floor, circling in the long, unhurried loops of something that is not in a hurry, because it lives inside a sufficiency that does not require hurry. I watched it for a while. The loops were wide and patient, and completely without anxiety about their own continuation. I had brought one thing with me. It was a photograph, printed rather than digital, which required a small effort in this period of doing everything digitally, a deliberate step back from convenience to intention. It was a photograph I had taken on the second morning of the trip, before anything had clarified, when the backyard was simply a backyard and the morning was simply a morning. Mara was sitting in one of the lounge chairs with her coffee, her eyes closed, her face turned slightly upward toward the early sun. She did not know I had taken it. The pool was still behind her, the back wall beyond the pool, and in the far right corner of the frame, partly cut off by the edge, the shed was visible. Just its left side, the flat metal panel, the edge of the closed door. I had printed it because I needed both things in the same frame. The woman I had been too sealed to reach, and the structure I had been too composed to look at directly. Both presents. Both were already there, from the beginning, waiting for the accounting I had been deferring. I held the photograph for a moment in the wind, my thumb pressed across the lower right corner to keep it from being taken, and I looked at it with the full attention it deserved. Then I placed it on the gravel at the edge of the shoulder, waited at one corner by a stone I found nearby, and I stood back. This was not a ceremony. I want to be clear about that. I am not a person who performs ceremonies, and the desert does not require them, and whatever had been in that shed had not been supernatural, and did not need a ritual to be addressed. This was simpler than a ceremony. This was a man standing at the edge of a view, in the wind, with a photograph, completing an accounting that had taken 8 months to become contemplatable. I had not been honest enough, fast enough. I had managed my image at the cost of Mara's safety and my own clarity, and I had stood outside a door behind which there was a genuine and present danger, and felt, underneath the fear, something I had recognized as a mirror, the logic of a hidden occupant, the practiced invisibility, the routine built inside a space that was never offered. I had recognized it because I had been practicing my own version of it for years. The shed was not a metaphor. The man inside it was not a metaphor. Both were real, and the situation was real, and the costs were real. But the recognition was also real, and the recognition had done its work. And the work had produced something that was now installed in a place the original patterns no longer had exclusive access to. I stood at the edge of the gravel for a long time. The hawk had moved further south and was no longer visible. The turbines turned. The valley spread out below in its enormous, clear, indifferent light. The wind shifted slightly, and the photograph lifted at the unweighted corners, straining against the stone, and I reached down and picked it up and put it in my jacket pocket. I had thought I was going to leave it there. I found, at the moment of the act, that I was not. Some things you carry because you have chosen to carry them, which is a different weight entirely from the things that fasten themselves to you without consent. I carried this one back to the car. Mara had texted while I was standing at the edge. A single line, sent an hour after I left, which I had not seen until I unlocked the phone in the car with the wind shut out and the engine warming. It said, "Take your time." Then, below that, a second message sent 20 minutes later, "The dish looks good in the morning light too." Just noticed. I sat with a phone in my hand and the heater running and the valley laid out through the windshield in all its legible distance, and I read the 2 messages again, and then I put the phone face up on the passenger seat where I could see the screen, and I pulled back onto the highway heading west. The pass rose around me and the turbines appeared on both sides, and the wind came off the mountains at the angle Mara had warned me about, and the car moved through it steadily, and I kept both hands on the wheel, and the coastal basin appeared ahead as it always does, first as a quality of air, a slight softening of the light, a suggestion of moisture, and then, as detail, accumulating at the edges of the windshield until the city was simply there, present and layered and continuous, exactly as I had left it. I did not stop again on the way home. There are mornings now when I stand at the kitchen window with the first cup of coffee, and the city is doing what it does at that hour, assembling itself from its overnight quiet into its daily frequency, the sound building in layers from the street below, and the dish catches the early light on the windowsill, and Mara is still asleep in the room behind me with the door open, and the locks are where I left them the night before, and the gravel sound comes up sometimes from the street when a car passes slowly over the rough patch at the corner. One compression and release, and I hear it, and I place it correctly, and I stay where I am. That is all. That is the whole of what I have to tell. What the compound kept. The call came at 17 minutes before 3 in the morning, which was how I knew, before I even reached for my phone, that my father was either dead or close enough to it that the difference no longer mattered. I had been awake anyway. I was lying on top of the covers in my studio apartment, above the garage in northeast Portland, still in my work clothes, staring at the water stain on the ceiling that had been spreading since September, and that I kept meaning to report to my landlord. My hand smelled like gear oil from the transmission job I had botched that afternoon. I had cross-threaded a bolt in the bell housing, pulled the whole assembly back out, lost the shop 3 billable hours, and spent the drive home rehearsing the explanation I would give my boss in the morning. The gear oil smell had gotten into my sinuses. I could taste it, bitter and petroleum sharp, mixing with the cheaper bitterness of gas station coffee I had been drinking since 6. My phone screen lit the ceiling for half a second before I answered. Catherine's voice came through clean and cold. Duncan had collapsed at dinner, she said. Emmanuel Legacy Hospital. Come now, if I was coming at all. Not your father is in the hospital. Not there has been an emergency. Just facts arranged like evidence in a case she had already decided the outcome of. I had not spoken to my stepmother in 4 years. Not since walking out of the Cormier estate on my 21st birthday with everything I owned in a duffel bag. The Gap had felt like freedom at the time, standing in the dark with my phone warm against my ear. It felt like I'd been holding my breath underwater, and someone had yanked me to the surface without asking if I wanted air. She explained the medical situation in the tone she reserved for explaining things to people she considered slow. Mid-sentence, my father's face had gone gray. He had crumpled. The doctors were running tests. Then her voice shifted into something that might have been emotional. If you did not know Catherine Cormier well enough to know she did not allow herself that. His skin was turning black at the extremities, she said, spreading inward. Actual tissue death in a living body. The coffee taste in my mouth went sour. I had seen necrosis once, a crushed hand that had not made it to the hospital fast enough. The smell had been like meat left in a summer car. I remembered it the way you remember something your body never fully agreed to forget. Catherine's voice flattened back to its customary neutrality. The hospital needed family consent. I was still legally his next of kin. There it was, not I thought you should know, just the legal machinery requiring my signature, with Catherine as its messenger. The hospital waiting room had that 3 a.m. quality of institutional suspension, fluorescent lights humming, vending machines cycling through their sounds. Everything exists in the specific nowhere of a building that does not sleep, but does not quite stay awake either. Catherine was there in black slacks and cream silk that probably cost more than my rent. Beside her sat the step-siblings, Whitaker, 26, business casual and tight-jawed with the tension of someone who had been drinking before the emergency, and India, 23, face pink from crying, gripping her phone like the only solid thing in the room. They all looked up when I walked in. The temperature dropped. Catherine's expression did not change. She was too practiced. But something flickered beneath it that might have been contempt. Whitaker's face did something complicated, surprise and resentment competing for the same space. India looked at me like a stranger, which was fair. We were strangers. The Cormier children had never been a unit. We had been 4 people forced to share a house by a man who believed proximity was the same as family. Catherine walked me through the medical facts in the same effectless voice. Systemic necrosis of unknown origin. No response to treatment. Tissue death, progressing at roughly 1 centimeter per hour from the extremities toward the core. The attending had used the word unprecedented 4 times. She had counted. I asked if I could see him. She nodded toward the corridor without offering to come with me. The hallway smelled like disinfectant, trying hard to cover something that disinfectant was not designed for. Duncan was behind glass in room 3, looking smaller than I remembered him. Duncan Cormier had always been large in the specific way of men who had worked with their hands before deciding to make other men work for them. Now we seemed to collapse inward, his body diminished under white blankets, tubes and monitors connecting him to machines that beeped their slow encouragement. His hands had gone black from fingertip to second knuckle. The skin was mottled and slick. The blackness had sharp borders between living tissue and dead tissue, except the dead tissue was not dry the way necrosis usually presents. It was wet. It glistened under the fluorescent light like something that was not finished yet. I moved closer. His face was gray-pale except for darkness spreading from his hairline, creeping down his temples in thin branching lines, like river deltas drawn in ink. His eyes were closed. His chest rose and fell with metronomic precision, the ventilator doing work his body had forgotten. I reached out to touch his shoulder, then stopped 6 inches above the blanket. There was something in the air around him, a wrongness I could not name, like the specific charge before lightning, except cold. It made my back teeth ache, and there was a smell underneath the antiseptic, faint but distinct. Rich turned soil after rain, the mineral scent of fresh earth. It made something deep in my chest cavity resonate like a tuning fork struck in a room with no other sound. I pulled my hand back. The sensation faded. The smell did not. At the foot of his bed, the chart contained things I only half understood. At the bottom of the most recent page, someone had written in pen, "Patient appears to be decomposing ante-mortem. No comparable cases in literature." I stood there for a moment, reading that sentence twice. Then I left without touching him. Catherine was not on her phone when I returned. She was waiting for me. She told me about the business in the same efficient voice she used for everything. A voice designed to deliver information without offering comfort. The company had been hemorrhaging money for 8 months. Contracts are falling through. Equipment failures and patterns that the insurers had called statistically improbable. 3 lawsuits from workers were injured in ways that should not have happened. The bank had used the word foreclosure. The lawyers had used total asset liquidation. And Duncan had left instructions locked in his safe, to be opened only in the event of his incapacitation. The instructions referenced something at the compound, she said, the private property in the Cascades. 100 acres of timberland, and the house he had built when I was small. There was money there. Enough to save everything, according to the document. The instructions were vague on specifics, almost deliberately so. But they referenced coordinates and a location beneath the main structure, and something hidden that only family could access. Her eyes when she said family were flat and evaluating. I had not been to the compound since I was 12 or 13. A weekend trip that had ended badly. I could not recall the specifics, only my father's face tight with something I had not had a name for at that age, and the long silent drive back down the mountain. And the way he had never mentioned the compound again after that. Whitaker said I had walked away from the family, made it very clear I wanted nothing to do with Cormier money. Showing up now was pretty convenient timing. For one strange half-second, a thought moved through my mind that was not mine. An image of Whitaker's jaw at a particular angle, the specific amount of force it would take to fracture the mandible at its weakest point. I could almost hear the sound of it, a wet crack like green wood splitting. The gear oil tasted in my mouth turned to copper. I blinked. Whitaker was still talking. Where had that come from? India touched his arm and murmured something. Whitaker shook her off. He had been drinking. I could smell it. Bourbon and fear sweat. Catherine cut through the moment with surgical precision, the way she always had. Whatever my feelings, I was Duncan's biological daughter. The instructions specified biological family. They needed me to access whatever he had hidden. After that, I was free to return to my life. It was masterful, the way it always was with Catherine. Any refusal made me the villain. I looked past her toward the corridor, toward the room where my father was lying behind glass, going to pieces while his chest still rose and fell. I heard myself agree. One trip. After that, I was done. Catherine's smile was thin and familiar. We would leave first thing in the morning. I sat in my truck for a long time afterward, hands on the wheel, watching sleet dissolve against the windshield. I tried to remember the last time I'd felt warm. I had left my thermos of coffee on a kitchen counter that morning, and the gas station cup was long cold in the cuff holder, and I was too tired to want it anyway. I thought about the transmission job I still had to explain to my boss. I thought about whether I had locked the apartment door, and underneath those thoughts, patient and quiet, was the smell of turned earth, still sitting in the back of my sinuses. I could not find the place where I had last smelled it before tonight. I told myself it was just the hospital. Strange smells follow you out of places like that. That was all it was. I almost believed it. 3 hours north and into the mountains, past the last road sign anyone had thought to maintain. Something was already awake in a house I had not let myself remember, and the snow was falling harder now, as if the sky itself was trying to cover something before morning. The Forest Service road had been built for logging trucks, which meant it was wide enough for one vehicle and maintained by no one. By the time Catherine turned off the highway, the pavement had already given up, and the Mercedes moved through ruts and frozen mud with the careful reluctance of something too expensive for this kind of use. The trees on both sides grew close, not the second-growth Douglas fir I had driven past along the highway. Thinner and younger and polite in their spacing, but something older, tighter, branches interlocking overhead until the gray morning sky was reduced to a narrow seam running above the road like a crack in a ceiling. India had fallen asleep against the window beside me. She had been awake all night, and her body had made the decision for her, jaw slack, breath misting the glass in slow, even pulses. I watched her for a moment, and thought about how young she looked when she was not trying to look like Catherine's daughter. The road climbed, the ruts deepened. Catherine drove without speaking. She had not spoken since Hood River, when she had said the compound had been sealed since 2009, and that the caretaker Duncan had paid to check on it once a year had stopped returning calls in October. She delivered this information the way she delivered all information, as a fact requiring no response. And then she had turned her attention back to the road. Whitaker was in the passenger seat. He had been awake and quiet, which was worse than Whitaker awake and talking. The quiet version of Whitaker was the one that meant he was running calculations. I pressed my shoulder against the door and watched the trees. There was something wrong with the light in here, not the quality of it exactly, though it was thin and gray and filtered through cloud and canopy both. Something about the direction of it. Shadows fell the wrong way for the time of day, or they fell at angles that did not correspond to where the trees were standing. I watched one particular shadow for 3 full minutes and could not find its source. I told myself it was the way old-growth canopy breaks and scatters light into patterns that look intentional. I told myself that. The compound appeared without warning. The trees simply stopped. The clearing had been cut from the forest with the efficiency of someone who had not been interested in making it look natural. Stumps ringed the perimeter at irregular intervals. most of them waist-high, their tops gone silver and soft with years of exposure. Between the stumps, the ground was matted with dead grass and old snow that had melted and refrozen enough times to become a gray crust. The main house sat at the far end of the clearing, timber frame construction, 2 stories, a metal roof designed for mountain snowfall, river rock chimney rising from the center. I have been trying to remember this place since the hospital. What I remembered was bigger, warmer. I remembered a fire in the stone fireplace, and my father's voice carrying through the walls at night. The particular resonance of it, how it used to feel like the house itself was speaking. I remembered a smell of cedar and wood smoke, and something underneath both of those. Something I had liked as a child, without being able to name. What was in front of me now was none of that. The house was the same structure. The dimensions were correct. 2 stories, steep pitch, river rock chimney. But something in the proportions had shifted. The windows were slightly too small for their frames, or the frames were slightly too large for the windows, and either way the glass sat recessed in shadow even with gray morning light falling directly on the facade. The front door was narrow. I remembered it being wide enough for my father to walk through without turning, and he had been a broad man. This door was narrow. Maybe it had always been narrowing. Maybe I was misremembering. The silence was total. No wind through the branches at the clearing's edge, though I had felt wind on the road. No birdsong, though we had passed a stand of birches an hour back full of juncos working the seat heads. No sound at all except Catherine killing the engine, and then that sound was gone too, absorbed into the quiet the way sound is absorbed by deep water. Catherine had the key from the lockbox. The porch steps were soft underfoot, not with ice but with something that had happened to the wood over time, a slow internal dissolution that made each step feel uncertain. The door opened on the 3rd attempt. The interior was dim and very cold. Cold in a building that has been sealed for months is a particular kind of cold. It is not an active cold of wind or moving air. It is the cold of a space that has had warmth removed from it very slowly and very completely, until the absence of warmth has become the room's natural condition. I have worked in unheated garages in January, and I know that it is cold well. This was different. This was a cold that felt deliberate. The furniture sat under drop cloths that had gone the color of old ash. The stone fireplace was dark. The kitchen counters were bare. The staircase to the loft ran up the far wall, and the loft itself was shadowed, and I did not look up at it for longer than a moment. Whitaker found the breaker box in the utility room. Some of the overhead lights came on, the ones whose bulbs had not died in the years the house sat empty, and the light they produced was the particular yellow of old incandescent fixtures, the kind that makes everything look slightly wrong, shadows landing in the wrong places, surfaces taking on a quality somewhere between familiar and off. Catherine moved through the kitchen with the practiced efficiency of someone executing a task she had assigned herself. She opened cabinets, noted what was there and what was not, examined the lock on the narrow basement door set into the kitchen wall. I had thought that door was a pantry when I was 12. I had opened it once, seen darkness and the top of a wooden stair, and closed it again because something about the smell had made me not want to continue. I have forgotten that until this moment. I have forgotten that completely. India was in the kitchen doorway. She had woken when the car stopped, and she stood now with her arms crossed over her chest, not against the cold, but in the specific posture of a person trying to make themselves smaller. She was looking at the basement door the way I had probably looked at it at 12. I went to the kitchen counter and ran the tap. The water ran rust-colored for 30 seconds, then cleared. I filled a glass and set it on the counter for her without saying anything. She looked at it, and then at me, and something in her expression shifted. The first time since the hospital that she had looked at me as a person rather than a variable. She picked up the glass. The water was cold enough to ache. I turned to the window above the sink. The view from here was the side yard and the tree line, 40 yards of frozen ground between the house and the forest's edge. Something about the arrangement of the trees there was wrong in a way I could not immediately name. I stood at the window for almost a full minute before I understood what I was looking at. There were no animal tracks in the snow between the house and the tree line. Not deer, not rabbit, not even the small chain stitch of a mouse moving under the surface. Nothing had crossed that ground recently. Maybe nothing had crossed it in a long time. Animals avoid places for reasons. They operate on information their bodies carry that their minds do not bother to articulate. I thought about my grocery list, which I had left on my kitchen counter at home. I thought about whether I had remembered to send my autopay for the electric bill. Mundane thoughts. The kind your mind reaches for when it is trying not to finish a more important one. Catherine spoke from behind me. She had the document open on the dining table. She said the basement coordinates matched a location in the substructure's northeastern quadrant. She said the instructions referenced a sealed room. She said the iron key was for the basement door, and a second key, described in the document as copper, would be found hanging on a hook inside the first landing, and that second key was for whatever was beyond. I turned from the window. The animal tracks, she noted, were not relevant. I volunteered to take the loft bedroom, the one that had been mine or close to mine during the one weekend I'd spent here. I wanted to be above everyone else. I wanted the particular quality of listening that a loft position gives you. The way sound travels up an old timber construction, how you can hear everything happening below without being seen to hear it. The room was small and bare. A bed frame with a thin mattress still in its original plastic. A dresser with one drawer that would not close all the way. The window faced east, toward where the sun would be if the sky ever cleared. I set my bag on the floor and sat on the edge of the bed and listened to the house. Timber buildings speak. The expansion and contraction of wood with temperature change produces sounds that are individual to each building, a specific vocabulary of creaks and pops, and the long low groans of joists under stress. I had worked in enough old structures to know the language. A house that has been sealed and cold for years speaks differently from one that has been lived in. The sounds are slower, and they do not come in predictable patterns, and they do not feel like settling. I sat for a while and listened. Then I heard it, a single sound from below, from the direction of the kitchen or the wall beside it. Not a creak or a pop. A slow, low exhalation, the sound a sleeping person makes when they shift towards something in a dream. Drawn out over several seconds, then gone. Nobody was in the kitchen. I counted to 60 before I moved. Then I went downstairs. The kitchen was empty. The basement door was closed. The iron key hung in the lock where Catherine had left it. I stood in the kitchen for a moment, hand hovering near the key without touching it. From the other side of that door came the smell. Not strong, not overwhelming, just present. The way a word you cannot quite remember is present, hovering at the edge of the thing you are trying to think. Damp earth and something beneath it, something mineral and old and specific in a way that made the back of my jaw ache. The same ache I had felt at the hospital, but quieter, muted, as if whatever produced it was not yet fully awake. I stepped back from the door. India appeared in a kitchen doorway, her glass still in her hand. She looked at the door. She looked at me. "It sounds like breathing," she said. She did not say it like someone who wanted to be reassured. She said it like someone who had already decided the reassurance would not hold. I did not tell her she was wrong. That night I lay in the loft and stared at the ceiling beams and thought about the window over the sink and the ground between the house and the tree line, and the particular way the compound silence had a texture to it, not like the absence of sound, but like the presence of something that had learned to be very, very still. And I understood, for the first time, that my father had not stopped coming here because he forgot about it. He had stopped coming here because he knew what he had left behind. Morning came without much conviction. The sky above the clearing went from black to a dense, featureless pewter, the kind of overcast that does not promise snow or rain or wind. That simply presses down on the land with an indifferent and total weight. I had slept for perhaps 3 hours, and I knew it was 3 hours and not more, because I had been aware of waking twice in the dark, each time without any noise to explain it, simply coming alert the way a body does when it has decided, on its own terms, that something in the surrounding air has changed. I dressed in the cold and went down. Catherine was already at the dining table with a legal pad and the thermos she had brought from the car. She did not look up. The legal pad had 2 columns of handwriting on it, one in blue ink and one in red, and she angled it away from me as I passed the same way she had angled the document in the hospital. I noted this and said nothing and went to the kitchen to find something to heat. There were canned goods in the cabinet that the caretaker must have stocked at some point before he stopped returning calls. A can of black beans, 2 cans of diced tomatoes, a cardboard sleeve of instant oatmeal with a Best By date of 2017. I heated the oatmeal on the gas range, which worked, and stood with my back to the basement door while I ate it and watched the window above the sink. The ground between the house and the tree line was the same. Still no tracks. I had spent enough time in the field with equipment contractors who worked remote sites to know what undisturbed snow looked like the morning after a temperature drop. I should have had deer crossing it at the edges, at minimum. The Cascades at this elevation in November had elk, black-tailed deer, snowshoe hare, coyote, raven. None of those had come near this ground. The circle of avoidance was deliberate. It was specific, and this morning, in flat pewter daylight, I could see that it extended not just between the house and the tree line, but around the entire perimeter of the clearing, as far as I could see from the window. Nothing living had entered this clearing in some time. I ate the rest of the oatmeal and rinsed the pot and did not say anything to Catherine about the snow. Whitaker found the shed at 10 in the morning. It stood at the northern edge of the clearing, almost entirely overtaken by the encroaching brush, and we would have missed it entirely if Whitaker had not been pacing the perimeter with the focused energy of someone trying to metabolize last night's alcohol through movement. He appeared at the front door and said there was a storage structure behind the brush line and that it had a padlock on it, but the padlock had rusted through at the shackle and the door was open. I went with him. Catherine stayed at the table. The shed was timber-sided, 8 feet by 10, roof sagged at the ridge line from years of snow load. Inside it smelled of motor oil and dry rot and old canvas. Shelving along 3 walls held the expected detritus of a remote property, 2-stroke fuel cans, a chainsaw with a cracked bar, coils of frayed rope, rusted hand tools. But the back wall was different. The back wall had been cleared, not recently. The dust on the floor in front of it was undisturbed, which meant no one had stood here in years, but someone had at some point deliberately removed everything from the back wall shelving and cleaned the wall itself, and then mounted a map directly to the wood. A hand-drawn map on heavy drafting paper, yellowed and curling at its edges, but still legible, tacked at its 4 corners with flat head nails. I leaned in. It was a property map. The compound's 100 acres, rendered in careful pencil line work. The clearing, the house, the access road, the tree line, all of it was there and accurate, drawn with the precision of someone who had surveyed it personally and carefully. But at the center of the map, directly beneath the rendering of the house, someone had added a second drawing in a different hand, a cruder one, drawn with what looked like a carpenter's pencil, the lines thick and uneven. A room drawn beneath the basement, significantly larger than the basement itself, with walls that extended outward in all directions beyond the house's footprint, and inside that room, radiating from its center in concentric rings that grew denser and more compressed as they moved outward, were the same symbols I had seen carved into the door and chains 2009 years ago, when I had been 12, and had looked into the basement for half a second before closing it. I had told myself I had not seen those symbols then. I had told myself it was dark, and I was a child, and I had imagined the shapes. I had been wrong about that. Whitaker stood beside me and said nothing for a long moment. Then he said it was probably surveying notation, property boundary markers. He said it in the voice of a man who did not believe what he was saying but needed to say something. I looked at him. His jaw was working slightly, a slow side-to-side motion, the kind people produce when they are trying to decide whether to tell you something. He knew more than he had said since the hospital. I had suspected it in the waiting room. I was certain of it now. I asked him how long his father had known about the compound's condition. He looked at the map rather than at me. Long enough, he said. Then he walked out. India found me at the property map 20 minutes later, after Whitaker had gone back inside. She stood in the doorway of the shed with her arms at her sides this time, not crossed, which I had come to understand was the difference between India frightened and India paying attention. She studied the map for a while without speaking. Then she said her mother had never let any of them come to the compound. Not once. In all the years Catherine had been married to Duncan. She had given different reasons each time one of the children asked, and the reasons were always plausible. And they were never the same reason twice. I asked if Duncan had come up here alone. India said that once, when she was maybe 15, she had found plane tickets in his desk. A regional flight from Portland to Redmond, then a rental car, a 4-day trip he had never mentioned to anyone. When she had asked him about it later, he had said it was a site visit for a timber contract. He had said it without hesitation and without looking up from his newspaper, and she had believed him because he was her father and she wanted to, and because the alternative was something she did not have a name for at 15. She had a name for it now, she said. She did not say what the name was. We walked back toward the house through the brittle November grass, and midway across the clearing, India stopped walking. I stopped beside her. She was looking at the house's foundation. At ground level, along the northern exterior wall, there was a horizontal crack in the concrete running the full visible length of the wall, perhaps 2 feet above grade. In a foundation that old, a single crack was not unusual. But this crack had something in it. Not water damage or earth staining. Something that might have been, from this distance, in this flat light, a deliberate mark. I walked to the wall and crouched. The crack was perhaps 2 centimeters wide, and inside it, pressed into the gap and running continuously along its length, were small stones. Not random stones, smooth river stones placed with their flat faces outward at even intervals, each one bearing the same concentric ring symbol from the map. Dozens of them, hundreds perhaps, if they ran the full perimeter. They were not recent. The lichen on them matched the lichen on the surrounding concrete. Someone had placed these when the house was still being maintained, possibly when it was built. Duncan had built this house. The skin between my shoulder blades contracted, a sensation I registered and set aside, the way you set aside discomfort when you were trying to finish a job. I stood up. India was watching me from 10 feet back. I asked her if she had ever heard the name of the man who built the concrete foundation. She shook her head. I had a name in my own mind, suddenly, and without knowing where it had come from. Not a name I recognized. Just a syllable arrangement that sat in my thoughts with the weight of something true. I did not say it aloud. I filed it away in the part of my mind that holds things to be examined later, when there is enough light to see them properly. That afternoon I sat on the front step with a mug of black coffee, the first genuinely warm thing I had held since the oatmeal, and I let myself think about what I was assembling. The symbols on the map. The symbols on the foundation stones. The way the symbols on the chains in the basement matched both. The sounds of the house at night, the particular quality of the silence in the clearing. The caretaker who had stopped returning calls in October. My father, lying in a hospital bed in Portland, decomposing from the extremities inward. And the smell, which I had not detected since the night before, which was either gone or had receded into something the house had normalized. The way a bad smell in a space you occupy long enough eventually stops registering as wrong and simply becomes the smell of the place. I thought about whether I should tell Catherine about the foundation stones. I decided not to. Not yet. Catherine made decisions with information, efficiently and without sentiment, and there were things I needed to understand before those decisions were made. The coffee went cold in my hands. I was thinking about the last time I had driven back down this mountain with my father. Both of us silent. The specific shape of his silence. The way it had felt like a man trying to keep something inside his mouth that wanted out. I had been 12. I had not known how to ask. I had simply ridden beside him in the dark and felt the wrongness of his silence and told myself it was nothing. I was still telling myself things were nothing. I was getting worse at believing it. Later that evening, when the last gray light had finally given up, and the house had settled into its specific nighttime vocabulary of sounds, I went back to the property map in the shed and stood alone in the dark with my phone torch and studied the room drawn beneath the basement. And I noticed for the first time that the concentric rings radiating from the room's center were not radiating outward. They were spiraling inward, towards something at the center that the drawing had left deliberately, carefully, completely blank. The name that had arrived in my mind without invitation the previous afternoon was Elias Voss. I sat with it through the second night, turning it the way you turn a stone in your hand to understand its weight and edges. I did not know where it had come from. I had no memory of hearing it before, but it sat in my thoughts with a specificity that felt like recollection, not invention, and by the time thin morning light began to press through the east-facing window of the loft, I had decided to treat it as a lead rather than a symptom. The compound had no internet, no cell signal, but there was a landline mounted to the kitchen wall, a beige push-button phone from the 1990s, and when I picked it up expecting nothing, there was a dial tone, steady and analog, faintly electric. The phone line had been kept connected, either by oversight or by deliberate instruction. I used it to call the Multnomah County Historical Records Office at 8 in the morning and ask about timberland transactions in the Mount Hood National Forest corridor prior to 1980. The woman on the other end had the particular patience of someone accustomed to strange requests. She put me on hold for 11 minutes. When she came back, she said there was a land transfer on record for the parcel, from a private holding company called Voss Timber Resources, to Duncan A. Cormier, dated October of 1978. The holding company had been dissolved within 6 months of the sale. The original developer of record for the primary structure, the one who had poured the foundation and framed the house, was listed as E. Voss, contractor, operating out of Deschutes County. Elias Voss had built this house. Then he had sold it to my father. Then he had dissolved his company and disappeared from public record. I stood at the kitchen window with a phone in my hand and the dial tone resuming in my ear, and I thought about a name arriving in my mind fully formed in the middle of the night in a house this man had built. I thought about that carefully, and with a part of my mind that prefers mechanical explanations, and I did not find one that held. I set the phone back in its cradle. The basement door was directly to my left. In the morning, with gray daylight reaching as far as the kitchen, the door looked entirely ordinary. Old wood, iron hardware, a key and a lock. The kind of door you would walk past 100 times without thought. Except that something on the other side of it was breathing. Not the exhalation India and I had heard 2 nights before. Something slower, shallower. The rhythm of a thing that was not asleep, but was conserving itself. The way an old engine idles below its working temperature. Just enough combustion to maintain presence. I stood and listened for a full minute. Then I heard Catherine's step on the stairs and I moved away from the door and put the kettle on. Catherine came into the kitchen dressed for a business meeting in clothes that had been pressed despite having spent 2 nights in a mountain house with no functioning heat. This was, I had always thought, less a feat of preparation than a statement. She poured herself coffee from the press she had brought in her luggage, sat at the kitchen table, and opened her legal pad. She said we had been here 2 days and had not yet accessed the substructure. I said we did not know what was in the substructure. She looked at me the way she looked at contractors who bill for time they could not account for. She said Duncan's instructions were specific. The iron key for the basement door, the copper key inside the first landing, a location in the northeastern quadrant. She said the instructions also included a notation she had not mentioned at the hospital. I waited. She said the notation read, "Do not go alone. Take Tessa." The sound of the kettle beginning to build pressure was the only sound in the kitchen. I asked why she had not told me that at the hospital. She said it would not have changed whether I came. I was already coming. The notation was operational information, not persuasion. I looked at her for a long moment. Catherine had a remarkable capacity for being technically correct while withholding everything that mattered. I had grown up watching her deploy it against my father, against lawyers, against anyone who needed something from her. She was deploying it now, and I was the contractor. And the notation in Duncan's instructions meant that whatever was in the northeastern quadrant of that substructure was something he had known only his biological daughter could face. That was not a comfort. I asked her what else the instructions said that she had not yet shared. A pause. One beat too long. "Nothing relevant to today," she said, and turned back to her legal pad. I found Whitaker in the utility room. He was standing at the breaker box with a flashlight even though the overhead bulb was working, running its beams slowly across the panel labels in the way of a man who needed something to do with his hands. The utility room smelled of old insulation and something sharper underneath. A hot metal smell, not electrical burning, but something adjacent to it, the way a transformer station smells in summer. I told him what the Historical Records Office had told me about Elias Foss. Whitaker did not turn around. His jaw began its slow side-to-side motion. He said he had heard that name before. He said Duncan had mentioned it once, years back, in the context of the compound, and that when Whitaker had asked a follow-up question, Duncan had ended the conversation with a completeness that had made Whitaker understand. The subject was permanently closed. I asked what the follow-up question had been. Whitaker finally turned. His eyes were red-rimmed, and not from drinking this time. He had the look of a man who had not slept in the way sleep is supposed to work, whose rest had been technically achieved, but had not restored anything. He said he had asked Duncan whether the man who built the house was still alive. The hot metal smell in the utility room intensified for a moment. Or I imagined it did. A brief spike that made the inside of my nose ache, and then it subsided. I asked what Duncan had said. Whitaker said he did not know, and then he said that was the problem. We went into the basement that afternoon, all four of us in the order Catherine had determined, herself first, then Whitaker, then India, then me at the rear. She had produced a second flashlight from the Mercedes and distributed them, and we descended the rough timber stairs in single file into the cold and the smell that met us at the first landing like a toll. It was not the same smell from the kitchen door. This was fuller, more complex, and it hit at a different register, lower in the body, somewhere behind the sternum, where the diaphragm meets the rib cage. Damp stone. Mineral cold. And underneath those, something organic that I had no clean category for. Not decay, not growth, but something that lived in the territory between them. Something in process. The basement was exactly as I had expected from the source material, and exactly wrong in its dimensions. It was too large. I had understood this intellectually from the property map, but understanding a thing in abstract and standing inside it are different operations, and my body registered the discrepancy before my mind finished calculating it. The space extended beyond every wall of the house above us. The poured concrete ceiling was 8 feet overhead, and the concrete walls ran outward into shadow beyond the reach of our lights. The front half of the space held the storage I had seen referenced. Old timber company equipment, tarped shapes, file boxes going soft with moisture. The back half, separated by that newer block wall, held the steel door. India made a sound that was not a word. The door was unchanged from what I had glimpsed at 12, steel plate, industrial weight, set into the block wall with industrial framing, wrapped in the heavy iron chains. But, standing before it now, adult height, with functioning lights, I could see something I had not had the attention span to register as a child. The chains had been placed from the outside. The padlocks faced outward. The lengths ran from the door's interior face, where they had been anchored by bolts driven into the steel itself, out around the exterior frame and back, locked shut with a redundancy that was not decorative. Whoever had done this had done it with the specific goal of ensuring the door could not open outward, not preventing entry, preventing exit. Something on the other side of that door had been kept in. The symbols carved into every surface around the door, into the chains, into the block wall, into the concrete floor in a radius spreading outward from the door's base. These were not warnings to keep people out. They were instructions to keep something contained. The difference was technical, but it was not small. Catherine was studying the padlocks. She said 2 of the 3 had rusted through at the shackle, the same as the shed's padlock, and that the chain could be worked free with patience. She said this with the calm of someone assessing a logistics problem. I told her to stop. She looked at me. I said, "Not yet. Not until we understood what we were opening." A long silence. Whitaker was looking at the floor symbols. India had stepped back to the base of the stairs and was holding the newel post with both hands. Catherine said we were not here to understand. We were here to retrieve what Duncan had left and return to Portland. I said Duncan's instructions had specified that I needed to be present, that I needed to be the one to go in. Another silence. I said, "Then let me decide when." She held my gaze for 3 full seconds, the particular calculation of a woman measuring whether the cost of arguing exceeded the cost of waiting. Then she turned and went back upstairs without speaking, and Whitaker followed, and after a moment India did too, looking back at me from the staircase with an expression that was equal parts relief and apology. I stood alone before the door and listened. The slow, shallow rhythm was audible from here without any door between us. Steady, impatient, and very old. The hot metal smell had followed us down, and now in the confined space of the basement, it had taken on a third quality, something almost sweet underneath the mineral sharpness, the way fermenting wood smells in the last stage before it becomes something else entirely. My hands were at my sides. I noticed that my right hand had moved 6 inches toward the nearest padlock chain before I caught it. I had not decided to reach. That night I lay in the loft and tried to reconstruct the sequence from the beginning. Elias Voss builds a house over something he has sealed in the ground. He sells the house to Duncan Cormier and dissolves his company and disappears. Duncan visits the compound alone for decades, then stops. 8 months ago, the business begins to fail. 3 weeks ago, the caretaker stops returning calls. 2 weeks ago, Duncan collapses at dinner with his body decomposing from the outside in, and his instructions, written before any of this, specify his biological daughter by name, not his money, not his lawyers. Me. I had left this family at 21 because staying had been slowly taking something from me that I could not afford to lose. I had rebuilt, carefully and by hand, the way you rebuild an engine from bare components. A job, an apartment, a small life that fit the person I had decided to become. I had not thought about the compound in 12 years. I had not let myself. It had not forgotten me. I understood then, with the particular clarity that arrives only in darkness, that Duncan had not left me his instructions because he trusted me with what was beneath this house. He had left me his instructions because he knew, and had always known, that whatever was beneath this house already recognized something in me that it did not recognize in anyone else. And that recognition, that terrible and specific hunger, had been waiting patiently in the ground beneath my family's name since before I was born. The question I could not yet answer was whether my father had built this house to protect us from what was inside it, or to protect what was inside it from having to wait too long. My mother's name was Ruth. I did not talk about her. I had not talked about her in so long that the habit of not talking about her had calcified into something that felt permanent, a scar rather than a wound. She had died when I was 9 years old, and Duncan had remarried when I was 14, and somewhere in the 5 years between those two events I had decided, with the blunt efficiency of a grieving child, that I was going to seal the space she had occupied and build something else over it and never look down. I had been very good at that. I woke on the third morning at the compound before the light changed, pulled out of sleep by something that was not a sound but was adjacent to one, a shift in pressure, as if the air in the loft had quietly rearranged itself around a new presence. The room was dark and cold and exactly as I had left it. Nothing had moved. The window showed the same charcoal rectangle of pre-dawn sky, but on the dresser, beside my phone and my keys, was something that had not been there when I went to sleep. A photograph. I lay in the bed for a long moment, without moving, breathing through my nose in slow measured intervals, the way you breathe when you are trying to give your body information without alarming it. Then, I got up and crossed to the dresser and picked it up. It was a square photograph, the dimensions of a 1970s Polaroid, with that particular color register of that era, slightly desaturated, slightly warm. The yellows deepened and the blues gone gray. It showed a woman standing at the edge of a tree line. Not a tree line I recognized. Old growth, tall, the trunks disappearing into canopy above the frame. The woman was in her early 30s, dark-haired, in a canvas work jacket and muddy boots. She was not looking at the camera. She was looking at something off to her left, out of frame, with an expression I could not immediately categorize. I knew her face, not because I had a clear memory of it. My memories of my mother were the fragmentary kind that survived 9 years of age. A particular sound of her voice reading aloud, the specific weight of her hand on my shoulder, the smell of the cold cream she kept on the bathroom shelf. The photographic record had been thin to begin with, and Catherine had overseen a house reorganization 2 years into the marriage that had redistributed most of it into storage boxes I had never located. But I knew this face. The expression I could not categorize resolved itself slowly. She was not afraid. She was not surprised. She was looking at something she had been looking for and had finally found. And the expression was the complicated one that lives in the territory between relief and dread. The one that means, so it is real, after all. There was writing on the back. Not my father's handwriting. Smaller, more compressed, the hand of someone accustomed to writing in confined spaces. Field notes, survey margins. It said, she found the entrance in the fall of '77. She understood what it was. I should have listened. It was signed, E.V. I dressed without waking anyone and went downstairs and out the front door into the pre-dawn clearing. The air outside was the specific cold of 4 in the morning in the mountains in November. Not sharp the way wind cold is sharp, but total. A cold that settles into every surface uniformly and makes the world feel sealed. My breath came in slow clouds. The clearing was blue-gray in the pre-dawn, the stumps at its perimeter standing in their irregular ring, the tree line a dark mass on every side. The sky above the clearing had cleared overnight, and the stars were extraordinary, the kind you only see at this elevation and this distance from city light. So dense in places they look structural rather than atmospheric. I stood in the middle of the clearing and held the photograph. My mother had been here. Not visiting. Not passing through. She had been here in the fall of 1977, a full year before Duncan bought the property from Elias Voss. She had found the entrance to whatever was beneath the ground. She had understood what it was. And Elias Voss, who had built the house, who had chained the door, who had pressed the protective stones into the foundation crack and dissolved his company and vanished, had written those words with the specific weight of a man recording a failure he had not recovered from. She found it. I should have listened. My mother had died in 1986, 9 years after the photograph. A cardiac event, Duncan had said, when I was old enough to receive an explanation. Sudden and without warning. 31 years old. No prior condition. I stood in the cold clearing and let myself hold 2 things at once for the first time in more than 20 years. My mother's face, looking at something just out of frame with that expression that meant so it is real after all, and the thing in the ground beneath this house, breathing its shallow, patient rhythm, waiting with the specific patience of something that measures time in a unit I did not have a name for. It had known her. Not in the way I had known her, not in the fragmentary child memory way of voice and shoulder weight and cold cream. It had known her the way it had known my name from across 12 years and several hundred miles of mountain and forest. The way it had sent Elias Voss's name into my sleeping mind with the specificity of a recalled fact. The way my right hand had moved toward the padlock chain before I caught it. The question I had been refusing to ask arranged itself in my chest like a physical object, a weight behind the sternum, and I understood that refusing it any further was going to cost more than asking it. Had my mother died of a cardiac event? Or had something in the ground beneath a property she had visited once, in the falls the year before my birth, been drawing on her from a distance for 9 years, quietly and persistently, the way a root draws water through soil until there was not enough left? And if that was true, then what had it been drawing on my father, and what was it drawing on me right now? Standing in this clearing, my right hand once again at my side, and the photograph warm in my left, warm in a way that a piece of old paper should not have been in this air at this temperature. India found me in the clearing at first light. She had woken and seen my bed empty from the loft railing, which meant she had been checking. She came out in her coat with 2 mugs of instant coffee, the kind that comes in single-serve packets, that she must have found in the back of a cabinet. She held one out without speaking, and I took it, and the warmth of it moved through my palms and up into my wrists. And for a moment that was the only thing in the world that mattered, that small specific heat. We stood together in the clearing while the sky went from charcoal to a pale, washed gray at the eastern edge. I showed her the photograph. She held it for a long time. She turned it over and read the back. She turned it face up again and looked at my mother's expression for a while with the careful attention of someone who understood what they were looking at. Then she said, "How old were you when she died?" I said, 9. She said, "Catherine never told us about her. Not once. Every time one of us asked about your mother, she gave us a name and a date and then changed the subject. I thought it was because she was jealous or proprietary, the way she is about anything that came before her. But now I think she knew something she decided we did not need to know." I looked at her. "My mother knows what is in the ground under this house," India said. "She has always known. That is why she never let us come here. And that is why she brought us here now." She paused, and something moved through her face that was not quite anger and not quite grief, but occupied the same territory as both. "We are not here to retrieve assets. We are here because whatever is down there has been getting stronger since the caretaker stopped checking on it, and Catherine needs someone to deal with it who is not her." The washed gray at the horizon had brightened to something almost white. I thought about the transmission job. I thought about my landlord's phone number, which I had been meaning to save properly for months. I let those thoughts move through and pass. Then I asked India how she knew all of that. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Because I have been dreaming about it since we arrived. Not nightmare dreams. Informational ones. The kind where you wake up and you know something you did not know when you went to sleep." She looked at the photograph one more time before handing it back. "It is not interested in me. I think it is just showing me things, so I will tell you." The clearing was fully light now, flat and cold and still. The stumps at the perimeter cast no shadows in this directionless overcast. Every one of them faced the house. I went back inside and stood at the closed basement door for a long time. Photograph in my pocket, the image of my mother's face arranged behind my eyes with the particular permanence of something that has finally been seen clearly after years of deliberate avoidance, and I understood that the reason I had walked out of my father's house at 21, the reason I had sealed that part of my life and built something else over it, was not because I was strong enough to leave. It was because something in the ground had been nudging me away from it, gently and consistently for years, keeping me at a distance it could manage, and that now, whatever had changed in the last 8 months, it had decided the distance was no longer useful. It wanted me close. The argument from the previous night had lodged itself in the walls of the compound, the way sound lodges in old timber. Not quite gone, just absorbed, detectable if you knew what you were listening for. I found Catherine in the main room that evening, sitting in the armchair nearest the dead fireplace, with the document open across her knees, not reading it but holding it, the way people hold things they've been carrying too long and do not yet know how to put down. The overhead light had gone out in the early afternoon, another bulb surrendered, and she had produced a battery lantern from the Mercedes that threw a steady white light across her lap and left the rest of the room in gradations of shadow. The fire had not been lit. She had not asked anyone to light it. I sat across from her in the other armchair. Neither of us spoke for a moment. The compound had a way of doing that, of inserting itself into any pause, and making the pause feel like the natural state. The conversation, the interruption. Then I laid the photograph on top of the document in her lap. She looked at it for a long time. She did not touch it. Her hand stayed flat against the document's edges, fingers pressed down, and I watched her face move through something that was not quite emotion and not quite its absence, but a careful transit between the two. When she looked up, the calculation I was accustomed to seeing in her eyes was still present, but underneath it, visible for the first time in the 12 years I had known her, was something that looked very much like exhaustion. "Where did you find this?" she said. Not a question. The inflection of someone confirming a sequence of events they had already mapped. I told her that it appeared on the dresser in the loft while I slept. She nodded slowly, the nod of a person receiving information they had expected, and had hoped would not arrive yet. I asked her to tell me what she knew. Catherine set the document aside and folded her hands in her lap and looked at the dead fireplace for a moment. And then she began to speak in a register I had never heard from her before. Not the courtroom voice, and not the household management voice, and not the voice she used for delivering information to people she considered slow. Something older than all of those. Flatter, more tired. She said she had known about the compound before she married my father. She said this without preface or apology. The way you say something when you have decided the cost of withholding it has finally exceeded the cost of disclosure. Duncan had told her on their third date. Not everything. Not the details he had in the document. Not the name Elias Voss, or what Voss had found when he began excavating the foundation. But enough. He had told her that the property in the mountains had something on it. Something he had inherited along with the deed. Something old that predated the house, and predated Voss, and predated the timber industry that had cleared the surrounding acreage in the early part of the last century. He had told her that it was contained, that the containment had held for decades, that his job, the job he had taken on when he signed the transfer documents, was to maintain the containment and to keep everyone he cared about at a safe distance from it. She had believed him, she said, because Duncan had never lied to her about anything practical. He was not a man who lied about practical matters. What she had not known until 8 months ago was that the containment was failing. The caretaker had called in February, she said, not the October disappearance I had calculated from the missed calls, but a call in February that she had taken while Duncan was in a meeting from a man named Gerald Marsh, who had been checking the property 4 times a year for 11 years. Who had gone down into the basement in January for the first time in those 11 years, because something about the smell coming up from it had changed, and who had found the first padlock rusted through at the shackle. Gerald Marsh had not gone back after February. Catherine had not told Duncan about the call. The room was very quiet. The lantern's white light did not flicker. Somewhere in the structure above us, a beam contracted with a sound like a held breath released. I asked her why she had not told him. She looked at her hands. Her fingers, I noticed for the first time, were pressed together hard enough that the knuckles had gone pale. Her stress tell, the one I had spent 12 years not knowing how to read, not the phone calls ended early, not the legal pad ankled away. This, the hands pressing down on whatever surface was available, holding themselves in place. Because, she said, and then stopped. Began again. because I had spent 20 years keeping this family away from that basement. I had given reasons and invented scheduling conflicts and manufactured every obstacle I could construct. And I had done it because your father asked me to, and because I understood from the beginning that whatever was down there was not something that could be reasoned with or negotiated or managed by anyone who did not carry a specific thing in their blood. She paused. Your blood, not mine, not Whitaker's, not India's. She picked up the photograph without looking at it and set it back on the arm of my chair. Ruth found it before Duncan did, she said, a year before he bought the property. She had been doing survey work in the Mount Hood corridor for the Forestry Service, and she came across the entrance to the substructure through a collapse in the hillside on the eastern edge of the acreage. She went in. She was that kind of person. A pause. Something moved across her face that was not grief, but was related to it. Duncan always said she was that kind of person. I kept my hand still on my lap. She reported what she found to the Forestry Service, and the report was filed and ignored, the way those reports are. But, she wrote to Voss, she had found his name in the county deed records, the same way you did. And Voss wrote back. That correspondence is what Duncan found in her things after she died. That is what sent him to Voss, and to the property, and to the decision to buy it and maintain the containment himself. The lantern threw its flat white light. The shadows at the room's edges were very dark. He thought, Catherine said, that buying it would keep it from finding her again. That distance from the deed, distance from the legal ownership, would sever whatever connection had formed. He thought he could interpose himself. Her voice was precise and very quiet. He was wrong, but he had 9 years with her before he was proven wrong, and I think he considered that a reasonable trade. My father had been 26 when he met my mother, 27 when they married, 35 when she died. He had spent those years, the good years before the end, trying to put his body between his wife and something he had purchased the deed to, but could never own. And then she had died anyway, at 31, of a cardiac event with no prior condition and no warning. And he had buried her, and he had kept the property, and he had kept the containment, and he had kept coming up here alone, year after year, doing something in or near that basement that he had never described to anyone. I thought about the shape of his silence on the drive back down the mountain when I was 12, the specific weight of it. I asked Catherine what he had been doing during those solo visits. She said she did not know precisely. The document referred to a maintenance protocol. Specific actions performed at the containment barrier on a rotating schedule, described in terms that were partly practical, partly something else. A language that was technical in its precision, but that did not correspond to any technical field she had been able to identify. She said the document also contained, in its final pages, a set of instructions for a different kind of action, not maintenance, something more final. She said those instructions were addressed to me by name, in my father's handwriting, and that they specified a sequence of steps to be performed in the substructure's inner chamber that she was not able to fully interpret because portions of them were written in a script she did not recognize. She looked at me steadily. He knew the containment would fail eventually, she said. He knew when he bought it that it was not a permanent solution. He was buying time. What he was buying time for was you. For you to be old enough and far enough from it, and then close enough again when it mattered. She stopped. I do not know if that makes him a good father. I have spent 8 months deciding how I feel about it, and I have not finished. I stood up from the armchair. The lantern light caught the side of her face, and for a moment she looked genuinely old, older than I had ever seen her. The practiced surface worn thin by everything she had been carrying since February. I asked her for the document. She handed it to me without hesitation. The first time in 4 days she had given me something without calculating the exchange first. It was heavier than paper had a right to be. I sat at the kitchen table with the document for 2 hours, reading it 3 times through. The final pages were as Catherine had described. my father's handwriting, the instructions for what he had called in the document's margin, in plain language that sat next to the formal technical text like a translation. The closing. The closing required one person. It required the person to carry the photograph into the inner chamber. It required them to speak aloud 2 sentences that were written in the document in both the unfamiliar script and in English. And it required them to leave something behind. What they were required to leave behind was described in a single line in my father's handwriting without elaboration. It said, "Whatever it has been holding for you." I sat with that for a long time. Outside the kitchen window, in the narrow strip of side yard, I could see from the table the first snow of the evening had begun to fall. Not the wind-driven kind, but the slow vertical kind, each flake descending in its own lane, unhurried, as if the air itself had gone entirely still and was simply allowing the snow its passage. I thought about an engine I had rebuilt from bare components. The specific satisfaction of it, the way each piece went back in its correct place, and the whole became more than the sum of the parts. The image arrived without invitation, and I let it sit with me for a moment before I understood what my mind was doing with it. It was telling me I knew how to do this. I had always known how to take things apart and put them back together. I had built my entire life on that competence. What I had never been able to rebuild was the thing I had sealed at 9 years old. I folded the document to the final page and set it on the table beside the photograph. My mother's face next to my father's handwriting, the 2 of them occupying the same surface for the first time, and I understood that the closing required me to walk into that inner chamber carrying not just the photograph but everything I had refused to feel since the morning my father told me she was gone, and that the thing beneath this house had been waiting with its patient, terrible hunger, not for an opportunity, but for a readiness that I had spent my entire adult life constructing without knowing what I was building it for. Tomorrow, I decided. Tomorrow I would go down. I went down at first light while the house was still sleeping, not out of secrecy. I had told India the night before, quietly in the hallway outside the loft, and she had listened without interrupting and then nodded once with the specific nod of someone who has already understood and has been waiting for you to catch up. I had told her to keep Whitaker and Catherine upstairs. She had said she would manage it. I believed her. The document was in my jacket's inner pocket. The photograph was in my right hand. I carried a flashlight in my left and nothing else. The basement stairs received me the way they always had. The third step with its particular give, the change in air temperature at the first landing, the way the space below opened up around the beam of my flashlight and refused to be fully lit regardless of where I pointed it. But this morning something had changed in the quality of the dark down here. The basement's usual cold was present, but underneath it the air had a new texture, something almost humid, a warmth at the very edge of detectable, the way a room feels when someone has been breathing in it for a long time in the dark. Something had been awake down here all night. I moved through the storage half without looking at the tarped shapes on my periphery, keeping the beam straight ahead, keeping my pace even and deliberate. My breathing was audible to me in the enclosed space, and I worked to slow it, not because I was afraid exactly, but because I had learned in 12 years of mechanical work that the body performs better when the breath is managed. Panic is a technical problem. You address it technically. The block wall appeared in my beam and I stopped. The chains had been disturbed, not removed, not broken. The 2 rusted padlocks Catherine had noted were still attached to their lengths. The whole arrangement still wrapped around the door frame in its redundant configuration. But the chains were no longer resting flat against the door the way they had the previous afternoon. They were taut. They were under tension, pulled from the interior side, drawn tight against the steel door's face with a force applied steadily from within. Something was leaning against the door. I stood and looked at this for a moment. The beam of my flashlight moved across the chains and the symbols carved into every surface and the concrete floor with its radiating rings, and I let myself understand what I was looking at without rushing to the next thought. This was a technique I had developed over years of diagnosing engines, of reading the physical evidence of a problem before reaching for a tool. The evidence here was clear. The containment was not holding. The thing inside was not testing the door, was not pushing against it in the way of something trying to escape. It was simply resting its weight against it, leaning, the way a person leans against a door they know will open eventually. It was not in a hurry. It never had been. I opened the document to the final pages and read the first instruction again, though I had memorized it the night before. The copper key was on the hook at the first landing, as Catherine had said. I went back and retrieved it. It was small and dark with age, the bow worn smooth, and it sat in my palm with a weight that corresponded exactly to nothing I could compare it to. Not heavy, not light, precisely weighted for what it was. I returned to the door and worked the copper key into the first padlock. It turned. The chains took time. 15 minutes, perhaps, of careful unwinding, working each length free of the bolts at the door's interior anchors, letting the chain drop in sections to the floor rather than pulling it free all at once. The sounds the chains made as they fell were the loudest sounds in the space, each link against the concrete producing a ring that the basement absorbed but did not extinguish. I worked methodically. I did not rush. My hands were steady in the way they are steady when the work requires it. When the last length dropped, I straightened and stepped back. The door stood free. It did not move. Nothing happened. The silence in the space had a new quality to it now. Not the absorbed silence of the basement I had come to know over 4 days, but something more attentive, an alertness. The air pressure had shifted by some fraction I could feel in my inner ears, a change so slight that I might have dismissed it as imagination if I had not been paying the specific kind of attention I was paying. I put my hand on the door's edge, where there was a recessed pull on the interior face, and I opened it. The inner chamber was not what I had expected. I had expected rock, or raw excavated earth, or some continuation of the poured concrete that formed the rest of the substructure. What I found was a space that appeared to have been neither built nor excavated, but simply revealed, as if the ground here had always contained this room and the work of construction had consisted only of recognizing it and providing access. The walls were basalt, the dark, dense volcanic rock of the Cascades, smooth in places to near flatness as if by water or time or some slower process. The ceiling was low, perhaps 6 feet, and irregular, following the natural contour of the rock above. The floor was packed earth. The room was not large, perhaps 12 feet across in its widest dimension, and it was empty, or it appeared empty. I stepped through the doorway, and the air changed against my face. Warmer than the basement, warmer than the house above, the specific warmth of a space that has been inhabited continuously and for a very long time. It was not unpleasant. That was the thing I had not been prepared for, that I had to sit with for a moment before I could continue. It was not unpleasant. The warmth carried a smell, the turned earth smell that had followed me since the hospital, but here at its origin it was not the faint hovering presence I had grown accustomed to. Here it was full and immediate and complex. The way a piece of music is different live than recorded, not louder but present in more dimensions, reaching the parts of the ear that recordings cannot reach. The smell did something to the back of my throat that I could not categorize. Not nausea. Something adjacent to grief. I stood in the center of the room and let my flashlight move slowly across the walls. The symbols were here too, carved into the basalt with extraordinary density, covering every surface from floor to ceiling in rows so fine and close that from a distance they appeared to be texture rather than inscription. But at the center of the eastern wall, where the symbols were densest, they had been arranged differently, not in rows, in a configuration that drew the eye inward toward a single point, a shallow depression in the rock face, roughly oval, at chest height. Inside the depression, barely visible in the beam, was a small accumulation of objects, river stones, smooth and dark, a folded square of paper, brown with age, a child's shoe, very small, the leather dried to rigidity, a woman's ring, plain silver band, tarnished to near black. I knew the ring. I had known it without knowing I knew it, the way you know a smell before you know its source. My mother had worn a plain silver band on her right hand, not her wedding ring, something she had worn since before she met my father. In the fragmentary archive of my 9-year-old memory, the weight of her hand on my shoulder had always carried the faint cool press of that band against my collarbone. My legs did not give way. I'd been prepared in the abstract for something like this. But the preparation and the reality occupied different parts of the body, and the part of me that had not been prepared made itself known in the specific way it does when something sealed for a very long time is exposed to open air, not with sound, not with motion, but with a quality of internal stillness so complete that for a moment I cannot locate myself within it. I understood then what my father had been doing on his solo visits. He had been coming here to talk to her, not to the thing in the ground, to whatever remained of his connection to her in this place where she had first found the entrance and left a piece of herself behind without knowing it. He had been maintaining the containment, yes, with his protocol and his schedule, but underneath that, beneath the practical and the technical, he had been coming to the one place in the world where her presence had a physical address. He had been keeping her company. The grief that moved through me was not the sealed variety, not the managed kind I had been administering to myself in careful doses for 20 years. It arrived without warning and without permission, and it was enormous, the size of something that has been compressed into a very small space for a very long time. It moved through me the way water moves through a dam that has finally found the single compromised point, not a flood, but a steady and unstoppable pressure finding its release, and I stood in the center of the inner chamber and let it, because there was no alternative that I had the capacity to construct in this moment, and because I understood, at last, that this was what the document had meant, whatever it has been holding for you, not an offering, a return. I found the document's final instruction in my hands before I had consciously decided to open it, my fingers working ahead of my mind in the stage 3 way that I had begun to recognize, and it stopped resisting. I read the 2 sentences in English beneath their unfamiliar script counterparts. I read them aloud, in a voice I did not fully recognize as mine, quieter than my speaking voice and steadier, the voice of someone delivering information rather than performing it. The room did not change visibly, but the warmth intensified by a single degree, perceptible only because the air had been so stable until that moment, and the breathing rhythm that I had first heard 2 nights ago through a closed door, the shallow, patient cadence of something conserving itself, slowed, deepened, and then, over the course of perhaps 30 seconds, stilled, not ceased, stilled. The way a question stills when it receives its answer. I set the photograph in a depression beside my mother's ring. Ruth's face, looking at something just out of frame, that expression that meant so it is real after all, facing the wall that held everything she had left here, facing, at last, the thing she had found and understood and carried alone until she could not carry it anymore. I stood back. The room was very quiet. Not the compound's usual absorbed silence, something different, a silence with completion in it, the specific quality of a sound that has been playing for so long, it has become part of the background, and is now stopped, and the world is in the process of recalibrating to its absence. My hands were at my sides, they were entirely still. I stood in the inner chamber for a long time after the breathing stopped, long enough for the warmth to begin its slow recession, long enough for the packed earth floor to feel different underfoot, less inhabited, less attended. And I understood that whatever had been present in this ground since before Elias Voss broke the surface, and before my mother came through the hillside entrance, and before my father signed his name to a deed that was never really about timber, it was not gone, it was resting. And the difference between those 2 things, I was learning, was the only kind of peace this place had ever been able to offer. The basement stairs were harder going up than they had been going down, not physically. My legs were steady, and my breathing had returned to something workable, and the flashlight in my hand moved without tremor. But the quality of effort was different on the return, the way the effort of finishing a thing differs from the effort of beginning it. Beginning carries the energy of momentum. Finishing carries only its own weight. I came through the kitchen door into the gray morning light and stood for a moment with my hand on a frame. The house felt different, not dramatically different, not emptied or brightened or relieved in any way that would have been legible from the outside. But something in the air's quality had shifted. The specific texture of pressure I had grown so accustomed to over 5 days in this place. The slight atmospheric compression that I had initially attributed to elevation and sealed windows and accumulated density of old timber was absent. The air simply sat in the room the way air sits in rooms that are not holding anything. Catherine was at the kitchen table. She had been there since before I went down. She had not moved. Her legal pad was closed, her hands flat on the table surface, and she was looking at the space where the basement door met the wall, with an expression I had never seen on her face before and did not have a ready category for. It was not relief, though relief was somewhere in it. It was not grief, though that was in it too. It was the expression of someone who has been carrying a specific weight for a very specific number of years and has just felt it shift and does not yet know what to do with the space where it was. She looked at me when I came in. "It is done," I said. Not a question. She nodded once, the way she had nodded when I agreed to come to the compound in the hospital waiting room. The single efficient nod of someone confirming a thing that has already been decided. But this nod was different. "This one cost her something," she said. "Your father will want to know." I said I would call the hospital from the landline. She nodded again and looked back at the wall, and I left her there. The nurse who answered at Emmanuel Legacy had the careful voice of someone trained to deliver information to family members without inflection in either direction. I asked for an update on Duncan Cormier in room 3. She put me on hold for 4 minutes, which in hospital time meant something had changed and someone was deciding how to characterize it. When she came back, she said the attending would like to speak with me directly and could I hold for another few moments. The attending's name was Dr. Reyes. She said she wanted to be transparent with me because the family deserved transparency. She said that in the past several hours, beginning sometime in the early morning, Duncan's tissue deterioration had stopped progressing. She said the blackening at his extremities had not reversed, that the damage to his hands and the branching marks at his temples were likely permanent, but that the active process, the spread, had simply ceased. She said his ventilator dependency had decreased markedly, and that his team was considering a reduction in sedation to assess his responsiveness. She said she did not have a clinical explanation for the stabilization. She said unprecedented was a word they had used a great deal during his admission, and that it continued to apply. I thanked her and set the phone back in its cradle and stood at the kitchen window. The morning outside was overcast and still, and the ground between the house and the tree line was unchanged, the same gray crust of old snow. But something was different about the tree line itself. I looked at it for a while before I understood. There were birds in the trees. Not many, a handful of dark shapes distributed among the upper branches at the forest's edge, still and quiet in the way birds are still, and quiet in cold weather, conserving, but they were there, and they had not been there yesterday, or the day before, or any morning since we arrived. They had come back to the perimeter of the clearing, not all the way in, but closer. Whitaker came downstairs at 9, dressed and carrying his bag, which meant he had made a decision in the night. He set the bag by the front door and came to the kitchen and poured the last of the coffee from the press, and leaned against the counter and looked at me with the red-rimmed eyes that had become his. Default expression over 5 days, and said nothing for a moment. Then he said, "Is it finished?" I said yes. He turned his mug in his hands. I knew something was wrong with this place when I was a kid. he said. Duncan took me to a job site in Deschutes County once. I was maybe 10, and he drove us past the access road to the compound on the way. He did not slow down or point it out. He just gripped the wheel tighter as we passed it, and then his hands relaxed on the other side. I noticed that. I never forgot it. He stopped. I did not want to come here, but I did not want to let Catherine come without someone who would actually look out for India. I looked at him. Something had shifted in his jaw, not the working side-to-side motion of the man running calculations and deciding whether to speak. Just stillness. His face, for the first time since the hospital waiting room, looked like the face of someone who had put a thing down. He was protecting us, Whitaker said. It was not a question. Yes, I said. He nodded once. He picked up his bag. He told me he would bring the Mercedes around. His voice, when he said it, was the same practical voice he used for logistics. But underneath it, accessible now in a way it had not been before, was something younger. Something that had been waiting a long time to receive a simple answer to a simple question, and it finally received one. India found me in the loft while I packed. She stood in the doorway with her arms at her sides, the paying attention posture, and she watched me fold my spare work shirt and tuck it into the bag with the efficiency of someone whose packing has always been done quickly because there has never been much to pack. She said, "What was it like in there?" I thought about this honestly. "Quieter than I expected," I said, "and warmer." She was quiet for a moment. Then she reached into the pocket of her coat and held something out. It was a river stone. Smooth, dark gray, small enough to sit in the center of a palm. She had taken it from the foundation crack, from among the stones pressed into the concrete with their concentric ring markings. She had cleaned it, or perhaps it had cleaned itself. The surface was smooth and unmarked, no lichen, no symbol, no visible trace of the decades it had spent in that crack. "I think you should have one," she said, "not as a reminder. I think you have enough of those." A pause, just as a thing to put somewhere, a counter or a windowsill, something to indicate that you came here and did what you came to do and went home. I took it. It was heavier than its size suggested, not wrongly heavy, not the uncategorizable weight of the copper key, just the honest weight of a stone that has been in the ground for a very long time and knows what it is. I wrapped it in the extra sock at the bottom of my bag. We went downstairs together. The drive back to Portland was 3 hours in the opposite direction, the compound falling away behind us into the mountain and the forest and the gray November sky, the access road giving back its ruts and frozen mud, the highway reappearing with its ordinary traffic and its maintained signage and its cell service returning in bars on my phone beginning at Hood River. Catherine drove as she had driven in, 5 miles over the limit, no more and no less. But the quality of her silence was different now. Not the managed silence of a woman controlling a situation, something more private. She drove the way people drive when they are thinking about something that does not require a decision, only acknowledgement. At the first rest stop past Hood River, she pulled off the highway without signaling and parked and got out. She stood at the railing above the Columbia, the river wide and gray below, the gorge walls rising on either side into cloud. She stood there for perhaps 5 minutes while the rest of us sat in the car and did not speak and did not look at each other. When she got back in, she said, "I should have given you the document the first day." She said it to the windshield, not to me. I said, "Yes." "It would not have changed the outcome," she said, "but it would have been the honest thing." I said, "Yes." She started the car. I thought about the river stone in the bottom of my bag. I thought about whether I had enough canned goods at the apartment to get through the week without a grocery run, and decided probably not, and made a mental note of what I needed. The thought arrived and passed without the old quality of avoidance in it. Just information, just a list. We reached Portland at 4 in the afternoon. the city dense and lit and very loud after 5 days in the mountains. The specific loudness of a place where millions of people are going about their lives without reference to anything that has happened in the past 5 days in a clearing 3 hours away. I had Catherine drop me at the hospital first. My father was sedated still, but lightly. When I sat in the chair beside his bed and put my hand over his, not on the blackened skin of his fingers, but on his forearm where the tissue was still his own, he turned his head toward me. His eyes did not open, but he turned toward me. I sat with him for an hour without speaking. The machines beeped their encouragement. Outside the window, the city went about its evening. Somewhere in the building someone was being born and somewhere else someone was dying, and most of the rooms held people in the ordinary territory between those two events, waiting to find out which direction they were traveling. I thought about Ruth, not the photograph version, the canvas jacket, and the muddy boots, and the expression of someone who has found the thing she was looking for. The earlier version, the one my 9-year-old body still knew before my mind could access it. The weight of her hand. The faint press of the silver band. I thought about her for a long time, freely and without management, and it was painful in the way that real things are painful. And it was also something else that I did not have a word for yet. Something that lived on the other side of painful and had been waiting there for 20 years. I would find the word eventually. I went home to the apartment above the garage in northeast Portland and set the river stone on the windowsill above the kitchen sink, where the morning light, when it came, would find it first, and I stood there for a moment looking at it. This small, ordinary thing that had been in the ground beneath my family's name since before my family had a name. And I understood that carrying it home was not the same as carrying the past home, that there was a difference between the two, and that learning to inhabit that difference was the only work that remained. My father called it the closing. I was beginning to understand that a closing is not an ending. It is the moment a door finds its frame and holds, and the air on both sides finally settles. 6 weeks passed. I know this because I counted them the way you count things you are not sure you will get to the other side of, in small reliable units, 1 week at a time, each one a thing that had happened and was therefore finished and could not be taken back. The first week I went back to work. The transmission job had been reassigned while I was gone, which was fair, and my boss had said nothing beyond a nod when I walked through the shop door on Monday morning, the kind of nod that communicates both welcome back and we will not discuss this. And I had accepted both of those things with equal gratitude. I picked up a brake job on a '99 Tacoma and worked it start to finish without incident. The familiar smell of brake dust and hydraulic fluid settling over me like something I had needed without knowing how much. At the end of the first week, I called the hospital. Duncan had been moved out of the intensive care unit on day 8 after our return. He was breathing without assistance by day 12. The blackened tissue at his hands had mummified cleanly, which Dr. Reyes described as the best possible outcome for damage of that extent, and the branching marks at his temples had faded from black to a gray-violet that would continue to lighten, she said, though she could not promise it would disappear entirely. He was receiving physical therapy for his hands. He was speaking, briefly, in short declarative sentences, the way people speak when they are rationing a resource that is not fully replenished. He had asked the nursing staff on day 9 if his daughter had called. The nurse told me this without editorial comment. I had sat with it for a moment. The phone pressed to my ear in the kitchen of the apartment above the garage, the river stone on the windowsill catching the flat December light, and I had said I would come on Saturday. I went on Saturday. He was sitting up when I arrived. Not in the bed, in the chair beside it, which represented a distance of perhaps 4 feet, and had clearly required significant effort and intention. His hands were wrapped. His face had the specific gauntness of a body that has spent weeks redirecting all available resources toward repair, and has not yet had the surplus to restore what the process cost. The gray-violet branching at his temples had faded to something that, in this light, looked almost like the shadows of old scars. He looked at me for a long time. I sat in the visitor's chair and we looked at each other, and neither of us filled the space immediately, and that was all right. We had spent years inhabiting silences that were full of things we were choosing not to say. This silence was different. This one was not full of anything we were avoiding. He said, "You went down." I said, "Yes." He said, "Was it?" He stopped, tried again. "Did it?" He stopped again. His hands moved slightly in their wrappings, a motion that was not quite a gesture and not quite involuntary. "I could never find the right question," he said finally. I said, "It is resting." He closed his eyes. He kept them closed for long enough that I thought he might have drifted, the way the very tired drift at the edges of wakefulness. Then he said, without opening them, "She left something there." "Yes," I said, "and I left the photograph." He opened his eyes. Something moved across his face that I had no name for and did not need one. It was the expression of a man receiving the specific piece of information he has been waiting 30 years to receive, and does not know yet whether to call it good news or bad news, and has decided, in this moment, that the distinction does not matter. What matters is that the waiting is finished. He said, "She would have wanted you to have gone." I said, "I know." He reached out his wrapped hand and set it on my forearm, the same gesture I had made to him in this same room 6 weeks ago, and we sat like that for a while with the machines quiet around us and the city proceeding outside the window and the specific December light falling across the floor between us, thin and without warmth, but present, doing what it could. The changes to my daily life were small. That was the thing I had not expected. But the interior shift of the magnitude I had experienced would produce changes so granular and specific that no one observing from the outside would have been able to identify any of them as changes at all. I slept differently, not better in the way that implies the absence of bad dreams, but more fully present in sleep, less prone to the partial waking I had lived with for so long that I had stopped categorizing it as anything other than normal. I woke at 6 instead of 5:15, and the extra 45 minutes felt like a different quality of morning rather than simply more of it. I ate differently. Not more, not less, just with more attention to what I was eating, the way you attend to things when you are not simultaneously attending to something you are managing underneath. I found myself sitting at the kitchen table with a bowl of something hot in the mornings, watching the light on the river stone on the windowsill, which change with the season and the time of day and the quality of cloud cover in ways that were genuinely interesting to observe. I called India on a Tuesday evening in December. She picked up on the second ring, which meant she had been expecting it, or hoping for it, which amounted to the same thing. We talked for an hour about nothing particularly significant. The way people talk when they have been through something together and have come out the other side and are learning what they are to each other now, that the thing that brought them together is no longer the primary fact of their relationship. She said her mother had been different since the compound, not warmer, not more communicative, not reformed in any way that would satisfy a narrative about change, just quieter in a particular register. The place where the management had been most effortful was now simply not effortful. She had stopped doing the things she had been doing for 20 years. And the absence of it was noticeable in the way a piece of furniture is noticeable when it is moved after decades. Not because anything is wrong, but because the room suddenly has more air in it. I said that seemed right. She said Whitaker had asked about the compound's acreage, whether it might be sold. I said I did not know yet. She said she thought it should probably have a caretaker again, someone to check on it. Not the way Gerald Marsh had checked on it from the outside, logging visits without going below the ground floor. Someone who understood what they were caretaking and why the job mattered. I said I would think about it. I was already thinking about it. I began writing this account on a Sunday morning in late December, when the rain against the windows above the garage had been going for 6 hours and the apartment had the specific interior warmth of a place that is genuinely sealed against what is outside it. And the river stone on the windowsill had a quality of surface in the diffused rainlight that I had not observed before, a slight luminescence at its edges, The kind of light that surfaces carry when they have absorbed a great deal of darkness and are slowly releasing it. I wrote for several hours without stopping. The title arrived when I reached the section about the inner chamber, about the photographs set in the depression beside the silver ring, about standing back and understanding what my father had been doing on those solo visits. I had not been looking for a title. It simply appeared at the end of a sentence, the way certain things appear when you have finally stopped reaching for them. What the compound kept, not what it took, not what it consumed, what it kept. The distinction mattered to me in a way I did not immediately have language for, and then, by the following afternoon, did. Keeping is not taking. Keeping implies a return, implies that the thing kept will eventually find its way to the person it belonged to, through whatever patience and whatever circumstances required to make the exchange possible. My mother had left something in the ground beneath that house, not as a loss, but as a kind of deposit, the way you leave something with someone you trust, when you are not sure of your own return. She had found the entrance and understood what was there, and, in her understanding, left a piece of herself behind, and whatever was in the ground had held it. With the patience of something that measures time in units I still do not have a name for, until the person who carried her blood arrived to receive it. I finished the account on a Tuesday. I did not know when I began that I would share it, but I find, now that it is finished, that the act of writing it has changed something in the carrying of it. The way a weight distributed differently sits differently in the body, and that the next step in that redistribution is to set it down somewhere others can find it. I put the account away for 3 days after finishing it, the way you let a repaired engine sit before you start it for the first time. And on the 4th day I went back to the compound, not to the house, not past the tree line. I parked at the edge of the Forest Service road where the pavement ended, and I stood at the open door of my truck in the January cold, and I looked down the road toward where the clearing would be, and visible from here behind the curves and the old growth, and I listened. The forest was not quiet. There were birds in it, moving through the upper canopy in the specific way of birds that have reclaimed territory they had ceded, settling and resettling, finding their places again. The wind moved through the branches above the road with the ordinary sound of wind through branches, neither absorbed nor amplified, just itself. I stood there for a few minutes, then I got back in the truck and drove home. February came the way February always comes to Portland, without announcement, with rain that was not dramatically different from January rain, but that carried a different quality of light inside it, something at the very edge of longer, the days adding their minutes back with the specific patience of a season that has learned not to promise anything. I had been thinking about the caretaker question since India raised it, not constantly, not with urgency, the way you think about a repair that is necessary but not yet critical, turning it over during the quiet intervals of a workday, setting it aside when the work requires full attention, returning to it in the evening when the shop was empty, and the last vehicle was done, and I was wiping down the bench with the particular satisfaction of a space returned to order. I had not gone back to the compound since January. I had not needed to. The account was finished and shared, and whatever I had understood standing at the open door of my truck at the Forest Service road's end had been enough of a return for what that visit required. But I had begun to understand, over the weeks since, that not going back was different from not needing to go back. One was avoidance. The other was readiness. I was still learning to tell them apart. On a Tuesday in the second week of February, I drove out of Portland before dawn, not to the compound. I took Highway 14 east along the Washington side of the Columbia, a road I had driven in my 20s for no reason other than the specific quality of the gorge at that hour. The weight of basalt walls hold the dark a few minutes longer than the sky above them, the river below running black and then steel, and then, as the light found it, a gray-green specific to this stretch of water at this time of year. I stopped at a pullout above the river and sat on the hood of my truck with a thermos of coffee, the actual thermos from my apartment this time, not a gas station cup, and I watched the gorge find its light, The coffee was hot enough to ache on the first sip. I drank it slowly. I had brought the river stone, not to leave it there. I held it in my left hand while I drank. Its honest weight familiar now. The surface no longer cold in the way unfamiliar objects are cold, but warmed by the heat of my palm, acclimatized. I had carried it in my jacket pocket on 3 separate occasions without planning to. Finding it there the way you find things you have been unconsciously reaching for. The gorge went through its changes in the early light. The basalt walls shifted from black to a deep rust brown, the columnar jointing of the rock catching the low angle of the rising sun in long parallel shadows. Below, the river moved with the steady indifference of water that has been doing the same work for longer than the walls beside it have been standing. A single tow barge moved upstream, slow and purposeful, pushing against the current with the patient efficiency of something that does not regard the current as an obstacle, only as a condition. I thought about Elias Voss. I have thought about him many times over the preceding months. In the particular way you think about someone whose choices made your own life possible without their knowledge or intention. He had found something in the ground beneath the Cascade foothills that predated everything human that had ever touched that land, and he had understood it well enough to contain it, and he had understood his own limitations well enough to know the containment was temporary. He had sold the property to the one man whose bloodline the thing in the ground had already identified. He had written a note on the back of my mother's photograph with the specific weight of a man, recording a failure he had not recovered from. He had done everything he could do. That was all any of us had done. My mother finding the entrance and understanding what she found. My father signing his name to a deed and coming back alone for decades and building a life around the management of something no one in his family was supposed to know about. Catherine keeping everyone at the right distance for 20 years, with plausible reasons that were never the same reason twice. India receiving informational dreams and passing them on without editorializing. Whitaker staying, not because he wanted to, but because he did not want India to face it without someone. And me. Going down. I had not thought about my role in the sequence as something I had chosen until this moment. Sitting on the hood of my truck above the Columbia in February light with a stone warm in my hand, it had felt like inevitability from the inside, the way most necessary things feel when you are inside them. But, looking back at the sequence now, with the distance of months and the specific clarity that comes when grief has been given its room and has begun, slowly, to rearrange itself into something you can live alongside, I could see the choices inside the inevitability. I could have said no at the hospital. I could have refused Catherine's framing. I could have driven back to Northeast Portland in the transmission job and the water stain on the ceiling and continued the life I had built. Carefully and by hand, over 12 years of deliberate distance. I had not. Not because I was brave, because there had been something in the air of that waiting room, in the moment before I looked past Catherine toward the corridor leading to room 3, that I had recognized without being able to name, and that I now understood had been recognition moving in the other direction as well. The thing in the ground had not compelled me. It had simply made itself known, the way a frequency makes itself known to the instrument tuned to receive it, and I had turned toward it the way my mother had turned toward it, in that clearing in 1977, with the expression that meant so it is real after all. We had been, the two of us, that kind of person. I finished the coffee and sat for a while without it, hands around the thermos, stone still in my left palm. The morning was fully established now, the gorge in its working light, the river visible in detail, the far bank's trees distinguishable one from another rather than merging into a mass. A pair of ospreys worked the air above the water, banking and adjusting, reading the surface below with the specific attention of creatures whose entire competence is a single, perfectly executed act. I thought about my father. He had been discharged from Emmanuel Legacy 11 days ago. He was staying with Catherine in the West Hills house, which I had expected to feel wrong, and which had turned out to feel simply practical. Two people who had built a life together occupying it through a recovery. He walked with a cane, which he held in his left hand, because his right was still in rehabilitation. He had asked India to find him a book on Pacific Northwest geology, which she had done, which I had taken as a sign of something without being sure exactly what. He had called me the previous week, not about the compound. He had asked about my work, the specific questions of a man who worked with his hands and knows how to talk to someone else who works with theirs. Questions about tolerances and load ratings and the particular problems of old Japanese trucks in Oregon winters. We had talked for 40 minutes. At the end of it, he had said he would like to have dinner sometime, when he was more mobile. I had said I would like that. We were learning, the two of us, what we were to each other now. It was slow work, the kind of work that does not announce its progress, that accumulates in increments too small to measure in the moment, but that you can see, looking back over a span of weeks, has been moving in a direction. I set the thermos on the hood beside me and held the stone with both hands. It had a quality this morning, in the full February light above the Columbia, that I had not observed before. The surface, which I had thought of as uniformly dark gray, had depth in it that the flat light of the apartment kitchen did not reveal, variations in the basalt that became visible only at this angle, and this temperature, and this particular quality of winter sun. It was the same stone it had always been. I was simply seeing more of it. I thought about what India had said. Someone who understood what they were caretaking and why the job mattered. I thought about the property map in the shed, the hand-drawn room beneath the basement, the concentric rings spiraling inward toward a center deliberately left blank. I thought about the symbols on the foundation stones, placed by a man who had found something in the ground and spent the remainder of his working life, trying to honor what he had found and protect what he could not remove. I thought about the cleared ground of the compound, the stumps at the perimeter, the forest pressing close on every side, the birds that had come back to the upper branches of the tree line, not all the way in, but closer. I drove back to Portland as the morning opened into a pale, winter-thin day, the kind of day that does not pretend to be anything other than what it is, cold and functional and honest about the distance still remaining before spring. At the shop, I pulled the old Tacoma in for a follow-up on the brakes, ran the diagnostic, replaced a worn caliper that had not been apparent on the first pass, and test drove it twice around the block in the light rain that had started at mid-morning, listening to the system work, confirming what my hands had already told me before I ever opened the hood. The truck was solid. It would run well for another several years with reasonable attention. I thought about what reasonable attention looked like, what it required, what it meant to tend something carefully, not to fix it, because some things are not broken, but to maintain the conditions under which it could continue. That evening, I called India. I told her I thought I understood now what the caretaker position required. I said I was not sure yet whether I was the right person to do it, or whether the right person was someone I had not yet met, but that I was ready to begin figuring that out. She said, "I think you already know." I said, "I think so too." After we hung up, I stood at the kitchen window above the sink for a while in the early dark, the rain coming down outside in the steady February way, the river stone on the windowsill between me and the glass, and the light from a kitchen. It had its usual quality, honest and dark and heavy with the patience of something that has been in the ground a long time. I picked it up, held it for a moment, set it back. The rain kept on. Outside, the city of Portland moved through its evening in the ordinary way of cities, full of people going about their lives in the particular dark of a February night, headlights moving across wet pavement, windows lit from within, someone's music briefly audible and then gone. I had lived above this garage for 4 years. I had thought of the apartment as a staging area, a practical arrangement, a place between the family I had left and whatever came next. I understood now what had been keeping me here. Not the affordable rent or the convenience to the shop or the absence of complications. Something simpler than all of those. This window, this light, this specific vantage above the ordinary life of a street in northeast Portland, from which everything visible was evidence of people doing the patient daily work of being alive. I had needed to see that for a long time. The stones sat on the sill in the kitchen light, dark and still and exactly what it was. My mother had found the entrance in the fall of 1977, alone in her muddy boots, looking at something just out of frame with the expression of a person who has been looking for a thing and has finally found it. I am her daughter. I come from people who, when they find the entrance, go in, and I have learned over these past months that going in is not the same as not coming back. The rain fell on the city, and the city received it, and the stone held its place on the sill where the morning light would find it first, and the night settled over Portland with the quiet patience of a thing that is not waiting for anything in particular, but is simply present and willing and here. When the lights follow. The Empire Polo Club in Indio, California sits approximately 5 feet above sea level in the Colorado Desert, ringed by the San Jacinto Mountains on the west and open desert on every other side. In April, the grounds reach 105 degrees Fahrenheit by mid-afternoon and drop to 50 degrees after midnight, a swing of more than 50 degrees between the same day's noon and its 3 in the morning. The crowd across any given weekend exceeds 125,000 people, and the cell service in the denser sections fails routinely from signal saturation, leaving individuals effectively unreachable in a crowd larger than many American cities. I want to be honest about something before I tell any of this, because honesty is the only reason I am telling it at all. I made a choice at the festival that I have never fully accounted for, not the choice to go, not the choice to take what we took. Not even the choice to lose track of my friend in a crowd of over 100,000 people in the Colorado desert at 9 in the evening in April. Those choices I have examined and re-examined from every available angle, and their costs I understand. The choice, I mean, is smaller and quieter and in some ways more permanent, and it did not happen at the festival at all. It happened afterward, in the dark of a rented bedroom in the Airbnb we had booked 3 miles from the festival grounds, when I opened my eyes and saw something in the doorway and made a specific decision about what I was willing to believe. That decision has followed me for 2 years. This is my attempt to set it down somewhere outside my own head, where I can see its full shape. My name is Cassidy. I was 26 when this happened. My best friend since middle school, a woman named Alyssa who has the specific gift of making bad ideas sound completely reasonable, had been suggesting Coachella for approximately 4 years before we actually did it. The year we finally committed, she had recently gotten a raise and I'd recently gotten a breakup, and both of those things functioned as a kind of permission. For her, the financial one, and for me, the emotional one that says, go somewhere loud and enormous and let the enormity absorb what you are carrying for a few days. We booked flights for Minneapolis in January. We booked the Airbnb at the same time, a small 2-bedroom house in a quiet neighborhood in Indio, walking distance to the shuttle stops, with a yard that had a single lemon tree and outdoor string lights that the host had photographed at dusk to make them look more romantic than they probably were. I remember the photograph of those lights. I remember thinking the yard looked like somewhere I could breathe. The flight west was 3.5 hours, and I spent most of it watching the geography change below. The flat green geometry of the Midwest giving way to the brown plateau country of Colorado, and then the specific dryness of the Nevada desert, and then the descent into the Los Angeles basin and the drive east through the inland corridor where the mountains appeared on both sides, and the air coming through the cracked rental car window had a quality I had never encountered, dry and mineral and faintly electric. The smell of a desert before the heat of the day has entirely let go of the land. Alyssa drove. She had been to Los Angeles before and navigated with the relaxed confidence of someone who treats unfamiliar roads as an interesting problem rather than a threat. I had the window down and my elbow on the door, and I watched the Coachella Valley open up ahead of us as we came over the pass. The flat agricultural floor of it spreading out for miles below. Date palms in their long green rows alongside the highway. and the San Jacinto Mountains behind us going orange in the late afternoon light. We arrived at the Airbnb at 6:30. The host had left a handwritten welcome note on the kitchen counter beside a small bowl of dates from a local grower, and the gesture was so unexpectedly personal that Alyssa and I both stood and looked at it for a moment before either of us spoke. The house was clean and cool from the air conditioning, and the lemon tree in the yard was exactly as it had appeared in the photograph, and the string lights were exactly as I had imagined them, warmer and gentler in person than the photograph had quite managed to convey. I remember sitting outside under those lights after we had unpacked, eating a date from the bowl and tasting for the first time the specific sweetness of a medjool from the valley where they are actually grown, which is different from the sweetness of one that has traveled, and feeling, genuinely, that we had done the right thing by coming. The first 2 days of the festival were everything the expectation had promised and nothing it had not. The grounds at the Empire Polo Club are enormous in a way that photographs do not prepare you for. 600 acres of active festival space, multiple stages operating simultaneously from noon to past midnight. The sound from the Saharaten's enormous archway, audible from 200 yards away as a physical pressure rather than a musical experience. Alyssa and I had done enough research to have a loose itinerary, and loose enough that we were willing to abandon it, which is the correct approach to any place that large and that full of coincidental music. By the second afternoon, we had developed the specific rhythm of a festival done correctly, moving between stages with time to spare, finding patches of grass at the rear of crowds where the sound was good and the air moved, eating things from vendors that we did not recognize, and discovering whether we liked them in real time, standing far enough back from the Coachella stage during the evening headliner that we could see the San Jacinto Mountains behind it, going dark against a sky that was still faintly purple at the west, the stage lights reaching up into it in narrow columns of white and blue. The last night was when the third day was when the thing I have been building toward began. Alyssa had suggested the Molly before the trip, a suggestion I had not resisted and do not excuse, because I am the one who agreed and I am the one who took it. I had done it once before, years earlier, without consequence, and that single prior experience had created in me a false confidence about my own relationship to the substance. We took it in the late afternoon, before a set we had been looking forward to since January, and for the first 40 minutes I did not feel anything at all. Then I felt everything at once. At first it was exactly what it was supposed to be, a widening, a lightening, the crowd around me becoming less a pressure and more a warmth, the music from the outdoor theater arriving in my chest with a precision and beauty that felt like it was being produced specifically for me and not for the 120,000 other people. Within hearing of it, I remember putting my hand on Alyssa's arm and she looked at me and we did not say anything because nothing needed to be said. That part lasted approximately an hour. Then, at the edge of the crowd near one of the barrier fences where Alyssa and I had positioned ourselves with a sight line to the stage, I noticed him for the first time. He was not doing anything that would have drawn attention under normal circumstances. He was standing, facing the stage, at a distance from us of perhaps 20 feet, wearing dark clothing in a crowd that was almost uniformly bright and light and constructed for heat and visibility. What made me notice him was not what he was doing, but what he was not doing. The stillness of him, the specific absence of the constant small adjustments the bodies make in a crowd when they are engaged with something in front of them. He was not watching the stage. He was watching us. I filed it immediately in the category of a misread. The highest tendency to attach significance to neutral things, to create patterns from coincidence. I looked away and looked back, and he was still there. He was still watching. The set ended. We moved toward the drink stands on the east side of the grounds, and I saw him there, further back, at the edge of the service lane. We moved toward the Mojave tent for the next act on our list, and I saw him at the tent's entrance, leaning against the exterior structure, and the specific chill that went through me at that moment was not from the air, which had cooled, but not yet to the 50 degrees it would reach after midnight. I told Alyssa. She laughed, gently and without dismissal, the laugh of someone who loves you and is also watching you have an experience she does not want to interrupt. She said I was focusing too hard on one person in a crowd large enough to contain a small city. She was right that that was the most likely explanation. She was also wrong. By the fourth sighting, I had stopped cataloging the locations and started cataloging the interval between them, which was irregular enough to rule out a fixed route, but consistent enough to rule out coincidence. By the sixth, I had begun doing the thing that the body does when it has information the mind refuses to fully receive. A constant low-level orientation, a secondary awareness running underneath the primary one, tracking his position at the edge of my vision while I kept the rest of my attention pointed at the stage. The music was still good. I remember noticing this as strange, that the music was still genuinely good while the secondary awareness was running, that both things could be true simultaneously. Then Alyssa was not beside me. I did not know the exact moment she moved. We had been standing together, and then we were not. And the crowd had closed in the gap she had left. And when I turned to find her, the space where she had been was occupied by strangers who had no memory of her having been there. My phone showed no service. The call attempts showed as failed before the first ring completed. And the man in dark clothing was suddenly not at the edge of my vision anymore. He was 4 feet away, smiling, asking if I had lost my friend. That smile, and eagerness behind the question, and the specific quality of his voice, too ready, as though the answer he needed was already prepared, stayed with me long after the festival grounds were behind us and the rental car was on the highway west, and it stays with me still, in the particular way that some moments refuse to recede to their proper distance, no matter how much time moves between you and them. The patch of grass where I finally stopped moving was at the far eastern edge of the festival grounds, past the food vendors and the merchandise tents, in a section where the crowd thinned enough that you could see the individual blades of grass between the feet of the people around you, rather than just the accumulated pressure of thousands of bodies, compacting everything beneath them into a single undifferentiated surface. I had pushed through the crowd for approximately 10 minutes after leaving the man behind. Not running. Running would have drawn attention, and attention was the last thing I wanted. But moving with the specific urgency of someone who has decided on a direction and is committed to it, one shoulder at a time through gaps that closed immediately behind me. The festival grounds at that hour were operating at their maximum density, the evening headliners drawing the crowds inward from the perimeter, and moving against that current required a sustained physical effort that my body was poorly equipped for in its current state. The high had turned entirely by then. Whatever warmth and expansion it had offered in the first hour had inverted itself completely into something that had no warmth in it at all. A granular, overstimulated alertness that made every sound too present and every surface too distinct, and the space between my own thoughts and my perception of the world around me uncomfortably thin. My jaw was tight. My hands, when I looked at them in the ambient light of the grounds, had a faint tremor that I could not still by willing it to stop. I sat on the grass and I called Alyssa's number. The call failed. I called again. It failed again. I called 8 more times in succession, watching the screen display its small, indifferent indicators of a signal attempting to locate itself in a space occupied by 125,000 other signals. And on the 10th attempt, the call connected to something that was not quite a ring and not quite silence, and then Alyssa's voice came through in fragments. My name, a question, the ambient sound of the crowd on her end, bleeding through the connection in waves. I told her where I was. I told her I needed her to come. I told her something was wrong without being specific about what the wrong thing was, because the specific wrong things were too numerous to itemize through a failing connection in a crowd. She said she was coming. The call dropped before she finished the sentence. The 15 minutes that followed were the longest I had spent inside my own body in recent memory. I sat on the grass with my knees drawn up and my phone in both hands, and I watched the people moving past me with the exhausted attention of someone who has been tracking a specific face in a large crowd for hours and cannot fully disengage the tracking even when the object of it is no longer visible. Every dark shirt registered. Every person who moved with a particular deliberateness rather than the loose, festival and movement of someone entirely absorbed in their own evening, pulled a fraction of my focus before I reassigned it. The Colorado desert at 10 in the evening in April carries a cold that arrives gradually, in increments, the temperature dropping so steadily from the 105 of the afternoon that your body adjusts to each degree without registering the accumulation, until at some point you notice that you are cold in a way that has been building for hours. I noticed it sitting on that grass. The thin material of my shirt, which had been reasonable for the afternoon, was no longer adequate, and the cold was finding the places where the fabric did not cover: the back of my neck, the inside of my wrists, the strip of skin at my ankles above my shoes. I concentrated on the cold. It was specific and real, and it had nothing to do with anything except the temperature. And giving my attention to it was a way of giving it to something that was not the man in the dark clothing, who had been 4 feet from me 20 minutes ago with a smile that had no warmth in it, asking if I had lost my friend. Alyssa found me in 14 minutes. She appeared from the direction of the food vendors, moving with a focused speed that told me she had been navigating by the landmark I had given her, rather than by any of the official wayfinding. And when she saw me, she came directly to where I was sitting without slowing. She crouched down beside me and looked at my face for a moment without speaking, the way she has done since we were 14 years old, when one of us needed the other to assess something honestly before addressing it. She said, "Tell me what happened." I told her about the man. I told her about the sightings, the specific number of them, the intervals, the locations, the way his stillness in a moving crowd had registered before anything else did. I told her about the moment he had come close, and the thing I had felt in the quality of his eagerness when he offered to help me find her. I told her about the smile. She listened with the full attention she gives to things that matter to her, which is different from the attention most people give, and has always been one of the things I trusted most about her. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment, looking at the grounds around us, and I could see her assembling the account against her own experience of the same hours. She said carefully, "I believe that you saw him that many times." I said, "But," she said, "but, I do not know what that means yet, and I think right now your body is not in a good position to know either." She was correct about the second part. She was being generous about the first, and I understood the generosity and accepted it, because arguing about what the sightings meant was a conversation that required a clearer head than either of us had available. The practical question was the one she moved to next. Did I want to stay or did I want to go? I said I wanted to go. She stood up and extended her hand, and I took it, and we left. The walk out of the festival grounds was perhaps the most physically demanding 20 minutes of the weekend. The gates pulled the crowd into channels at that hour, the people leaving early moving against the grain of those arriving for the headliners, and the ambient sound of the grounds was still enormous even at the perimeter. The bass from the main stage reaching us as a pressure in the sternum rather than a frequency the ear could locate, the crowd noise layering over it in a continuous, undifferentiated human sound that pressed from every direction. I kept my head down and followed Alyssa's back, and I did not look for him. I had made the decision not to look, which is different from the decision that there was nothing to look for, and I knew the difference but held to the decision anyway. My body wanted to check every 30 seconds. I gave it 10 minutes and then checked once, at the gate, where the crowd compressed and slowed and gave me a moment of stopped visibility in which to scan the space behind us. I did not see him. This did not resolve anything. It simply removed him from the visible field, which is not the same as removing him from the situation. The shuttle back to the parking area was crowded and warm after the cold of the grounds, the seats filled with people in various states of festival exhaustion, some asleep against each other's shoulders, some conducting the loud, loose conversations of people still inside the chemical enthusiasm of the evening, some sitting quietly with the glazed and inward expression of a body that has done a great deal and is beginning to assess the cost. Alyssa and I sat near the rear, and she held my hand the way she has held it since we were teenagers and someone needed holding. and I looked out the window at the dark valley passing and said very little. The Airbnb was a 15-minute drive from the shuttle drop. The neighborhood was quiet in the specific way that residential neighborhoods adjacent to enormous temporary events are quiet. The absence of traffic creating a silence that felt earned. The houses behind their walls and hedges giving no indication of the 125,000-person city operating 3 miles away. The string lights in the yard were still on. Someone had left them on a timer, and they hung from the lemon tree to the back fence in their warm, patient arcs. And the yard they illuminated was exactly the yard it had been 2 days earlier when I had sat under those same lights, eating a date and feeling that we had done the right thing. I stood at the screen door for a moment and looked at the yard, and the lights and the familiar arrangement of the chairs, and my body did the thing that bodies do when they return to a known space after a difficult exterior one. A loosening, a descent from the sustained alertness of the grounds into something that recognized the territory, and began to release the muscular architecture of the previous hours. Alyssa went straight to the kitchen and came back with 2 glasses of water and set one on the nightstand beside my bed, without asking. I sat on the edge of the mattress and drank half of it, and felt the water move through me with the specific gratitude of a body that has been running hot and tight for too many hours and has finally been offered something it knew how to use. I told her I was going to try to sleep. She said she would be in the next room. She said to knock on the wall if I needed anything, which was a thing she had said to me in motel rooms and shared apartments since we were in college, and the familiarity of it did its work on the remaining tension in my shoulders. I lay down in the dark. The air conditioner in the window unit ran at a low and steady frequency. The room smelled of the specific neutral cleanliness of a short-term rental, laundered cotton, and the faint trace of whatever product had been used on the floors. And underneath both of those, the mineral quality of desert air that finds its way into every space, regardless of the ceiling. I was not entirely unconscious. I want to be clear about that. What I descended into was the particular half-sleep of a body too exhausted to stay fully awake and too wound to cross entirely into sleep. A state with its own texture, its own strange spatial looseness, where time moves at an unreliable rate, and the sounds of a space become both more and less meaningful than they are in full wakefulness. I do not know how long I was in that state before something pulled me back to the surface. I do not know what the something was. A sound, possibly, or simply the body's own nervous system, still running its secondary awareness from the festival grounds, surfacing to check the room the way it had been checking the crowd for hours. Whatever the mechanism, I came back to wakefulness with the specific completeness of someone who has not been deeply asleep, fully conscious within a single second, eyes open, the room familiar and dark around me. I looked toward the doorway. The hallway light was off. Alyssa had turned it off after I closed my door, which was her habit and mine, and the doorway was a rectangle of darkness slightly different in quality from the darkness of the room, the ambient light from the yard's string lights reaching the hallway from the living room window and creating a faint, sourceless illumination that was just enough to see the shape of the space without seeing into it clearly. There was a shape in the doorway that should not have been there. It was tall and completely still, and it was facing me, and I lay in the dark looking at it, and felt the specific cold that has nothing to do with temperature move from the back of my neck downward through my entire body, and the half-sleep I had just surfaced from was gone as completely as if it had never existed. The shape did not move. That was the first thing I cataloged, in a split second between seeing it and understanding what I was seeing. The complete absence of motion, the quality of stillness that living things do not naturally sustain. A person standing in a doorway shifts their weight, adjusts their shoulders, allows the small involuntary movements that respiration and circulation produce in a body that is functioning. This shape did none of those things. It stood in the rectangle of the doorway with the absolute stillness of something that had been there long enough to have learned how to be still. I did not scream immediately. I want to be honest about that, because what came before the scream is the part I have spent the most time inside. There was a period, I cannot tell you if it was 3 seconds or 30, where I simply lay in the bed and looked at the shape and my body ran through its entire inventory of what it was capable of. and found that the inventory had been emptied. My voice was gone. My limbs were gone. My ability to make a decision about what to do with the information I was receiving had gone somewhere I could not reach. The shape was the height of a man, taller than Alyssa, broader than Alyssa. The ambient light from the yard reached the hallway behind it in a faint, sourceless way, and against that minimal backlight I could see the outline of shoulders, the suggestion of a head, the specific vertical geometry of a person standing with their arms at their sides. I thought, this is the high. This is the extended consequence of what I took this afternoon, and the brain is doing what overstimulated brains do, which is impose meaning on shadow, construct a figure from the negative space of a dark doorway, create the thing it has been dreading in the place it was most afraid of finding it. I thought this clearly and completely. I believed it for approximately 2 seconds. Then the shape shifted its weight. It was a minimal movement, a small transfer, the kind the body makes when it has been standing in one position long enough that the musculature requires a brief redistribution, the kind of movement that is entirely involuntary and entirely human and entirely absent from shadows and visual hallucinations, which do not have weight to shift or muscles to relieve. That was when I screamed. I did not decide to scream. The scream came from a place below decision, from the body's oldest and least sophisticated inventory, and it was not a sound I recognized as belonging to me. Too large, too raw, coming from a part of the chest I did not normally have access to. I heard it as though from a slight distance, the way you hear yourself speak when you are very frightened and the sound seems to belong to someone who is having your experience rather than to you directly. I pulled the covers over my head. This is the part that embarrasses me most in retrospect, not because it was wrong, but because it was so completely animal, so entirely without strategy. The oldest possible response to the oldest possible fear, the body trying to remove itself from a situation it had no other tools for. I lay under the covers and I screamed until I had no more scream left, and then I lay in the silence that followed and listened. Footsteps in the hallway. Alyssa's voice saying my name, rising on the second syllable, in the way it rises when she is frightened. The overhead light coming on through the fabric of the blanket, the room going from dark to a warm, muffled orange. Her hand on my shoulder through the covers, shaking me gently. I came out from under the blanket. The doorway was empty. The room was exactly as it had been when I had lain down. The nightstand, with the half-drunk glass of water, the suitcase open against the far wall with my clothes folded on top of it, the window unit running at slow and steady frequency, the door to the hallway standing open, and the hallway beyond it fully lit and completely unoccupied. Alyssa was sitting on the edge of the bed beside me with both hands on my arm, looking at my face with the expression she uses when she is frightened and trying not to add her own fear to whatever I am already carrying. She asked what had happened. I started to tell her, and found that the words required more physical coordination than I currently had available, because I was shaking in the specific way the body shakes when it has run a full adrenaline cycle and arrived at the other side of it without any of the physical action that adrenaline is designed to support. She put her arm around me and waited. The waiting was the right thing to do, and she knew it. When I could speak evenly, I told her. I told her about the shape in the doorway. I told her about the stillness and then the weight shift. I told her about the height and the width and the outline of the shoulders against the faint backlight from the yard. She listened with her arm still around me and her eyes in the doorway. When I finished, she said, "I am going to check the house." I told her not to go alone. She said she would be 30 seconds and she stood up before I could argue. And I watched her move through the doorway and heard her footsteps in the hallway and then the sound of the front door being checked, the handle tested, the deadbolt confirmed, and in the living room. Her footsteps crossing the tile, and then a pause that lasted slightly longer than the others. She came back. She stood in the doorway, the same rectangle of space, and she looked at me with the expression that had moved from frightened but managing into something more careful. She said, "The front door's locked. The windows are locked. There is nobody in the house." I said I knew what I had seen. She said, I know you do. There was a specific honesty in the way she said it that I have thought about many times since. She was not dismissing the experience. She was not assigning it cleanly to the Molly, though that was the available and obvious explanation, and we both knew it was available. She was simply declining to resolve it in either direction, which was the only truthful position available to her at that moment, and the truthfulness of it was both comforting and deeply insufficient. She asked if she could sleep in the bed with me. She phrased it as a request for her own comfort rather than mine, which was a kindness I recognized and accepted without naming. We lay in the bed with the hallway light on, and the bedroom door open and the nightstand lamp burning, which left the room with no shadows and no doorway darkness and no possibility of the ambient light from the yard, creating a backlit silhouette from anything that might be standing in the hall. Alyssa talked. She talked about ordinary things. A podcast she had been meaning to listen to. A restaurant she wanted to try when we got back to Minneapolis. A conversation she had been needing to have with her landlord about the radiator. The specificity of the ordinary was deliberate, and I was grateful for it. The way you are grateful for something that requires no acknowledgement. I did not sleep again that night. I was not afraid, precisely, in the hours that followed. Or not only afraid. I was in the specific suspended state that follows a significant fright when the body has expelled its emergency resources and replaced them with nothing except a vigilant, bone-deep wakefulness that has no productive object. I lay in the living room, and I listened to the house, and I listened to the neighborhood outside, and I listened to Alyssa's voice running its quiet, ordinary current beside me, and I held the image of the shape in the doorway at a careful distance and turned it slowly, examining it from every angle the available light of my own understanding could reach. At some point, Alyssa stopped talking, and her breathing changed, and she was asleep. I did not try to follow her. I simply lay and watched the ceiling and waited for morning. Morning came with the specific indifference of desert mornings. The light outside going from black to a deep blue to the flat white of a clear high desert sky. The birds beginning in the lemon tree outside the window with a cheerfulness that had no relationship whatsoever to the interior of the room. The air conditioner cycled off, and the room settled into its morning quiet, and from the kitchen came the small sounds of the automatic coffee maker doing what it had been set to do. Alyssa woke before me, which is to say before the state I was in crossed the threshold into sleep. She sat up and looked at me, and I looked at her, and neither of us said anything for a moment. Then she said, "Let me make you something to eat." She went to the kitchen. I lay in the bed for another few minutes and looked at the ceiling, and then I sat up, and I put my feet on the floor, and I looked at the doorway. The hallway was bright with morning light and completely ordinary. The framed print on the opposite wall visible. The bathroom door open. The front door at the end of the hall exactly where it had always been, and on the hardwood floor of the hallway, beginning approximately 4 feet from the front door and continuing toward my bedroom in a trail that stopped precisely at the threshold, precisely at the point where the shape had been standing. There were boot prints, dark, compressed, distinct, the tread pattern of a work boot, the kind with a deep lug sole, pressed into the hardwood and the dried residue of something that had been wet when the prints were made. The damp of exterior ground at 10 degrees above dew point, carried inside on the soles of boots that had walked through the desert night to get there. I sat on the edge of the bed and looked at them. I did not call Alyssa. I did not move toward them. I sat with the specific sensation of every alternative explanation I had spent the night constructing collapsing simultaneously, each one folding into the next in a sequence that took approximately 3 seconds from beginning to end. And at the end of those 3 seconds I was sitting in a rented bedroom in the Coachella Valley, looking at the physical evidence of a person who had stood in my doorway while I was sleeping. The body does something particular in that moment. Not panic. Panic requires some remaining uncertainty to fuel it. This was the other thing. The thing that comes after the last uncertainty is gone. I looked at the trail of prints leading from the front door to my threshold, and I sat with what they meant. And the sitting was very quiet and very still. and the lemon tree outside the window moved slightly in the early desert wind, and from the kitchen came the ordinary sound of Alyssa opening a cabinet. Then she screamed my name. She had seen them from the kitchen doorway, where the angle gave her the full length of the hall, and the sound of my name in her voice at that hour. In that house, with the morning light making everything perfectly and horribly visible, was the sound of the last door closing on any version of the previous night that did not require us to be afraid of what had already happened. We stood in the hallway together, and we did not touch the prints. This was instinctive rather than reasoned. Neither of us said, "Do not touch them, do not disturb them. We will need these later." We simply stood at the kitchen doorway and looked at the trail from the distance that felt correct, the way you stand back from something that has declared itself important and wait for your understanding to catch up with what your eyes are already reporting. The morning light from the living room window fell across the hardwood at a low angle that made the impressions more visible than they would have been in even light. The tread pattern of each boot, clear enough to count the individual lugs of the sole. The spacing between each print consistent with an unhurried walking pace. I counted them. I do not know why I counted them, except that counting was something my mind could do with the evidence without requiring me to know yet what to do with it. From the front door threshold to the point where the trail stopped at my bedroom doorway, there were 11 prints going in. They stopped completely at the threshold, then beginning approximately 2 feet to the left of where they stopped. A second set began, the same tread, the same sole width, and moved back down the hall toward the front door in a trail that ended at the mat. Whoever had made them had come in, walked to my doorway, stood there, and walked back out. Alyssa said very quietly, "He came back." She said it the way you say a thing when you have been holding the possibility of it at a careful distance, and the distance has just collapsed. Not a question. Not an accusation. Just the arrival of an understanding that she had been trying to avoid and could no longer avoid. I said, "The door was locked." She looked at the front door. We both did. The deadbolt was engaged. I could see the thumb turn in the lock position from where I stood. She crossed to it and crouched and examined the mechanism without touching it. And then she stood and looked at me. She said, "It does not look forced." We went through the house then, in the way that you go through a space when you are looking for what has been changed rather than for what is there. A different kind of attention, subtractive rather than additive, comparing the present state of each room against the memory of its previous state, and looking for the delta, the living room, the bathroom, the second bedroom, Alyssa's room, which he stood in the doorway of and scanned with the focused attention of someone who does not want to enter fully until they have cleared the space visually. The kitchen, the utility closet beside the bathroom, which I opened with one hand on the door edge and looked into without crossing the threshold. Nothing was missing. This registered immediately as significant in a way I could not yet articulate. A person who comes through a locked front door in the middle of the night and walks to a specific bedroom doorway and stands there and leaves. That person is not there for the things a house contains. The absence of missing items was not reassurance. It was its own category of information, and the information it contained was worse than theft. Alyssa had her phone out. She was taking photographs of the prints, moving along the hallway with her phone low, capturing each impression from an angle that preserved the tread detail. She did this without discussing it, with the focused efficiency of someone who has decided that documentation is the first correct action regardless of what comes after. I watched her work and felt a specific gratitude for the part of her that moved toward the practical when the practical was what was needed. She looked up from the phone. "We need to call someone." I said, "The Airbnb host first." She looked at me for a moment. Then she said, "The police first." She was right, and I had known she was right before I said the other thing. What I'd been doing was looking for a version of the next step that was smaller and more manageable than the actual next step, which is something I do under pressure, and which Alyssa has been gently correcting for the duration of our friendship. I picked up my phone and called 911, standing in the kitchen doorway with the hallway visible ahead of me and the morning light making the boot prints perfectly legible from where I stood. The dispatcher was patient and precise. She asked for the address, which I had to find on the Airbnb confirmation email, because I did not know the street number from memory, and I gave it to her while Alyssa moved to the living room window and stood to the side of it looking out at the street. The dispatcher asked what had happened, and I told her. The prints, the locked door, the figure in the doorway the previous night, the festival, the man I had seen multiple times in the crowd. I told her the full sequence and the order it had occurred, and she listened without interrupting except to ask 2 clarifying questions, both of which were about the timeline. She said units would be dispatched. She said we should not touch anything in the hallway and should stay inside with the doors locked. We already knew this. We did it anyway. The officers arrived in 18 minutes, which felt both fast and insufficient. 2 of them, a man and a woman, both in their 30s, both with the particular manner of people whose job requires them to assess the credibility of an account within the first 30 seconds of hearing it, without allowing that assessment to show on their face. The woman, whose name tag read Flores, took the lead. She stood in the hallway and looked at the prints for a long time without speaking, and then she asked me to walk her through the night from the beginning. I did. I told her about the man at the festival, the sightings, the intervals, the moment he had come close. I told her about the figure in the doorway. I told her what I had seen and what I had felt and what I had been included and what I had been uncertain about until I had seen the prints. I told her all of it in the most accurate and sequential way I could manage. And I was aware as I told it that the earlier portion of the account, the part involving what I had taken at the festival, the part about the high and the distorted perception and the night in which my reliability as an observer was genuinely compromised, was the portion that was going to be the most difficult to convey, without undermining the portion that came after it. Flores listened to all of it. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment, and then she said, "You took something at the festival." I said yes. She said, "And the figure in the doorway, you believe you saw that before or after the effects would have been diminishing?" I said I believed the acute phase had largely passed by the time I went to bed. I said I could not be certain of the precise timeline, but that the experience of seeing the figure had felt qualitatively different from the earlier experiences the substance had produced, less expansive, more precise, more frightening in the specific way that real things are frightening, as opposed to the way that chemically amplified perceptions are frightening. She looked at me for a moment. Then she wrote something in her notebook. The second officer, whose name tag read Gareth, had been moving through the house with a measured patience since the first 5 minutes, not searching exactly, more orienting, building his own understanding of the spatial layout, the relationship between the front door and the hallway and my bedroom, the angle of sight from the doorway to the bed. He came back to the hallway and crouched beside the prints and looked at the tread detail from close range, and then he stood and said something to Flores in a register too low for me to catch. She nodded once. She told us what they were going to do: document the prints, examine the front door mechanism, check the exterior of the property, and take our statements in full. She said this in the sequential, informative way of someone who understands that the most useful thing she can give the people in the room is a clear account of what the next hour will contain. Then she said, "You said he was watching you specifically, not your friend." I said that was my impression, yes. She said, "From the first sighting." I said yes. She wrote something else. She did not share what. Gareth had gone outside. Through the living room window we could see him moving along the exterior wall of the house, looking at the ground, looking at the windows, moving with a slow and systematic attention. He stopped at one point near the front of the property and crouched down, and stayed crouched for a longer time than any of the other positions he had taken, and then he stood and took out his phone and photographed whatever he had found. He came back inside and spoke to Flores again. And again, I could not hear the register of it, and she came to where Alyssa and I were sitting at the kitchen table, and she looked at me, and she said, "There are additional prints on the exterior, along the front of the property, near the window of your bedroom." She said it plainly. She did not add anything to it. I sat with this. The bedroom window faced the front of the house. The window unit air conditioner occupied the lower half of it, and the upper half was a standard single-hung window that I had not opened during the stay because the air conditioning was adequate. The prints on the exterior, near that window, meant that someone had stood outside that window at some point during the nights we had been in the house, not just the previous night. The prints on the exterior, Gareth would tell us when he came in to take our statements, showed evidence of multiple visits. The ground beneath the window compressed and disturbed in the way the ground is disturbed by repeated standing in the same position rather than by a single, passing, multiple nights. Alyssa's hand found mine under the table. She did not squeeze it. She simply placed hers over mine, the way you place something over an opening to keep the cold out. And we sat in the kitchen of the Airbnb with its bowl of dates on the counter and its cheerful string lights visible in the yard through the window above the sink, and the morning continued to be perfectly and remorselessly clear outside. I thought about the first evening, sitting under those lights, eating a date, feeling that we had done the right thing by coming. He'd been watching from somewhere outside the property by then, in some configuration I could not reconstruct. In the warm dusk of the first evening, while the string lights came on automatically in a lemon tree, and we sat beneath them completely unaware of being observed. He had already begun his accounting of the property, the windows, the layout, the rhythms of the occupants, the information you gather about a space from the outside before you decide anything about the inside. He had already decided something about me. Flores came back to the table with her notebook. She sat across from us and looked at me with the level, undecorated attention of someone who is about to ask a question she has been building toward for the previous hour. She said, "Before this trip, is there anyone in your life who might have reason to follow you?" The question sat in the kitchen and took up all the available air. I said I did not know of anyone. She said, "Take your time." I took my time. I went through the previous year in the way the question required. The people who had moved through it, the relationships that had changed, the endings that had not been clean. I told her what I told her, which is not what I will tell here because some things belong to the account of what happened and some things belong only to the life the account came from. She listened and wrote and did not tell me what she was thinking. Outside, the lemon tree moved in the morning wind, and the string lights hung still when cold in the daylight, and the desert beyond the yard's back wall was brilliant and enormous and completely indifferent to all of it. The question she had asked, "Is there anyone who might have reason to follow you?" had opened something I had been keeping carefully closed, and it stayed open for the rest of that morning and for a long time after. And the staying open was its own specific cost, separate from everything else the trip had already charged. 8:16 a.m. Flores asked me to come outside with her while Gareth finished taking Alyssa's statement at the kitchen table. We stood on the narrow front path of the property in the full morning light, the neighborhood quiet around us in the way that residential neighborhoods are quiet on the mornings after major event nights. The specific stillness of a community that has absorbed an unusual volume of traffic and noise and is now resting in the aftermath. A sprinkler ran somewhere down the street. A car moved to the intersection at the end of the block without stopping. The San Jacinto Mountains to the west had lost their morning pink and gone to their daytime brown. The ridgeline sharp and still against a sky that had no cloud in it anywhere. Flores had her notebook, but she was not writing in it. She held it at her side and looked at the front of the property. The low hedge, the short concrete path, the bedroom window with its air conditioning unit occupying the lower half. She looked at it the way she had looked at the prints in the hallway, with the specific patience of someone extracting information from a fixed visual field, rather than performing the act of looking for the person beside her. She said, "The prints near the window." Gareth counted the compression patterns. He believes the position was used on at least 3 separate occasions. 3 nights. We had been in the house 4 nights total, counting the night of arrival. 3 of those nights, something had stood outside my bedroom window. I said, "We arrived Thursday evening." She said, "Yes." I said, "So from the first night?" She said, That is consistent with what we are seeing. She turned slightly towards me. She had a way of repositioning her attention that was physical rather than just directional, her whole body reorienting by a few degrees, the way a person does when they are moving from observation to conversation and want the shift to be legible. She said, "I want to ask you something, and I want you to take as much time as you need before you answer." I said to go ahead. She said, "The man you saw at the festival, the sightings, before the acute phase of what you had taken, the very first time you noticed him, what was it specifically that made you notice him?" I had been turning this question in my hands since the previous night without knowing I was holding it. The answer that I had been giving myself was the one I had given to Alyssa. The stillness, the dark clothing, the way he stood facing us rather than the stage. These were all accurate. They were not complete. The complete answer was that I had noticed him because I had felt noticed first. There is a specific sensation that precedes conscious recognition of being watched. A change in the quality of the ambient attention in a space, a pressure that the body registers before the eyes confirm it. I had felt that pressure before I had located its source. The locating had come after, and the after had made the before legible, and the legibility was what had produced the fear. He had not become frightening when I saw him. He had been frightening before I knew where to look. I told Flores this. I told her in the careful language of someone reconstructing an experience that had been partially obscured by its own conditions, being precise about what I knew and what I was inferring and where the line between them fell. She listened without writing. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment, and then she said, "That is a useful distinction." She did not explain what it was useful for. She walked me to the side of the property where the exterior prints were, and we stood beside them without entering the narrow strip of ground between the hedge and the wall. From this position I could see the bedroom window from the outside for the first time, the white frame of it, the gray housing of the air conditioning unit below, the glass of the upper pane opaque with the reflection of the sky. I stood and looked at the window I had slept behind for 4 nights, and felt the specific vertigo of seeing a thing from a position you did not know existed while the thing was happening. The ground beneath the window was a narrow strip of decorative gravel, the kind of pale, rounded riverstone that property owners use as ground cover in desert landscapes because it requires no maintenance and retains no water. In the gravel, 3 distinct areas of compression were visible even to my untrained eye. Irregular patches where the stones had been pushed down and together by the sustained weight of something standing in place. The patches were each approximately the size of a pair of feet, spaced the width of a standing person's stance, positioned directly below the window's center. I looked at those patches in the gravel, and I felt the thing that the morning had been building toward since Alyssa had screamed my name from the kitchen doorway. Not fear exactly. I had moved through fear already several times in the previous 12 hours. This was the thing on the other side of fear, the thing that lives there permanently once a certain kind of knowledge has been installed. The knowledge that 3 nights ago, while I was inside that room in the specific vulnerability of sleep, something was outside that window making these impressions in this gravel, and the glass between us was the only partition in the arrangement. And the glass had not known it was the only partition, and neither had I. Flores said, "I want to ask about the person you mentioned. When I asked if anyone might have reason to follow you, I said I had been thinking about it since she asked," she said, and the answer I had given her inside, the careful partial account of the previous year, had been accurate as far as it went, and had not gone far enough. There was a specific name I had not said, and the not saying had been a choice that I had made quickly and without fully examining, in the way that choices made under pressure are often made, fast enough to avoid the examination that might have changed them. His name was Derek. He was someone I had dated for 7 months the previous year, ending in December, 6 months before the festival. The ending had not been complicated on my side. I had been honest and clear and kind in the way that I try to be honest and clear and kind, which does not always prevent the other person from receiving the ending as something other than what it was. Derek had received it as something other than what it was. The subsequent 2 months had produced a series of messages that had begun as attempts to reopen the conversation, and had gradually shifted in register until I had blocked the account they were coming from and not heard from him since. I had told myself that blocking an account constituted an ending. I had wanted that to be true badly enough that I had accepted it without examining whether it was. I told Flores his name. I told her the timeline. I told her about the messages, which I still had on a phone I had since replaced and had not deleted, because some part of me had understood that deletion was a decision I should not make unilaterally. I told her about the shift in register. I told her what the later messages had contained, which I will not reproduce here because the content belonged to a category of language that loses something of its original quality when it is extracted from the context of its delivery and the specific dread that context produced. She wrote all of it down. She wrote for longer than any of the previous entries in her notebook, and she wrote without asking me to stop or slow down, keeping pace with the account in a way that told me her handwriting was faster than it appeared from the outside. When I finished, she looked at her notes for a moment. Then she looked up. She said, "Do you have a photograph of him?" I said I thought I did on the old phone. But the old phone was in Minneapolis. She said, "Can you describe him?" I described him. Dark hair, scruff. Tall. Broad through the shoulders. Approximately mid-30s. He had dressed, when I had known him, almost exclusively in dark colors, a preference he had described as a practicality and which I had not given any significance to at the time. Flores had stopped writing. She was looking at me with the expression that had replaced her neutral assessment face, the one that was still controlled but had something additional in it, a quality of attention that had sharpened past the professional and into the personal, the look of someone who has just had 2 separate columns of information become 1 column. She said, "The description you just gave me." I said, "Yes." She said, "Is consistent with the description you gave me of the man at the festival. The sprinkler down the street had stopped. The neighborhood was perfectly quiet around us. The San Jacinto Mountains stood in their daytime impassivity to the west, and the sky above them was the hard, unambiguous blue of a desert morning, with no weather in it anywhere. And I stood on the concrete path outside a rented house in Indio, California, and I felt the last organizing structure of the previous 12 hours rearrange itself around a center that had been there the entire time, waiting for me to be ready to look directly at it. He had not been a stranger in the crowd, or he had been, in the sense that I had not recognized him. 3 years is enough time for a face to become imprecise in memory, particularly a face you have spent significant energy trying not to reconstruct. But he had not found me by coincidence at a festival with 125,000 attendees. He had found me the way a person finds someone they have been looking for, deliberately, with preparation, having done the prior work that transforms a location into a destination. My social media was not private. The trip had been discussed, photographed, documented across the previous 3 months in the ordinary way that a person in their mid-20s documents the things they are anticipating and then the things they are experiencing. The festival weekend, the Airbnb, the neighborhood in Indio. None of it had been hidden because I had not understood that hiding it was something I needed to consider. I stood on the path, and I breathed through the specific nausea that arrived with this understanding. Not the acute nausea of fear, but the slower, more corrosive nausea of retrospective comprehension, of understanding the mechanism after the machine is already run. Flores put her hand briefly on my forearm. It was a precise, bounded gesture. Contact enough to be human, brief enough to remain professional, exactly calibrated to what the moment required. Then she removed it and returned it to her notebook. She said, "I want you to know that what you are describing changes the nature of this investigation significantly." I said I understood. She said, "I also want you to know that you did nothing wrong by not recognizing him immediately. In altered perceptual conditions, after a significant period of time, with a large crowd providing cover, Recognition under those conditions is not reliable. Your body registered the threat before your conscious mind could identify its source. That is not a failure. That is your nervous system doing its job correctly. She said it plainly, without the softening inflection that would have made it sound like comfort rather than information. I received it as information, which was what it was, and which was what I needed it to be. Inside the house, through the open front door, I could hear Gareth's voice and then Alyssa's, the low alternating rhythm of a statement being taken and recorded. The lemon tree in the side yard moved in a small, intermittent wind that came off the mountains in the late morning. One of its branches carried 3 fruits that had gone from green to the beginning of yellow, not yet ripe, and they turned slightly in the wind and caught the light and did not know anything about any of this. I looked at those 3 lemons for a long time. I thought about December, about the last conversation I had thought was a conversation, and had apparently been something else entirely, an ending that one person experienced as an ending and the other person experienced as an ending. Interruption, a pause in a story that was not finished, a door that had been closed from one side only. I thought about the 7 months that had preceded December, and I turned them carefully in the new light of the morning and looked at what they contained that I had previously not examined. There were things I found there, things that had been available to my attention all along and that I had chosen, at the time, to assign to other categories. Intensity that I had read as passion, a possessiveness that I had read as care, a need to know my location and my plans and the composition of my social circle that I had read as interest. The reassignment did not take long. The raw material had always been there. Only the light had been missing. I felt the cold move through me that had moved through me in the doorway the previous night. Standing in full California sunshine, with the temperature already climbing toward the day's high. It was not the cold of the air. It was the cold of understanding arriving in a body that had been warm with the specific warmth of ignorance and the warmth going out of it all at once. Flores said, "Are you all right?" I said I was. She looked at me for a moment with the accurate, unbothered attention she had been giving me since she arrived. She said, "No, but you will be." She said it the same way she said everything else, plainly, without decoration, as a statement of information rather than a comfort. And it landed as information, which meant it landed as something I could use, which meant it landed correctly. The morning continued its patient, indifferent work around us. The sprinkler resuming somewhere down the block, the mountains holding their position to the west, the lemon tree moving in its small wind. And inside the house Alyssa was giving her statement in the careful, sequential way she gives accounts of things that matter, and I stood on the path and let the understanding finish installing itself, because there was no shorter route through it, and I had already tried the detour. Gareth found us on the path 20 minutes later. He came through the front door with his notebook closed and his phone in his hand, and he spoke to Flores in the low, information-dense register they had been using with each other all morning, the shorthand of 2 people who have worked together long enough to communicate in half-sentences without losing precision. I caught fragments, a name check, a vehicle registration, the phrase prior contact which landed in my chest with a specific weight. Flores looked at her own phone and then at me. She said, "We are going to need you both to come to the station this afternoon to give formal statements. Not now, take a few hours. Eat something. We will send a unit to drive you if you would prefer not to drive yourselves." I asked what prior contact meant. She looked at me for a moment with the expression that was becoming familiar, the one that was honest without being unprotected, that gave information without giving more than the situation required. She said, "It means the name you gave me this morning has appeared in a previous report." She did not say where or when or in what capacity. She said that additional information would be available to us in the context of a formal interview, and that she was not in a position to share specifics on the path outside a rental property on a Saturday morning in April. She said this without apology, as the simple statement of a procedural reality, and I accepted it the way you accept a door being closed, not because you agree with the closing but because the door is not yours. Gareth had gone back inside. I could hear him moving through the house with a renewed purposefulness. The sounds of drawers being opened and closed in the kitchen, which I did not understand, and then the bathroom door, and then the sound of him in the hallway. Very close to the prince, doing something I could not identify from outside, Flora said, "Is there anyone you can call? Family or someone back home, who you would want to know about this?" I thought about my mother, who lived in St. Paul and who I called every Sunday, and who would need to know this from me directly and soon, before any version of it reached her through another channel. I thought about the specific conversation that would be, the managing of her fear alongside my own, the care required to give her enough to understand, without giving her so much that she could not sleep. I had been managing that particular balance my entire adult life, and I knew its contours well, and knowing them did not make them easier. I said there were people I needed to call, yes. She said to take the time to do that before we came to the station. She said it with the understanding of someone who knew what those calls would cost, and was giving me the space to make them before she needed more from me. She went back inside. I stood on the path alone for the first time since the morning had begun, and I let the aloneness settle around me for a moment before I did anything with it. The street was slightly more awake now. A neighbor 2 houses down was taking a recycling bin to the curb, and a dog was being walked on the far side of the street by a man in a hat who did not look up as he passed. Ordinary Saturday morning activity, unhurried and unaware, proceeding with the specific innocence of people who had slept through the night in their own beds without incident. I called my mother. The call lasted 22 minutes and I stood on the path for all of them. She did the thing she always does when I tell her something frightening. She became very quiet and very precise, asking questions in the specific sequence that revealed her moving through the event systematically, building a complete picture before she allowed herself a response to it. When she had the picture, she said my name once, quietly, and then she said, "Are you safe right now?" I said yes. I said there were police in the house and that we were going to the station later and that we would be on a plane home tomorrow. She said, "Come home." I said I would. She said, "Today." I said I would look at flights. She said, "Cassidy." I said I knew. I said I would. Alyssa appeared in the doorway while I was ending the call. She had her arms crossed at her chest and she was looking at me with the morning's accumulated weight visible in the set of her shoulders. Not collapsed. Alyssa does not collapse, but carrying, which is the thing she does instead. She had heard enough of my half of the call to know who I had been talking to. She waited until I had put the phone down. Then she said, "Gareth found something else." She said it in the careful, neutral register she uses when she is giving me information that she has already processed and does not want to process again in the giving of it. She stepped back from the doorway to let me through. Gareth was in the kitchen. He had opened the cabinet beneath the sink, the low cabinet where the cleaning products lived, the one I had opened on the first day to check for dish soap, and then not opened again. He was crouching beside it with his phone's flashlight directed into the back of the cabinet space. He looked up when I came in. He said, "Do you recognize this?" He moved the flashlight slightly to angle the beam toward the back left corner of the cabinet interior, behind the drain pipe, and the plastic basin of the host's cleaning supplies, pushed into the corner, partially obscured by the pipe, was a small object. It was a phone, not a current model. Older, thinner, the kind of device that predates the current generation by several years. Its screen was dark. It was in a black case, scratched at the corners from extended use. I said, "That is not mine." He said, "And not your friend's." I said no. He said, "It was placed in this position deliberately. The angle and depth of placement suggests it was put there by someone who knew the cabinet's interior." He meant someone who had been in the kitchen before, someone who had opened this cabinet, looked into it, identified the back left corner behind the drain pipe as a place where an object could be left without being noticed by guests who opened the cabinet only as far as they needed to, and looked only at what they were looking for. I stood in the kitchen doorway and looked at the phone in the cabinet, and felt the morning rearrange itself again. A further reorganization, a deeper layer of the same understanding that had been arriving in increments since Alyssa had screamed my name. He had not only stood outside the window, he had not only come through the door in the night, he had been inside this kitchen, in this specific room, at some point during our stay, close enough to the counter where we had eaten breakfast to reach beneath the sink and place a device in the corner of the cabinet. He had left something behind. Gareth stood and looked at me with the even, informative attention that was his consistent register. He said, "We will take it for processing. I want to be honest with you, we do not know yet what the device contains, or what its function was in this location. That will take time to determine. What I can tell you is that its presence here is being treated as significant." I said, "Could it have been recording?" He said, "That is one of the things we will be looking at, yes." He said it the same way Flores had said everything, plainly, without the softening that would have made it more bearable and therefore less true. I had been receiving truth in this register all morning, and I had been receiving it correctly, as information rather than comfort, and I continued to receive this one correctly, even though this one required the most of me. Alyssa was behind me. I felt her hand between my shoulder blades. Not pressure, just presence. The specific warmth of a palm placed flat against the back of someone who is receiving something difficult and needs to know they are not receiving it alone. We ate something eventually. Flores had told us to eat, and she had been right. The body's requirements do not suspend themselves for the convenience of a crisis, and we had been awake since before 5, and had given the morning everything it had asked for. And the kitchen contained enough to make a simple meal, if we were willing to be in it. We were willing to be in it. Alyssa made toast from the bread on the counter and sliced the remaining cheese from the refrigerator, and we ate standing at the counter because sitting at the table felt, in some way neither of us articulated, like the wrong posture for the day. The cabinet beneath the sink was closed. Gareth had taken the phone. The kitchen looked exactly as it had looked every other morning. The bowl on the counter, the coffee maker, the window above the sink with its view of the side yard and the lemon tree. I looked at the cabinet while I ate and thought about opening it on the first day. The shelf of cleaning products. The plastic basin. My hand on the cabinet door and my eyes doing the quick surface-level scan of someone looking for one specific thing and not looking for anything else. He had been counting on that. The specific, bounded attention of a person looking for dish soap. The way human attention edits what is not relevant and finds only what it came for. I thought about what else I had not looked for. Flores came to the kitchen after we had eaten and sat across from us at the table and told us what she could tell us, which was more than she had been able to tell us on the path, and less than I wanted to know. She told us that the formal interview that afternoon would be conducted by a detective rather than a patrol officer, and that the nature of the evidence gathered that morning, the prints, the phone, the prior contact on record, had elevated the investigation to a category that required that escalation. She told us this as information, not as alarm, and I received it as information even though the information was alarming. She said, "Before we finish here, I want to ask you one more thing." I said to go ahead. She said, "The first night, before the festival, did anything happen at this property or in this neighborhood that you noticed, but did not assign significance to at the time?" I thought about the first evening under the string lights. The dates, the specific quality of the quiet. I thought about whether anything had registered at the edge of my attention that I had filed in the wrong category. I went through the evening carefully, the way Flores had taught me to go through things by example all morning. Not looking for what I expected to find, but looking for what was there. And I found it, small and retrospectively obvious and completely innocent at the time of its occurrence. On the first evening, sitting under the string lights in the yard, I had heard a sound from the street side of the property. A single brief sound, like a footstep on the concrete path outside the front hedge, followed by nothing. I had turned and looked toward the street and seen nothing, and the sound had not repeated. and I had turned back and eaten another date and continued the conversation I had been having with Alyssa about the bands we were going to see the following day. One footstep, then silence, then nothing. I had not assigned it significance because one footstep on a public path outside a residential property in a neighborhood near a major festival is not significant. It is a person walking past. It is the ordinary ambient sound of a populated place doing what populated places do, unless it is a person stopping at the boundary of a property they have been looking for, confirming its location, and then moving on because confirming the location was sufficient for that visit, and the rest could wait for the night. I told Flores. She wrote it down without comment, in her deliberate, faster than it appeared hand, and when she finished writing, she looked up and gave me the look that had no name but which had been the most consistently honest thing in the room all morning. She said, "That is helpful." She said it the way she said everything else, plainly, precisely, as information rather than reassurance. And I took it as information, which was the only way it was being offered, and I held it carefully, because careful holding was the only appropriate response to a morning that had asked this much of me and was not yet finished asking. Outside, the desert continued its patient, enormous indifference to all of it. The mountains and the sky and the flat agricultural valley and the festival grounds 3 miles east, where the last day's crowds were already gathering in the April heat. Tens of thousands of people moving through a space that one of them had left the previous night to come here, and the space not knowing, and the crowds not knowing, and only the gravel outside my window, and the prints in my hallway, and the cabinet beneath the sink, holding the record of what had moved through the dark toward me while I slept. The detective's name was Okafor. He was waiting for us at the station when the patrol unit dropped us at the front entrance at 2 in the afternoon. A man in his late 40s, tall, with the specific physical economy of someone who has spent decades in rooms where composure is a professional requirement and has allowed that requirement to become structural rather than performed. He wore a plain gray shirt and dark slacks and no visible badge, and he shook our hands in the lobby with the directness of someone for whom the handshake is information exchange rather than formality. He took us to a room that was smaller than I had expected and better lit. Not the harsh, shadowless brightness of the interview rooms in crime procedurals, but a warmer, more functional light, the kind that a space accumulates when it has been occupied by many people over many years, doing work that requires them to stay awake and focused. There was a table and 4 chairs, and a window that looked onto a courtyard where a single olive tree stood in a square of gravel, and the tree was moving slightly in the early afternoon wind that had come off the mountains, and I found myself looking at it between questions the way you find yourself looking at anything ordinary when the extraordinary has been the consistent condition of the preceding 10 hours. Okafor had a folder on the table, but he did not open it immediately. He sat across from us with his hands flat on the table surface, and he looked at each of us in turn, and then he said, "I have reviewed the notes from Officers Flores and Gareth. I want you to know that what you have brought to us this morning is being taken seriously. That is not a thing I say as a matter of routine. I am saying it because the evidence gathered at the property supports the account you have given, and because the account you have given is consistent with a pattern that we have been able to begin to identify." A pattern. He said the word without emphasis, in the same register as the rest of the sentence, and I heard it the way you hear a word when it arrives with more weight than the voice carrying it acknowledges. I said, "What kind of pattern?" He opened the folder. He did not turn it toward us immediately. He looked at what was in it for a moment in the way of someone conducting a brief internal review of what they have decided to share and in what order. Then he looked up. He said, "The name you gave Officer Flores this morning, Derek." He said the last name as well, and I will not write it here. He was the subject of a report filed in Minneapolis approximately 14 months ago. A different complainant. The report described a period of unwanted contact following the end of a relationship, messages, a vehicle observed outside the complainant's workplace on multiple occasions, one incident of direct approach in a public space. He paused. The complainant did not pursue charges. The contact ceased, or appeared to cease, and the matter was closed without further action. He said this plainly, looking at me. I sat with it. 14 months ago, which placed it approximately 5 months before I had met Derek, which meant that when I met him, the report existed, and I had not known the report existed, and he had known I did not know, and the not knowing had been part of the arrangement from the beginning. The specific advantage that a history kept invisible gives to the person keeping it. Alyssa's hand found mine under the table again. I did not look at her. I kept my eyes on Okafor. I said, "The other complainant, is she safe?" He said, "To our knowledge, yes. The contact ceased and has not resumed in the documented record." He said "to our knowledge" and in the documented record in a way that was precise rather than reassuring, and I heard the precision and accepted it as the honest thing it was. He opened the folder further and removed a single photograph, printed on plain paper, and he turned it so it faced me across the table. He asked me to look at it and tell him if I recognized the person in it. I looked at the photograph for a long time. The face in it was familiar in the way that faces become familiar when memory has been working on them from a distance. Slightly different from the version I had been carrying, the angles slightly altered by time and by the specific distortion that occurs when you reconstruct a face from fragments rather than from a clear and recent image. But it was him. The dark hair, the specific width of the jaw, the eyes, which in the photograph were looking directly at the camera with an expression that was controlled and neutral, and somehow in that controlled neutrality, more legible than any emotive expression would have been. I said, "Yes." Okafor took the photograph back and returned it to the folder. He did not ask me to qualify or expand. The yes was sufficient, and he treated it as sufficient. He said, "I want to walk through the timeline with you, not the festival. Flores has that in detail. I want to go further back. The end of the relationship in December, the messages. I want you to tell me everything you remember about the period between December and when you blocked the account. And then I want you to tell me if there were any other points of contact after the block that you may not have identified as such at the time." This was the question that required the most of me. Not because the answer was complicated, but because the answer required me to go back into a period that I had sealed and relabeled and placed on a high shelf in the interior of myself somewhere in February, when the messages had stopped and the silence had felt like an ending. Going back into it now with the morning's understanding as the lamp I was carrying into it meant that the contents of that period were going to look different from how they had looked when I sealed it. They did look different. I told him about the messages in the order they had arrived, and in the order their register had changed. I told him about 2 occasions in January when I had thought I had seen his car, a specific older model in a dark color, near my apartment building. I had assigned the sightings to coincidence because my apartment was in a neighborhood with a high density of similar vehicles, and I had not wanted to be the person who called police because she thought she saw an ex-boyfriend's car near her building. I told him about a phone call in late January from a number I did not recognize, which had connected and then gone silent when I answered, and which I had logged as a misdial, and not reported because misdialing is a thing that happens, and there was no way to attach that call to anything larger without a larger context to attach it to. I had the larger context now. Okafor wrote everything in the deliberate, sustained way that told me nothing I was saying was new information in isolation, but that in sequence it was building something he had been building towards since the folder arrived on his desk that morning. He wrote without asking me to slow down. He wrote without his expression changing. When I finished the account, he looked at his notes for a moment. Then he looked up. He said, "The phone recovered from the cabinet. Forensics will take time, but I want to prepare you for the range of what that processing might reveal. The device may contain nothing of evidentiary significance. It may have been placed as a means of monitoring network activity in the household, which requires only proximity and does not require the device to have its own recording function." He paused. "It may contain more than that. We will not know until processing is complete, and processing will not be complete before you leave California. I want you to know that the investigation will continue regardless of your physical location, and that we will be in contact with the relevant jurisdiction in Minnesota. Minnesota. The word landed in the room and made the room smaller. I had been thinking of this, in some unexamined corner of my mind, as a California problem. Something that had happened in a specific place and would remain in that place when I left it. Okafor had just made legible the thing I had been refusing to make legible, which was that the geography was incidental. The geography was wherever I was. The problem had been in Minneapolis in January and had come to California in April, and the plane home tomorrow would not change what it was or where it was capable of going. My body registered this with a response I felt at the base of the sternum. Not the acute dread of the previous night's darkness, but the slower, more architectural dread of understanding a thing that permanently alters the dimensions of the space you are living in. The room you thought was a certain size turning out to have a wall further back than you believed, and the extra space behind that wall containing something you would have preferred not to find. Alyssa had been largely quiet through the interview, answering Okafor's questions about her own experience when he turned to her, but otherwise giving me the space the account required. Now she spoke without being asked. She said, "What do we do?" Okafor looked at her. He looked at the question with the same attention he had given everything else, as though the straightforwardness of it was not a simplification but a precision. He said, "Tonight, you do not stay at the property. You've already left it, which was the correct decision. Tomorrow you fly home, which is also correct. When you return to Minneapolis, you contact the department there. I will give you a specific name and number before you leave today, and you make a report that references this case number." He slid a card across the table. "You do not contact Derek directly. You do not respond to any contact he initiates. Every attempt at contact, in any form, through any channel, becomes documentation. Documentation is the architecture of what comes next." He said architecture the way Flores had said information, as the right word for the thing, not the comfortable word. Then he said, "I also want to tell you something that is not procedural." He looked at me with the expression that was neither Flores's careful honesty nor Gareth's even attention, but something that belonged specifically to him. The expression of a person who has spent a long time in rooms with people who have received the kind of mourning I had received, and who has formed, over that time, a considered and genuine response to what those people need to hear that is neither comfort nor procedure, but the third thing, the one that is harder to locate and more durable when found. He said, "You did not cause this. The relationship you had, the way it ended, the care you took in ending it, none of that is the mechanism of what happened. The mechanism is his. That distinction matters, and it will matter more over time, and I want you to have it clearly before you leave this room." He said it without sentimentality. He said it the way he said everything, with the plainness of a person who means exactly what he is saying and is not using language to manage the impact, but to deliver the content. I looked at the olive tree in the courtyard. It was still moving in the wind, its small leaves turning, the afternoon light finding different surfaces of them at each small rotation. It was an ordinary tree, in an ordinary courtyard, doing the ordinary work of being alive in the afternoon. And I looked at it for as long as I needed to before I looked back at Okafor. I said, "Thank you." He said, "We will be in touch." He closed the folder. He stood and extended his hand again, and we shook it, and the firmness of it was the same as it had been in the lobby. Information rather than formality. A handshake that said, "I have received what you brought me, and I am holding it correctly, and you can leave this room." We left the room. The patrol unit drove us back to the motel we had booked for the final night. Not the Airbnb, never the Airbnb again, and the driver did not make conversation, which was the correct instinct. And outside the window the valley moved past in its late afternoon light, the mountains going golden to the west, the festival grounds visible in the distance as a geometry of structures and flags, and the particular density of a crowd that did not know anything about the room we had just left, or the folder on the BRME table or the olive tree still turning in the courtyard wind. The motel was on the western edge of the city, closer to the mountains than to the festival grounds, and it had the specific anonymity of a place that has never tried to be anything other than what it is. A row of doors facing a parking lot, an ice machine at the end of the corridor, a vending machine beside it that sold things in primary colors, a pool behind a chain-link gate that was locked after 9 in the evening. We checked in at 4:30, and I sat on the edge of the bed in the room and did not move for approximately 10 minutes, not thinking, not processing, just occupying the stillness that the body requires after it has been in sustained motion for an extended period, the way a gyroscope requires a moment of non-interference before it can find its true axis again. The room smelled of the same neutral cleaning solution that budget motel rooms have always smelled of, and the air conditioning unit ran at a low and constant frequency, and the afternoon light came through the gap in the curtains in a single, pale, horizontal bar across the carpet. Alyssa was in the bathroom. I could hear water running, the specific sound of the sink rather than the shower, the abbreviated, functional running of water that accompanies someone washing their face or their hands. Small, ordinary sounds. The particular comfort of hearing a familiar person performing a familiar action in an adjacent room, the comfort of proximity and the ordinary existing simultaneously. She came out and sat on the other bed and looked at me. She said, "Tell me what you are actually feeling." This was a thing she had been asking me since we were teenagers. Not what I was thinking, not what I was planning to do, but what I was actually feeling. The distinction being one she'd always maintained with a precision that I had spent years appreciating and occasionally resisting. I did not resist it now. I told her I was feeling the specific exhaustion that comes after fear has been sustained for long enough that it stops presenting as fear and begins presenting as a kind of gray, pervasive flatness. An absence of affect that is not numbness exactly, but more like the aftermath of a very loud sound, the silence that follows being not peaceful, but simply the absence of the noise, the ears still ringing, the body still calibrated for a volume that is no longer present. I told her I was feeling something else underneath that, which was harder to name, something that had been arriving in increments since Okafor had said the word pattern and had completed its arrivals somewhere between the olive tree in the courtyard and the motel parking lot. It was not fear, and it was not grief exactly, though it had grief's texture in certain places. It was closer to the specific disorientation of discovering that a period of your own life, a period you experienced and catalogued and assigned meanings to in real time, contained a layer of activity that was running beneath your awareness the entire time, and the discovery of that layer does not only change your understanding of the period, it changes your understanding of yourself as an observer of your own experience, your confidence in the reliability of your own perception, your ability to trust the account you have been giving yourself of what your life contains. Alyssa listened to all of this without filling pauses. When I finished, she said, "That is the most honest thing you have said out loud all day." I said I knew. She said, "You were honest with the officers. You were accurate and complete. That is different from honest." She was right, and the rightness of it had a specific texture. The texture of being seen correctly by someone who has known you long enough to distinguish between the performance of openness and the actual thing. I had given Flores and Okafor everything they needed. I had withheld nothing of evidentiary value, but I had delivered all of it from behind the specific composure I maintain in situations that require me to be functional, and the composure had been correct for the situation, and it cost something that I was only now beginning to feel the cost of. Alyssa got up from her bed and came and sat beside me on mine. She did not put her arm around me. She sat close enough that our shoulders were in contact, and she looked at the curtain and the pale bar of light crossing the carpet, and she said, "It is okay to be scared now. The functional part is done for today." She said it the way she says things that are true and require no elaboration, simply, without decoration, as the complete sentence it was. I was scared. I had been scared since the hallway. The fear had been running beneath the functionality the same way the layer Okafor had described had been running beneath my awareness in January. Present, consistent, doing its work in the dark while the surface presented a different condition. Letting it be present in the room was not the same as being overwhelmed by it. It was simply the accurate condition of the moment, and the accuracy was a relief in the specific way that accurate things are a relief when they replace the effort of maintaining inaccuracy. We stayed like that for a while. The ice machine at the end of the corridor cycled on and then off. A car moved through the parking lot, and then the parking lot was quiet. The bar of light across the carpet moved slightly as the sun moved, which is a thing that happens in rooms where the light comes from a fixed source, and the earth continues its business regardless. Eventually Alyssa said, "We need to eat." This was also true, and also the right thing to say, and also something I had not thought about since the toast we'd eaten standing at the kitchen counter of the Airbnb at some point. That felt both very recent and historically distant. We ordered food from a place that delivered to the motel, something warm and reliable and requiring no decisions more complicated than what we wanted. Which was not complicated at all, and we ate it sitting cross-legged on our respective beds, with the television on at a volume low enough to be company without being content. I called my mother again at 7 in the evening. The call lasted longer than the morning's call and was different in quality. The morning call had required me to deliver information and manage her response to it, and this one she had already absorbed the information and was simply with me in the way that she has always been simply with me when the situation has used up its requirement for management, and what remains is the fundamental thing, which is the voice of the person who has known you the longest, and therefore knows the specific sound of what scared sounds like in your particular voice. She said, "You did everything right." I said I had not recognized him. She said, "You were not supposed to need to recognize him. That is the entire mechanism of what he was doing." She said it with the precision that is one of her consistent qualities. The ability to locate the exact framing that releases a thing from a frame that has been strangling it. I have been carrying, beneath everything else, the specific weight of the self-accusation that says, "You should have known, you should have recognized. You should have trusted the feeling of being watched before the substance gave you cover to dismiss it as the substance." My mother had just named the architecture of that accusation and shown it to be wrong without arguing against it, simply by placing the mechanism correctly. I breathed out slowly. She said, "Come home tomorrow and come here. Do not go to your apartment first." I said I would. She said, "I mean it, Cassidy." I said I knew she meant it. I said I would come directly from the airport. We said goodnight, and I sat with the phone in my hands after the call and felt the specific warmth of having been accurately seen by someone who loves you well. Not the warmth of comfort, which soothes without informing, but the warmth of comprehension, which sees the exact shape of what you are carrying and reflects it back to you in a way that makes it more manageable without making it smaller. Alyssa was watching something on her laptop with headphones on, her feet tucked under her on the bed, her face in the blue-white light of the screen with the relaxed expression of someone giving themselves permission to be somewhere simple for a while. I watched her for a moment with the specific gratitude I have felt for her at various intervals across the years of our friendship. The gratitude that is not for any particular action, but for the cumulative fact of a person who has consistently shown up in the form the moment required. I opened my own phone and looked at the flights home. There was a direct flight leaving at 10:30 the following morning. 2 seats available. I booked them without waking Alyssa to confirm, which she would not mind, because she would want whatever got us home fastest, and a direct morning flight was the answer to that question regardless of cost. The confirmation arrived in my email with the specific bureaucratic cheerfulness of automated travel communications, and I looked at the departure time and felt the first forward-facing thing I had felt since the morning. The specific orientation of a person who has a time and a direction and a gate number, all of which are things that a body in sustained crisis can use as handholds. 10:30 tomorrow morning. Home by 4:30 in the afternoon, Minnesota time. My mother's apartment by 6, if the highway was not complicated. I put the phone down and looked at the ceiling. The ceiling of the motel room was smooth and white and entirely unremarkable, which was what I needed from it, and it delivered this without complication. I looked at it for a long time in the way you look at things that require nothing from you in return, and I let the day move through me in the way that days have to move through you eventually, the accumulated weight of each hour finding its level, settling into the places in the body where significant experiences go to become part of the permanent architecture rather than the active foreground. The boot prints on the hardwood, Flores' hand on my forearm, brief and precise. The compression patterns in the pale gravel. The phone in the cabinet's back corner, dark-screened waiting. The olive tree in the courtyard turning in the wind. Okafor's hands flat on the table. The word pattern. The word architecture. The word documentation. And underneath all of those, older than any of them, running its patient current beneath the day's entire surface, the shape in the doorway. The absolute stillness of it, the weight shift that had come after, involuntary and human, that had collapsed every alternative explanation I had been building for it. I had known in the moment of the weight shift, before the scream arrived, before everything that followed. The body had known and had communicated its knowledge in the only language the body has, which is the language of physical response. The cold that moved through me from the neck downward, the voice that came from below decision, the ancient and unsophisticated inventory of the oldest possible fear. I had known and I had been correct to know, and the knowing had not protected me from the 6 hours of uncertainty that followed, because knowing without evidence is a specific kind of alone, the aloneness of a perception that has no external confirmation yet. That exists only in the body's private assessment, that the mind dismantles as fast as the body rebuilds it. The prince had given me the confirmation. The prince had ended the aloneness of the knowing. I thought about the other complainant, the woman whose report had been filed 14 months before I met him and closed without charges because the contact had ceased. I thought about her in the specific, careful way that you think about someone whose experience rhymes with yours, not appropriating it, not equating it, just holding the fact of its existence with the respect it deserved, and the recognition that she had known something I had not yet known when I was sitting in a restaurant across from him for the first time, and that her knowing had been kept from reaching me by the simple fact of its being sealed in a report that no one had told me to look for. I hope she was safe. I hope she was somewhere unremarkable and well lit with people she trusted, the way I was. Alyssa took her headphones off and looked over at me. She said, "You should sleep." I said I was trying to think of everything I needed to do when we got home. She said, "Write it down, then sleep." I found a pen in the nightstand drawer and the small notepad the motels leave beside the phone, and I wrote the list in a specific, grounding way that lists are grounding. The act of externalizing the contents of a spinning mind, giving each item a fixed position on a page where it will stay until it is addressed, releasing the mind from the work of holding it in suspension, the detective's name and number from Okafor's card, the Minneapolis department, my mother's, a lawyer, which Okafor had suggested and which I had written on the back of the card during the interview, the messages preserved on the old phone in the apartment, the call log from January. I wrote until the list was complete, and then I looked at it and felt the specific organizational relief of a thing that has been given a shape it did not previously have. Alyssa's light was off. The television was off. The room was in the particular dark of a room with adequate curtains and a corridor light outside that made the bottom edge of the door a thin, warm line on the carpet. I looked at the door for a moment. Then I got up and checked the deadbolt and the security bar and the window latch, and came back to bed and lay down and looked at the ceiling one more time, and the ceiling was smooth and white and unremarkable and asked nothing of me. I closed my eyes. The night passed without incident, which is to say it passed the way nights are supposed to pass, in the dark, with the steady frequency of the air conditioning for company, and the corridor's warm light holding the bottom of the door, and Alyssa's quiet breathing from the next bed, and the morning coming in the way that mornings come when you have given yourself permission to receive them. The flight home was 3 hours and 40 minutes, and I spent most of it awake. This was not anxiety exactly, or not only anxiety. It was the specific wakefulness of a person who has slept adequately for the first time in several nights, and whose body has recalibrated enough to be present without being braced, which is a different condition from the sustained alertness of the previous days and carries its own particular quality of attention. I sat in the window seat with Alyssa beside me, and the California coast visible below for the first 20 minutes of the flight before the cloud cover moved in and replaced it with a flat, gray-white surface that extended without variation to the horizon. I watched the clouds for a long time. There's something specific about looking at an undifferentiated surface from altitude, the way the eye, deprived of detail, eventually stops searching for it and simply rests. My eye did this, and the resting had a quality I had not had access to for 4 days, and I let it continue for as long as it was available. Alyssa slept for the first 2 hours, her head tipped slightly toward the aisle, her arms folded at her chest with the self-contained quality she has even in sleep. I did not wake her. I sat with the clouds and the low frequency of the engines and the occasional small turbulence over the Rockies that moved through the cabin as a gentle, lateral pressure, and I let my mind do what minds do when they have been through something large and are no longer in the acute phase of it. Not processing, not resolving, but sorting. The way water sorts sediment when it slows, the heavier material finding the bottom and the lighter material rising each to its proper level. The heavier material was what I had known since Okafor's office. The pattern, the prior report, the 14 months, the phone in the cabinet. These were facts, fixed and dense, and they had already found their levels somewhere in the body's lower registers. Not comfortable there, but stable. The way significant permanent things become stable once you stop arguing with their permanence. The lighter material was still moving. The things that had not yet settled into meaning. The first evening under the stringed lights in the yard, and the footstep I'd heard, and not looked for. The way the high had made every subsequent sighting easier to dismiss, and whether that dismissibility had been incidental or anticipated. The 7 months I'd catalogued in Okafor's room in the new light, the specific items from that period that now carried different weights than they had at the time of their occurrence. I was not. I want to be clear about this, going back into that period in order to punish myself with it. I had heard Okafor's plain statement and my mother's precise framing, and I had received both of them correctly. The mechanism was his. The 7 months were not evidence of my failure of perception. They were evidence of his sustained effort to manage what I perceived. What I was doing, sorting through that material at altitude over the Rockies, was something more specific and more forward-facing. I was learning the shape of the thing, not to assign blame to myself for not having seen it sooner, but to be able to recognize the shape if it appeared again in any form, in any context. To have the template installed at a level below conscious decision so that the body would begin its assessment before the mind had caught up with the vocabulary for what it was noticing. The body had already begun this process at the festival. The feeling of being noticed before I had located the source. The tracking that had started before the first conscious sighting. These were the body's recognition protocols activating on material that the conscious mind was not yet ready to receive. I was giving the conscious mind the material now, slowly, at altitude, with the clouds below and the engines at their low frequency and Alyssa asleep beside me, and nowhere to be, for 3 hours and 40 minutes. She woke somewhere over Kansas. She looked at me with the specific, assessing look of someone checking the current condition of a person they have been concerned about, and whatever she found seemed adequate, because the assessment resolved into a quieter expression, and she reached past me to lower the window shade against the midday light that had appeared as the clouds had thinned. She said, "How are you doing?" I said I was doing the sorting. She said, "I know." I could tell. She asked the flight attendant for 2 cups of coffee, and we drank them while Kansas moved below us. And she told me about a conversation she had been rehearsing in her mind since the previous afternoon. a conversation she intended to have with her own therapist when she got home, because what the weekend had surfaced in her, underneath the practical and the immediate, was something older and her own that the events had activated without creating. She told me about it in the careful, partial way of someone who is not yet ready to give the full account, but needs to indicate the territory it occupies. I listened the way she had listened to me all weekend, with the full attention, without filling the pauses. When she finished, I said, "Will you make the appointment today?" She said yes. I said, "I will make one too." This was a thing I had been circling for the previous 2 hours without landing on it, and the landing was quiet and undramatic, which is how the right decisions often arrive, not as revelations, but as the simple acknowledgement of something that had been obvious for long enough that the not acknowledging had become its own effort. I had known a therapist in my mid-20s whose name I still had in my contacts. A woman who worked in South Minneapolis and who I had seen for a year after a different difficult period and then stopped seeing when the period resolved. The way people stop seeing therapists when the acute requirement passes and the ongoing benefit becomes less legible against the effort of maintenance. The ongoing benefit was legible now. The effort of maintenance was the correct investment. Minneapolis appeared below us eventually, the city's grid emerging from the flat land around it with the specific clarity of a Midwestern city seen from altitude. The lakes visible as dark, irregular shapes among the blocks, the river making its curve through the south end of the downtown, the airport's runways extending into the flatland south of the city in their precise, engineered geometry. I watched the city resolve from abstraction into specificity as the plane descended, and I felt the thing that arrives when you return to a familiar place after an unfamiliar experience. Not the comfort of the familiar exactly, but the recognition of it, the body noting, I know this territory. I have the spatial and social and navigational knowledge that this territory requires. The competence that this particular geography calls for is competence I already possess. We landed at 3:30 Minnesota time, the wheels finding the runway with the specific double thump of a successful arrival, and the cabin did the thing it does, the seatbelt lights going off, the overhead bins opening, the passengers assuming the compressed, forward-leaning posture of people who have been sitting for hours and are now required to sit for several more minutes before the door opens. Alyssa and I were off the plane and through the terminal in 20 minutes. We had checked no bags, because we had each packed for a festival weekend, and festival packing is, by necessity, compact, and so we walked directly from the gate to the rideshare pickup lane, where 2 separate cars were waiting. One for her, north to her apartment in Northeast, and one for me, directly to my mother's in St. Paul as I had promised. We stood on the curb between the 2 cars for a moment. She looked at me with the expression that has no specific name because it belongs to the particular idiom of our friendship and exists only there. The look that contains everything the weekend had been and everything that preceded it and everything that the sorting at altitude had produced and everything that was still unsettled and all of that held simultaneously without requiring any of it to be said. I said, "Thank you." She said, "You would have done the same." I said, "I know, that is not why I'm saying it." She understood what I meant because she always does, and she pulled me into a hug that was brief and complete and contained no performance of feeling, just the actual feeling, held for the correct duration, released cleanly. Then, she got in her car, and I got in mine, and the airport moved away behind us as the highway opened up to the north and south, and I went south toward St. Paul, with the Minnesota evening arriving. Around the car in the specific way it arrives in late spring, a golden, horizontal light that makes the flatland look briefly significant. The grass along the highway median catching it and going briefly brilliant before the shadows of the overpasses move through. My mother was at the door of her apartment building when my car pulled up, which meant she had been watching for it from the window, which meant she had been at the window for some time, which told me everything about the day she had spent with the information I had given her that morning. I got out of the car with my bag, and she came down the front steps, and I walked into the specific warmth of being held by someone who has known you from the beginning, whose arms have the specific configuration of a comfort that predates every other comfort available to you, and I held on for longer than I usually allow myself to hold on. She did not say anything while she held me. She did not fill the space with reassurance or processing or any of the things that people say when they do not know how to simply be present. She had always known how to simply be present, which is rarer than it sounds, and I had always been grateful for it, and was more grateful for it now than I had been able to be in any previous instance. We went inside. The apartment smelled of the dinner she had been making, something with garlic and olive oil, a smell that reached back through 20 years of the same kitchen, producing the same family of meals, a smell that my body recognized as safety before any other assessment was available. We ate at the kitchen table, and she asked me to tell her everything in the order it happened, not because she did not already have the outline, but because telling it in order, with the appetite of a real meal and the warmth of a known kitchen and a person across the table who was not required to take notes, is a different thing from the telling that the day had demanded. This telling was for me, not for the record. This telling was the version you give to someone who already loves you and does not need the account to be functional, just honest. I told her all of it. I told her about the string lights, and the dates on the first evening, and the feeling of having done the right thing by going. I told her about the festival, and the specific quality of the first sighting, the feeling of being noticed before I had located the source. I told her about Alyssa's laugh, gentle and without dismissal. I told her about the grass at the eastern edge of the grounds and the cold that arrived in increments and the phone calls that failed. I told her about the shape in the doorway and the weight shift and the sound that had come from below decision. And I told her about the boot prints. The 11 going in and the trail returning, the specific, unhurried spacing of an ordinary walking pace. She listened to all of it in the way she listens to things that matter, with her hands around her coffee cup and her eyes on my face, and the complete attention of someone for whom the account is not information to be processed, but a person to be accompanied through the territory the account covers. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "You trusted what your body knew." I started to qualify this to say that I had also doubted it, that the dismissing had been sustained across multiple nights, that the certainty had arrived too slowly to prevent what had already happened. She looked at me and waited for me to finish the qualification. When I finished, she said, "And then you trusted it." She said it the way Okafor had said his plain things and Flores had said hers, as the complete and accurate sentence, not requiring addition. I looked at her across the kitchen table in the apartment where I had grown up, with the garlic and olive oil still warm in the air, and the Minnesota evening going dark outside the window, and the specific quality of a day that has been fully spent arriving in the body as the particular heaviness of a thing completed rather than a thing abandoned. I said, "Yes." She nodded once. The dishes were the same dishes they had always been, and the table was the same table, and the window looked out on the same street it had always looked out on. And outside that window, the city was doing what cities do in the early evening of a late spring day, settling into its own rhythms, its own frequencies, the specific layered sound of a place that is full of people doing ordinary things in the ordinary way. I sat in it and let it be what it was. That night, I slept in my childhood bedroom for the first time in 4 years, in the specific dark of a room I had known before I knew anything about the kind of night the weekend had contained. And the dark was simply the dark, and the morning came the way mornings come in rooms that have been waiting for you. And outside the window, the city was already at work, and the work of the next part of things was waiting patiently for me to be ready to begin it. 3 months after the flight home, I drove across Minneapolis on a Tuesday morning in late July to meet with a detective named Reyes. Her office was in a building I had walked past many times without knowing what it contained. A low, gray structure on a side street off Franklin Avenue, the kind of building that makes no announcement about its purpose, with a parking lot in the back that was half full when I arrived at 9 in the morning. I had been to this building twice before, in the weeks following our return from California. and the visits had each had the specific quality of appointments that are necessary and costly, in the way that necessary things often are. Not dramatic, not particularly long, but requiring a kind of sustained precision that left me tired in the way that precision work leaves you tired. A tiredness located not in the muscles, but somewhere higher and more specific. This visit was different. Reyes had called me 3 days before and asked me to come in, and the tone of the call had been different from the previous calls. Less procedural, more settled, carrying the quality of someone who has reached a point in a thing and wants to communicate the reaching in person rather than by phone. I parked in the back lot and sat in the car for a moment before going in. The lot faced a narrow strip of maintained grass, and then a chain-link fence, and then the backs of buildings on the next block. And one of those buildings had a loading dock where a truck was being unloaded by 2 people working with the unhurried efficiency of people who do this particular work every day and have long since optimized it to its simplest form. I watched them for a moment. The specific economy of practiced physical work, the communication between them that was almost entirely gestural, the pallet being moved from the truck to the dock, and then through the dock door with a smoothness that required no discussion because the sequence was understood. I found this calming in a way I did not try to analyze. I went inside. Reyes was in her late 30s, compact and direct in the specific way that Flores had been compact and direct, and I had understood from the first meeting that this quality was not a coincidence, that the work attracted a particular kind of person or produced them, and that the quality was in either case a reliable indicator of someone who would give me information rather than management. She stood when I came in and gestured to the chair across from her desk and did not offer coffee, which I had come to appreciate about her. She did not perform hospitality in spaces that were not designed for it. She said, "Thank you for coming in." I said I was glad to. She looked at the folder on her desk, which was thinner than Okafor's folder had been, and had a different quality. Not the accumulating thickness of an investigation in progress, but the settled, finalized look of a file that has reached the end of its active phase. She said, "I want to give you the current status directly because you have been straightforward with us throughout this process, and that deserves a response in kind." I said I appreciated that. She said, "Derek entered a plea agreement 2 weeks ago. The agreement covers charges in both California and Minnesota. The California charges relate to the breaking and entering at the Indio property, the evidence of surveillance, and the recovered device, which did contain recorded material. I want to be honest with you about that, though the specific contents will remain part of the sealed record of the agreement." She paused. "The Minnesota charges relate to the prior period of conduct, the vehicle, the phone call, certain electronic activity that our digital forensics unit was able to recover and document." Another pause, shorter. "The agreement includes a custodial sentence, the length of which I can share with you, and a restraining order that will remain in effect for a period significantly longer than the sentence." She told me the length of the sentence. I am not going to write it here. What I will write is that it was longer than I had allowed myself to hope for, and shorter than the part of me that had been awake at 3 in the morning in the weeks after our return had sometimes wanted it to be. And I sat with both of those responses simultaneously, and did not try to resolve them into a single, clean feeling because they did not resolve, and the not resolving was honest. I said, "The other complainant, the woman from the prior report." Ray said, "She was contacted as part of the investigation. She was cooperative. Her prior account contributed to the pattern documentation that informed the agreement." I said, "Is she all right?" Reyes looked at me with the expression that was becoming familiar across our meetings. The expression of someone noting, with something that was not quite approval but was adjacent to it, that the question being asked was the question being asked rather than a different one. She said, "To the best of our knowledge, yes." I nodded. She said there were documents I would need to sign. A victim notification form, a contact preference for the duration of the sentence, a form related to the restraining order's geographic scope. She walked me through each of them with the patient, sequential clarity that had characterized every interaction I had had with people in official capacities since April. and I signed each one in the places indicated, and read each one before signing, which is a habit I'd developed specifically during this period. The habit of reading what I was agreeing to rather than trusting the summary. When we were finished, she looked at me across the desk. She said, "How are you doing?" And I am asking genuinely, not procedurally. I said genuinely rather than procedurally. I told her about the therapist in South Minneapolis, the appointments that had been weekly since May, and had recently moved to every 2 weeks, which my therapist had suggested as an indicator of the work reaching a different phase rather than a conclusion. I told her about the specific things the work had covered, in the general terms appropriate to a conversation across an official desk, the retrospective reassessment of the 7 months, the installation of the body's recognition template, the particular ongoing work of rebuilding confidence in one's own perception after it has been strategically undermined. She listened in the genuine way she had offered. I told her about Alyssa, who had made her own appointment, as she had promised on the curb at the airport, and who had been doing her own work in parallel. Our conversations about it taking the form they always took, not parallel processing, not comparing notes, but simply 2 people each doing their own work in the same general territory and checking in at the border sometimes, which is different and better. I told her about my mother, who called every Sunday as she always had, and had added to those calls a specific, brief question that arrived at some point in each conversation, and that I had come to expect and to receive as what it was, not surveillance, not anxiety management, but love expressing itself in the particular form that a parent's love takes when it has been frightened and is still present anyway. The question was simply, "How are you sleeping?" And the answer, which had been complicated in April and May and had simplified incrementally through June and into July, was better. Genuinely better, Brace said. Good. She said it the way she said things, plainly, as the complete response the information warranted. I left the building at 10:15 and sat in the car in the back lot for a moment before starting the engine. The loading dock workers were gone. The dock door was closed. The strip of maintained grass along the fence was bright in the July morning sun. The specific brilliant green of Midwestern grass in midsummer, a green that has no equivalent in the desert palette and that I had been noticing all summer with a gratitude I had not previously thought to feel for it. I drove home through the city in the full morning light. Minneapolis in late July is a specific thing. The lakes visible between the buildings as you move through the neighborhoods. The trees in full summer weight. The specific quality of a northern city that has been cold for so many months of the year that it meets its warmth with a deliberate, uncomplicated gratitude that expresses itself in people sitting outside everywhere. There is outside to sit, in the particular noise of a city that has released its interior life into its exterior one. I drove through it with the windows down and the warm air coming in, and I looked at the city the way I had been learning to look at things since April, with the full attention available, present in the actual moment of the looking rather than behind it. I had moved my bedroom furniture in May, not dramatically, not as a deliberate act of symbolic rearrangement, but practically. I had wanted the bed against the east wall rather than the north one, for the morning light, and in moving it, I had changed the angle of my sight line from the pillow, so that what I faced when I lay down was the window rather than the doorway. This had been a practical decision with a practical benefit. The benefit was the light. The additional benefit, which I had not planned but had received, was that the doorway was no longer the first thing my eyes went to in the morning, and the last thing they checked at night. It was not the last thing they checked at night anymore. This was not a dramatic change, and I did not mark it as a milestone when it happened. I noticed it the way you notice the cessation of a sound that has been running for so long that you stopped registering it as a sound, only in its absence, only when the room was quiet in a way it had not been quiet before, and the quiet was simply the room being the room. I parked outside my building and sat for a moment with the engine off and the city going about its Tuesday business around me. A woman walking a dog on the sidewalk, a cyclist moving through the intersection at the end of the block, a child on the front steps of the building across the street, doing something deliberate and absorbed with a stick and a patch of dirt. The specific serious concentration of a child conducting important private research. I watched the child for a moment. The research seemed to be going well. I went upstairs and made coffee and stood at the kitchen window with it, looking out at the street below in the Tuesday morning light. My apartment was on the 3rd floor and the window faced east, and at this hour the light came in at an angle that reached the far wall and made a warm parallelogram on the plaster that moved slowly across the afternoon as the sun moved, which I had been watching since May with the specific attention of someone learning to notice the ordinary movement of ordinary light through an ordinary room. The ceramic mug was warm in both hands. The coffee was good. I had been paying more attention to the coffee since returning from California, a small, deliberate practice of the ordinary that my therapist had described as grounding, and that I had decided to simply call paying attention, which was the more accurate description of what I was doing. On the counter beside the coffee maker was Okafor's card. I had moved it from my wallet to the counter sometime in June, for no reason I had examined until now, looking at it in the Tuesday morning light. It was a plain card with the department's address, and his direct line, and the case number in his deliberate, faster than it appeared hand. I had not needed to call the number since the case had transferred to Reyes, and the California portion had been handled through her. I had kept the card anyway. I kept it because it was the physical record of a specific moment. The moment in the room with the olive tree, when someone with the authority to assess the situation had assessed it accurately, and told me, plainly, that the mechanism was not mine, that the distance between my responsibility and his was not a distance I needed to keep measuring to see if it had changed, that it had not changed and would not change, and that the measuring was the wrong use of the instrument. I had been learning to put the instrument down. Not all the way down, not permanently. Some instruments you carry because the world occasionally requires them, and the carrying is reasonable. But down enough, down to the level of available rather than constant, ready rather than running. The child across the street had finished the research and gone inside. The dog walker had completed the block and turned the corner. The cyclist was long gone. The street was in a particular Tuesday morning quiet of a residential block that has done its early business and is resting before the midday. I finished the coffee. I washed the mug and set it in the drying rack and looked at it there. White and ordinary, water beating at the lip and catching the morning light in small, specific gleams. There is a sound the city makes on quiet mornings that I have been listening to since May, with the attention I have been giving to ordinary things. A low, continuous frequency, the accumulated sound of a place doing its daily work, buses and ventilation, and the specific compressed hum of a million separate engines maintaining their separate speeds on separate routes toward separate destinations, all of it arriving at the window as a single, undifferentiated presence. The city speaking in the only voice a city has. I know what that voice sounds like now. I know it, the way you know a thing that has been there all along and that you are finally hearing correctly, because the other sound has stopped and the room is quiet enough to hold it. I stood at the window and listened to it for a while. Then I went about my day. That brings us to the end of another journey into the shadows. Sometimes the things we try to leave behind in the water are the very things that follow us home, waiting for the right moment to surface. If this story stayed with you, please like, subscribe, and share your own experiences in the comments. I read every one. Until next time, check your locks, keep the water still, and sleep well. Sweet dreams.